Futures trying to hold on to positive territory here as we get going on a Monday. A couple of interesting data points to come this morning as far as the economic calendar is concerned. Just got the Chicago National Activity Index there. Negative 0.155 expected, comes out negative 0.32. It's a little bit worse off as far as that number is concerned. The next one of importance going to be at 9:45. S&P Manufacturing PMI flash 46.2 expected there. We'll bring that to you live when it happens. We'll get the services and the manufacturing side of things for the S&P anyway, all at the same time. So 9:45, mark that down. Coming up this morning, a number of interesting movers so far, including AMC, the big one, popped after the close on Friday on this court decision. Looks like they're going to not allow them to convert shares, AMC into APE and vice versa. So huge move here to the upside. We'll talk about where that is going to end up going and what it means overall for AMC. Tesla back on watch as well. A couple of positive analyst moves this morning for Tesla. There was one downgrade though, and downgrade, but price target increase. So we'll talk some Tesla here. A pretty good week last week for them. Overall, the NASDAQ kind of choppy though. If you remember heading into that rebalance on Friday, the Dow posting its 10th straight positive session heading into the weekend. It's Monday, July 24th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at the Qs at this point, still holding into positive territory. The S&P setting up similar right now as we head into the first of the bigger weeks as far as earnings are concerned as well. We'll get into some of the mega cap tech names coming up throughout the week this week. Obviously, the Fed decision to come on Wednesday as well. 99.8% chance that we're getting a quarter point hike coming up from Fed Chair Powell on Wednesday. It'll be interesting to see what he has to say after that. If we go to the two-shot, you'll see that there he is. Sharif is back.
Am I not part of the show anymore?
Apparently.
I wasn't even included in the two-shot.
You go to Hawaii for a week and then, how are you?
Good.
Good to have you back.
Rejuvenated, back. Love it. Market's been going nuts. I've been completely disconnected. Come back, find everything much, much higher. 475 for NVIDIA. Wow.
Yep. Number of positive notes this morning for NVIDIA. I mean, more importantly, where'd you go? What'd you do? What'd you see? You're obviously been in the sun quite a bit.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah. Got to go to Hawaii. I told you guys I was going there before I left. Waikiki is where I stayed. The Moana. Big thumbs up. Criticisms, very expensive place, but who can complain with what they've got? Right?
And the weather, obviously worth it as well. Good to have you back. Meanwhile, guys, we are heading into, as I mentioned, the first of the big weeks as far as earnings are concerned. We get Alphabet, we get a ton coming up over the next couple of days, so we'll get into that a little bit more as we go. Shout out to Mattel this morning. Shares not really doing anything, but $155 million for Barbie over the weekend in their opening weekend. Oppenheimer, a huge success as well. So movies are back, guys. Neil, you went.
Okay, I didn't go to see Barbie. He's like, Neil, you went. I went to see Oppenheimer, and I thought it was fantastic. It was a typical Christopher Nolan experience. I was telling Sean, you make sure you listen intently because the dialogue a lot of times is completely inaudible. Inception was the same way. Tenet was the same way. But it's breathtaking. I think it was pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, it's shot on that 70 millimeter.
Yeah, it's an experience, and it's the first time I was in a theater since COVID, and it reminded me why I love it so much. That plain and simple. So I can't wait to get to see something else out there in the theater. I don't know if it'll be Barbie. I seriously doubt it. But AMC's moving for other reasons. I suppose it doesn't hurt the big box office, but it was the news on Friday why AMC is going to be moving. For those of you that are like, oh my goodness, wow, big box office and AMC's up 36%. No, it's not that. It's something else. And it's the big week. Well, there's 2 big weeks of earnings. This is the first one of them. Wednesday is going to be huge with Meta and Microsoft. We get the M's this week. We get the A's next week. And, the Fed's going to do what they're going to do. 99.8% chance that they get a quarter point. 100% chance that we will be here to trade whatever action there is come Wednesday.
Yeah, it should be another great week here. I'm already long AMC, but it's just at the bottom here, trying to hold this $6. We'll see if it can do that. I don't know if it's going to. We're going to get out if it breaks the bottom around 585. We're just working on the sticky note. Yeah, super busy weekend. Lots to trade again here today. Tesla's going to be on the watch once again after 3 straight down days. And the Dow squeaks out a victory there on Friday, giving its 10th straight day, its best run in 10 years. On the Dow. So nicely done there. And maybe there's a rotation back. The financials seem to be super strong. Some of the industrials holding forward here. What do you got? As I don't think it's the end of the world for a lot of these names. Here's AMC right now. We've just been buying a little bit here on the way down just to see what happens here. And it's breaking $6. But again, I don't know if we can wait or not and for this open, but there you go. You got the AMC buy side and the APE sell side. So we'll have more talk about that as we go. But right now it's just doing a heck of a lot of volume here around $6. Not a lot of volume, but it can't seem to get out of the way around 6 here. So we're going to need some opens, some options buying, and a return back to $7. And if we can break that, we got up to $8.50 there almost immediately on Friday and kind of just hovered around there before coming in today. And I wasn't sure where we would be at on this day, but AMC to the downside here to start. I mean, it's still up 36%, but falling in, trying to hold this $6 level. It should be very, very interesting. We're excited to have Sharif back, so let's go back to the desk and see what he has to say.
Yeah, always good to have Sharif with us. I was just double checking here as far as the week last week is concerned. So it was 2% for the Dow. It was 0.9 downside then for the NASDAQ and about 0.6 or so for the S&P. So kind of choppy overall. I mean, we were touching on that a little bit last week. Volume down across the board, volatility down across the board. A lot of people waiting for this week to come, I think, with, I mean, not only the Fed, but earnings specifically. We're getting into the thick of it coming up starting tomorrow. Yeah,
and earnings are actually, the revisions are actually down year over year on the quarter from last year. So 7.9% it was viewed last year. Earnings increases on the quarter. This year they're looking at a revised 7.2. So not as much, Brendo, not as much demand, I think, out there, especially with more recession fears looming.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, obviously we're going to get this quarter point on Wednesday. As I mentioned, it's going to be, I think, more about what Fed Chair Powell has to say after that. I mean, if you go back to the last meeting, when we got that, as you were mentioning this morning, that hawkish pause, as a lot of people were referring, to it. He also said, maybe they go a quarter point and then pause, and then a quarter point and then pause again after, they started off, if you remember way back when, going 75, 75, 75, and then we went to 50, 50, 50, and then 25, 25, and then now we're doing 25 pause, 25 pause. So kind of tapering it off as we go just to gauge the response. I mean, we've had kind of mixed data overall heading into this, so we'll see how the market responds to that.
And what you wrote in the watch list today, PCE, the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, up on Friday with a preliminary GDP number coming in before that. So a lot of economic numbers this week too, Brendo.
Yeah, we'll get a few advanced looks coming up this week as far as the inflation side of things is concerned. You saw AMC there. We might as well jump into it. Sean already getting involved in this because what a move that was on Friday. If you missed it, Delaware court coming out saying they're not going to be allowed to do this conversion that everyone has been up in arms about over the past, it's been, I feel like, better part of a year at this point. But we get all the way back to $8 here in the aftermarket. Gapping down a little bit, but trying to hold $6 here for AMC.
And it's a good look for them. 7.8 million people saw a movie between Thursday and Sunday at an AMC theater, the highest since 2019. And it couldn't come at a better time for them. They are just hanging on, aren't they?
Yeah, as I was mentioning, movies are back, guys. Where's the trade here today?
Yes, movies are back. It's hilarious that I was talking about Christopher Nolan and not being able to hear in some of his movies. We don't have Brendan in our earpiece today, so anytime the guys behind us are talking, Sean and I can't hear a thing that's going on at the desk. So.
Are we talking about Apple, or what are we talking about?
The only thing is I heard the word movie, so I know we're talking about it. I saw AMC on our program monitor, so I know where we're going here. Look, so a couple of things about the news on Friday. So they're going to refile. They're going to refile an amendment to try to be able to do the split still. So it's still in play that it could happen. Whether or not it does, that's a legal process that, quite frankly, I'm not the expert on. So there is. Let's start with APE, because if you're wondering why APE isn't down, it's tanked like $1.75 to 70 cents. in the aftermarket on Friday. If you're wondering why it's pretty much right back to normal, it's on the expectation that it could still happen, and that you get that immediate recovery. In the moment, you would have probably had some panic selling, just the same way you had panic buying over there in AMC, which makes a heck of a lot of sense. Now, it is trending so far in to the downside. I don't know how much technical is going to matter here in a squeeze type play, but if you are looking at it, it is up and above like the 610 to 6/4 that things get a little bit interesting, because that's been a local high for the last quarter or so. And if you look at where it turned, it's always funny how in the aftermarket, like how far does something run? Usually it runs it to the end of a liquidity vacuum, which is at $9. So I mean, above $9, things get super spicy in terms of shorts getting their asses, getting their butts handed to them. And that $6 level, if it can hold around here, I kind of like 610 to 625, which was that previous high. Above that looks pretty juicy. Anything underneath here, I think you can definitely wait until $5. I can see there being some bids on the $5 level. Just play the momentum in this case, and don't get locked into thinking that this conversion is completely dead. It isn't. I mean, Adam Aaron was basically sitting there saying they need to be able to raise money, which is true. They still need to be able to raise money, likely. The rebound in the theaters has helped them, which is going to be a good sign. I don't think you want to fight this one too far. I was looking at 7 for a pop and fade at the open. I generally like that idea. Like if you fail a top break, we're just now $1 away from that. I think that's part of the issue. Like when it was here and it was double topping 650, I was thinking, okay, yeah, some resistance up in this area. Yeah, go quick pop and fade off that level. But since then, we've dropped, and that pop would now have to be 15% to get there. So I don't know if I like that idea as much as before. But you sit there and make your plans and then the stock decides to move 10% in the meantime. Sometimes you have to adjust. So I don't think I'll be automatically trying to short a pop and fade at the open. I'll be looking for $5 dip. If it holds the open, maybe a 6/4 break can stand out. If it doesn't break the low, only one place to go.
Yeah, we're already in the long here, but it's just against these levels. So if we break too much lower, we just put the sticky net out like 585, 580, something like that, then we're just going to get out. I mean, it hasn't really been doing anything today, this morning, as we waited for that ruling that was Friday afternoon, came through. So yeah, it spiked a little bit in these shares, but like Neil just mentioned there, they're still going to have to raise money. The company's in the same position. It's just a share structure issue. So, no surprise here. We'll go over, actually, everyone's going to talk about AMC, but if you're going to go over to APE as well, you can see these shares not really doing anything. So I wonder if maybe the APE sort of secondary here needs to wake up a little bit, but only down right now 3%. Kind of, I don't know. I don't think that dip was real, down to 80 cents there in the last couple of days. But maybe that might have spiked off on Friday afternoon, yeah, right? Friday. So it's actually up right now. We'll see if both of these names will be on our radar. They're both here on the imbalance locator. I'm just playing off some of this bottom. That's 590. So if we could break that, then you're probably thinking about getting out. I think the floodgates could open up if that does happen. There's probably a lot of traders that are very similar to me. Thought you could come in today and see some pretty good action if you want to. I actually tweeted this out. We had a very busy weekend here this weekend, but I tweeted this out from last time we were here. This is me trading AMC about a year ago. I think this was, August 8th. So almost a year ago to the day there. And you could see what the prices were here, $28, $26. There's we spinning the money there again. But here it is right here, $28, $26. So right there, this is what we were talking about last time. So let's see if this can happen again. This is about a year ago. Look at the volume, look at AMC. We're long down here, popping up. Let's see if that can happen again. I feel like that's what everyone's waiting for. But hey, this market needs to open up because right now, AMC is kind of sleeping down here and not even doing that much volume. I mean, it's 21 million shares, but you have huge dark pool prints here in the millions of shares anyways at 8 o'clock. So if we can get going, great. But right now, it does look like we're trying to give it up. And if we do give it up, we'll probably get out of pretty much everything down there if we can break back below that 580 level or so. So we'll watch out for that. We're getting close to tipping out. We're long at 611, trying to get this thing to go upside. But there's Tupperware on here. There's AMC. There's going to be some good. WeWork is on here. 27 cents. Okay. There's going to be some good names here moving around today. Tupperware up to. That's that dollar break kind of play again there. Back up to the upside, and then just for everybody's sort of womp womp, because I would have loved to try to hit Coinbase again. We made a lot of money on Coinbase last week, shorting it once off 107, then again off that 103, 104 area. And then right here, there's Coinbase now breaking below $100, as it seems like Coinbase and Tesla both today want to go to the downside, despite the market being up just slightly right now. Tesla and Coinbase both down near that 2%.
Pretty impressive to see that. Sharif and I were just mentioning 11 months ago, it was $28. Crazy. Michael Moss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, with us to kick off what is going to be a very important week, as we were mentioning, both with the Fed to come on Wednesday. We get into the biggest of the big earnings to come throughout the next couple of days as well. We good? There he is, Mr. Noss. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Good weekend?
So far, so good. We had a little bit of flooding. You may have heard of Nova Scotia, but I think we're getting recovered. So we went from burning to flooding, but I think we're going to get through it.
Yeah, crazy couple of months, to say the least. I mean, I was seeing pictures of, cars floating down streets and people essentially in canoes going up and like, just unreal, the difference. But good to hear that you and all your loved ones are doing well. I want to mention a couple of things here before we get into the overall look as far as the market is concerned. I mean, as I said, the Fed to come on Wednesday, we get into mega cap tech earnings, which is going to be huge for what we're about, or what we're going to start talking about here, which is the NASDAQ. We were discussing multiple days throughout the week last week. There was a little relative weakness coming into play as far as tech is concerned compared to other areas of the market. The Dow, as Sean was mentioning, 10 days in a row to the upside officially on Friday. So you're going to talk a little bit about some divergence here as far as small caps are concerned, but it was almost throughout the entire spectrum of the market last week.
Yeah, it was an interesting week for sure. We had tech, especially, I was on Friday. I was talking about the math behind the evening star pattern that I saw and how that was potentially a little bit bearish. Even though the Qs held the lows on Thursday, we saw a lot of weakness, I guess, overall in big tech, just if you looked under the hood. So one thing I love about doing these on Mondays is I get the entire weekend. I like to go through weekly charts because, we finally have a weekly close. It gives me kind of a bigger picture of what's going on in the market. And the topping tail that you can see kind of in the far right arrow right here happened exactly where we broke down in, say, late 2021, early 2022, right? The Ukraine-Russia war happening right in that area. So we know that price has memory, and that what happens often and why support and resistance works and support turns to resistance and all that is that people that kind of held through all of this pullback, they're finally getting to break even on their trades. So there might be some coming in. You guys talked about how, before I got on here, how AMC was a $30 stock last year. You better believe that on any pop that happens in AMC, there's a whole bunch of people saying, oh, I can finally get some of my money back, and they're looking to sell. That may be what we're seeing here on the Qs is some people, they spent a year and a half underwater, and now we're right back where it was. So maybe there's some profit taking going on from people who bought the lows, and then maybe there's some people getting out that they held through all this, and now they're finally breaking even. But the next chart is what we were talking about with Brendan, how this is the IWM. So the IWM is the Russell 2000, basically small cap. So companies that are under $2 billion in market cap. And where, the Qs had this massive run, and it looks like we have that topping tail that may be pulling back. The IWM is putting in this nice rounded bottom. I say it all the time. I've been trained to buy smiley faces. This one looks like it could be breaking out. Now, this kind of divergence, in my opinion, is a good thing. There was Ralph Alcampora, who created the CMT. He's called the godfather of technical analysis. One of his famous sayings is that rotation is the lifeblood of a bull market, right? You can't have big tech be the only thing in a bull market, right? You can't have, AI stocks be the only thing in a bull market. What you want to see is people take profits on the stuff that's working and then put those profits somewhere else. In bear markets, they're selling stuff and they're holding cash. In bull markets, they're taking profits and they're putting those profits into other stocks. So this might be what we're seeing. We have a pretty clear level on IWM at about $200. So I'll be watching that. So the list that I've prepared and the stocks that I'm going to watch going into this week are long a bunch of small caps from a small cap scanner that I built in Trade Ideas. Very easy to do. You can just take the market cap and say, hey, show me everything with a high short float under $2 billion in market cap. And then I've got two names that are short in the kind of mega tech space. So if this divergence continues, I have something to buy and sell because, as Brendan said, there's a lot of stuff going on this week. So we might be in for a choppy one. So first one here is SBOW. SBOW, Silverbow Resources. So it's a resource company, but it's very heavily shorted at, I think, 23%. Nice rounded bottom coming up through here. If you look at just the recent days action, the last couple days, nice sideways consolidation. I talked about how the market pulled back on Thursday and Friday. This didn't. This held strong. That's kind of what I want to see. Could be rotation into gold, could be rotation into all of these other things. Next one here is VERV. Now this one's a therapeutics company, so be a little bit careful, but it's getting really, really tight. The red line that's sloping down is a 200-day moving average. So it's hanging out right under the 200-day moving average. This one has another 20% plus short float. If it gets above that 200-day moving average, say 21 bucks, that's where I'm looking on this one. Next one here is Revlon. Remember this one or Revolve Group? I thought it was Revlon, so never mind. I was going to go on a whole spiel about how it went bankrupt. But this one's another high short float name. Nice rounded bottom coming in here. It's got $20 is where it broke down when it had this last little push. If it can get and hold above $20, those bears might be looking to cover because, again, this is another high short float name. Now, for the two short ones, we're going to talk about NVIDIA. And the reason behind this one, I've talked about it a few times, RSI divergence. So every new high is coming with less and less volume. And then I talked about how the Qs barely broke under Thursday's high yesterday and NVIDIA cracked. So NVIDIA was relatively weak to the tech sector, and the tech sector is relatively weak to the small caps. So I want to be looking to short these things. If it gets under that prior high at like 445, that's where I'm interested in this one. And last but not least is Meta. I went back to the well. I think I talked about a Meta trade that I had that was a loser when I was short under $300 before. It broke, it went above the RSI divergence condition, never alleviated. So showing that there was still weakening momentum on the way up. It broke back under 300. I'm going to take one more shot at it. And if this one stops me out, you'll probably never hear me mention Meta again.
Good point. It's been, these have been so strong, obviously, since the beginning of the year, just straight to the upside. That trend on Meta, just so impressive. Due for a pullback, but it's more, and I think we need to make it clear to people, it's more just looking for a pullback. It's not necessarily saying that value is value, but it definitely needs to come back into some prior levels here.
Yeah, and that's all I'm trying to do is that, as you mentioned, we have FOMC, we've got all this stuff going on. The last 2 weeks, I've been on here, you've been hearing me talk, and the market's been confusing. We've had some strong sectors and some weak sectors, things a little bit overextended, all of this. It's been kind of messy. So yeah, I'm looking to buy some stuff if the market's going to continue to go up and to short some stuff if the market's going to go down, but especially for short trades. They're always quick trades for me. Something that I'm right and I'm long on, I can be in that for forever. I could be in that for weeks or months if it continues to go for me. But short stuff, I just want to put a little bit of hedge on my very long portfolio. And if I'm right, take the money and run.
Great stuff. Best of luck this week. We'll touch base on Friday. Once again, Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Thanks so much.
Talk to you then.
Thank you, Michael. I love that. I love that Meta. You'll probably never hear from it again if it goes through.
One more time.
Yeah, the 300. I mean, I can't disagree with like the idea that there's some serious opportunity if there were to be a pullback. Like anytime a run goes like this, you're thinking to yourself, I mean, if there's even a decent pullback and you can, have a relatively reasonable risk tolerance, or not risk tolerance, like an out to a short like that, the 50 period sits at 275. I mean, maybe support 260 when you look at it. I had my line drawn up here, and this is going back to last week for when it broke down the 310 level, and then you got the 300. So as a day trader, I mean, if it pops to 300, I'd be looking at a 300 short, and then probably just a 310, 311 short on Meta as well. I was going to ask him, maybe we'll ask him again, because I thought he'd mentioned SoFi, and I don't think SoFi, it was on the verge of breaking out, but I don't want to give up on this one just yet, because every time I pull up this chart, It's got that nice consolidation. It kind of broke out the lower high. I feel like maybe this is one that was talked about for breaking out that local high and maybe gave you 6 or 7%, didn't quite get through the 10 level. Now it's right back in that range. This is still setting up. And you can talk about stocks that have come off the bottom and been pretty impressive. This definitely fits in that list off the $4 level. But if it can just take out that 10, get past 10 quarter, there's a lot of room for this one to run. So this week, it will be on my radar a little bit. I only bring it up because I seem to remember Michael talking about that one. Looks a little bit juicy if you can get another 50, 60 cents to the upside. And start every single week always talking about SoFi breaking 10. But at some point, it's going to happen.
Yeah, look, all these levels, very, very key, and I think that's what the best part about having Michael Noss on is kind of just to reconfirm some of the trading strategies that we have on here as well, and that is if levels break, you get out and you try things until you're wrong, and that's where you have to have conviction in some of your plays, and just like he mentioned, they're trying to go back to the well in Meta, trying to talk about Nvidia there a little bit as well, Revolve, some of those other interesting names that are coming through. You look at chart patterns, you trust sort of your instinct, you trust your education, you trust what you've been through before, right? And I think that's, if there's any lessons to take from Michael, it's exactly that. And he was just kind of tongue-in-cheek, like, you'll never hear from me again if this fails, right? And I think it's just like, that's what trading's all about. We don't know what's going to work or what's not going to work. We could just trust past patterns and what we've seen before, right? And so that's kind of why I'm in this long here. I was just thinking about AMC right now, honestly, and I just put in the chat, I'm wondering, I think it's probably a short from here, honestly. It doesn't even want to break 95. It just keeps on going, keeps on resisting. Like, look, 94 breaks. Let's see what happens here at 95. It hits it, refreshes it over and over and over again. Okay, well, so it was like, okay, good. That's all we had to do was talk about that. I was sitting here during that whole segment, and it didn't break 95 once. So right here. So now finally starting to get back going to the upside again here. We'll see. We're still long at over $6. But that's what I'm getting at is that you got to trust what you see and make sure that you do the homework. You come up with some trading ideas. And if you lose on a name or you lose on an idea, that's fine. You're supposed to, you're not supposed to lose every time, but you can't win every time. And that's the one thing that I take to heart every single day trading here. Some days you get those red marks on your P&L, but it's the days when they're green where you really feel sort of justified on what's happening. So take the best setups, take the best trades. I want to thank Michael Noss again for coming out and just sort of re-emphasizing all of that with us.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. It's been a while. I was noting in the pre-market where there were so many specifically on big tech and mega cap tech, to be specific. Here are a few. Notable names off the watch list this morning. There's Shopify. Nice note from MoffettNathanson. Apple's on here. Lam Research, Q2 as well. Tesla, yeah, that was the single that I saw anyways. Downgrade from UBS. American Express off earnings. Twilio and what is that? One
Semiconductor.
Huh. I think they changed their logo. Anyway, a few notable names there, guys.
I didn't see that. Put that back up there. What was Twilio changed? I know.
No, go back.
Like.
Oh, this one.
It's ON Semi.
Oh, I don't know. I never even know they had
On Semiconductor.
I mean that.
But they've been on the board before, and I don't recall seeing it that way. But
okay. Lam Research, Apple, Shopify.
Shopify's
so
interesting.
All the big names there.
Shopify's a bit interesting. I mean, it was trying to really go through that 70 level recently, and the last couple of days of last week, it got 65 and said, we'll just stop right here. So well shy of that 50 period on the daily. Maybe I'll hang on there for a little bit. There's the 50 period. It's been bouncing off that level since, big volume spike back in May, obviously, and since then it's been bouncing off the 50 period a couple of times here, but really tight to it at $60. So it's got support underneath very clearly, and double bottom at 65 now. So you've tested 65 and bounced off it one time, two times, and if we see it again today, that's $2 down from here. It would have to go red for it to see 65, but I think that's a buy zone. If it breaks it, I think it's kind of an easy out. Just get out like 64.90 or something like that. Just give it a few shekels underneath, and if it turns into a reversal, there's a big gap that it could be trying to fill in if it does get through that 65 level. So this is on the radar. I don't know if you see the 65 because it is $2 away, but should be respecting it. When you get a double bottom like that, I'm willing to be involved. And if it breaks out 70 again, I think you just want to try and be involved there. When this starts going, it can be a little explosive.
So I have a name that I think could be relatively quiet, not on the explosive side, but I feel like it's the same kind of thing there on that upgrade and downgrade. We talked about this week probably being a little slow. We have Fed, we have earnings coming through, so let's just watch out. But what about that Apple 192? If the NASDAQ can hold this 15.5 level, then I really think you can go find this at Trader TV, Sean. Just a couple ideas on there today with the sticky note. But if Apple can hold, I mean, we've been back and forth here with Apple, and there's 192 held for the last couple of days. We did dip down below into 191.50 or so. I'm just looking to see if we can hold that 192. I apologize for all these wicks. I know they're nasty, but here's 192 going all the way back to mid-July. So I just feel like we're right into this level again. Bring it back. Let's see what happens. Here's the NASDAQ coming through. The big days for the NASDAQ, we've had them, and then we had earnings, right? And so we had Tesla earnings, NASDAQ fell down. We had Netflix, Tesla the same day. Now we're just going to see if and this is what I wrote down. If we can hold this 15.5 area right there, so it just comes back in from the 12th, I guess, of July. That's kind of when we were last there. Then we broke through and hadn't really seen it again. We've been holding this 15.5. That's where we are right now. What about if we break 15.5 flat, right? Then that definitely breaks that 192 for Apple. And I think if that happens, then we flip over into the short. And then honestly, watch out for 15.2, 15.1 all the way back here and try to give back everything we had here in July. I don't think that that's hard to imagine for a lot of us traders, especially if you are pretty bearish out there. I think you want to watch out for that slip level there. So I think 192 coincided with 15,500 flat here on the NASDAQ. That's a little worrisome for me, but Apple came out there today, and I think it's on our watch list. Yeah, I was talking about how kind of reaffirming that 85 million or so their units of the iPhone 15, thinking that they're going to get some orders in and around that area. That kind of matches what the iPhone 14 was. And if that's going to be the case, then that continues to work, right? Apple is a huge play on services. So if they can continue to sell the phones, get that hardware money, we already know what's good with Apple services. So I feel like they're going to be primed for hopefully maybe not a beat on their earnings call, but definitely, in line with what they're expecting based on all these things that we're hearing. So I don't want to play long or short. I just want to play off support. And so right now, we're support or resistance. And today we have we have support at 192 on Apple. So that's what I'm looking for.
Let's get into everything else you need to know here this morning, kicking things off with a look at the overall market. As we saw from Michael Noss there, the daily charts tell the story here big time. The past couple of days, however, kind of choppy.
Yeah, and looking at the range we're in currently, we're still within Friday's range, Brendo. 45.65 on the ES September contract was Friday's close. We're above that right now, 45.73 with a 45.77 high. I'm going to basically see how we trade around this level. Do we hold Friday's close? If we do, is it decisive buying? If it is, perhaps maybe along there. If we break down below this 45.60 level, that's the low on the day, I'll be looking to see how we trade around there and whether it's a short day or not.
All right, let's get you caught up on everything you need to know here as we head towards the open. If you haven't done so yet, scan that QR code. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address. You can have that then for free. Every single day, it comes right to your inbox. AMC, it's been a while, but AMC is at the top of the list today. I can't even remember the last time it was at the top of the list. If you missed it back on Friday, Delaware Court comes out and says they're going to block this conversion, APE to AMC, and likewise, they are going to refile to see if they can't get this to go through. Adam Aaron comes out with this letter over the weekend essentially saying they're really in need of some funding at this point.
Yeah, they're desperate, Brendo. They're trying to pull out all the stops, but it couldn't have come, I guess, at a better time because 7.8 million people saw a movie at an AMC theater between Thursday and Sunday, the best ever since 2019, all buoyed by the Barbie and Oppenheimer movies, obviously the duo coming out and helping.
Yeah, we'll see if that continues, guys, but in the meantime, up or down for AMC today?
Right now, I mean, it's up, obviously. Well, let's ask.
Let's just ask. Will AMC be greater than $6 by close? Because
okay, that's where we're at right now. That's a good question.
That's where we're at right now. Only Sean knows.
Yeah, but you're long, so that means up. Above. It has to be above.
Yeah, it has to be above, no? It has to be above.
It's a good
well,
thing.
Well, if only I know, then we're all in trouble. Let me put it that way. So I mean, not a great sign. Okay, so why don't you talk a little bit about it, then I'll give my opinion.
I want to get, let's get APE out of the way here. So I doubt there's any kind of resolution to the appeal today or any update on it today, but if there was, I would suspect you'd see APE do something pretty drastic because it's exactly flat while AMC has moved. So when the news hit, APE tanked naturally, which made a lot of sense. It's recovered all the way because they're going to be refiling. So if you do see something that would affirm that the conversion would be going through, if that news hits, expect APE to go up and AMC to go down. If anything seems like it's breaking in the other direction, there's probably a tremendous shorting opportunity in APE, but I'm not expecting that to happen because it's just day one. That appeal's not going anywhere today. This was interesting at 590 just now on AMC because it's not often that you see a squeeze name do this. You got to correct the position board because I was in ATVI like a partial filled really, really early, so
Yeah,
it thought I was
I'm
short when I
already
got out of a long and it thought I was short because it didn't register my initial long position correctly. So I am not in ATVI. I got in and out flat for a small amount very, very early. But this
doesn't
590, I know, but it was showing me
Oh,
short.
it was showing you short. Okay.
Yeah, because that's what happens. You
Yeah,
get
I
a-
just updated it.
Oh, you got it updated. But why is it still showing me short? I am not in ATVI.
okay.
Whatever. I covered a long at 94. But 590 has held, and you should not typically see this for this long in a squeeze type name because you're expecting so much volatility. So there is a battle happening at this $6 level, which tells you all you need to know about this level. I don't care whether we go up or down from here. Between 590 and 6, that's a supply zone that I'll be watching pretty much all day long. That sets you up for a break at this price with a 590 stop. If it breaks down, I kind of said before, $5 is an obvious level of interest. If something ridiculous happens to the downside, once you get down to about 520, you start looking for a long in front of that level. But until we get there, like a break off of 6 gives you a chance to go back in a squeeze zone. Remember, the open market has not had a chance to trade this news. It was all aftermarket that we bounced, so we haven't really been above this 620 in the open market. If that happens, you've got that 590 stop out there. So I'm looking initially for that long. I want to see it at the open. And the longer it sits here, the more enticing it is to just kind of be sitting in it. But yeah, there's some kind of forever buying and selling going on. All you got to do is take whichever breaks first, throw your stop in, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, it's not actually doing that much volume as we think here because I've been watching it. It's been about, since we first opened it up, it was about 20 million. Now you're at 23 million. So it's doing volume. It's definitely doing volume. And what Neil's saying here is I think we're in a little bit of a volume vacuum right now because it's just going back and forth. And if you've been rebate trading this name, then congratulations, you've graduated already. But yeah, just back and forth here. I don't, you know, I'm here for this basically. I mean, if we're going to Moon, I'm going to be here. I'm in it early. I don't have any stops other than 625, 630. Then we break this high, then I'm going long again on a 650 break. So, you know, if it fails, we definitely have our outs here. I think it's pretty standard, pretty easy, 580 or so to get out, and then you let it drop back down, and then we'll see what happens when this goes. This does not answer any questions about whether or not this company can remain viable, whether or not, I mean, we know Adam Aaron and you know, the AMC shareholders out there have a plan, and they're trying to execute it, trying to get some financing through and everything like that. So can it survive? We've seen Carvana do crazy things with probably, I don't want to go back and forth about who has a better or worse balance sheet. AMC said they're actually going to be making, or sorry, Carvana is going to be making money coming up. I do like what Sharif's saying there, that you do have the more attendees at AMC theaters since COVID. I think that's great. So maybe that theater hangover is over. I know Neil went to it the first time, but come on, Oppenheimer can't be any better than Cocaine Bear. I saw that in the theater. That was a fun time as well. But anyways, yeah, no, I love going to the theater. I think AMC could be okay, and we'll see moving forward. But for today, it's a pretty simple breakdown, man. We've just been getting a couple outs there at 6. This last out at 6 or 599, I just did it to get the position board going, which is now off again, the position board. So maybe if I take another fill, it will load back up. But for right now, we have an out. Pretty easy. I'm just hoping we can hold this until the open. I do think there's going to be a lot of action in there. And if you're looking just real quick right now, this is what the imbalance looks like. There's a big buy imbalance rate here coming through. It's not huge. It's 1 million shares or so. We'll see if that can have any effect. But buying on APE, selling on APE, buying on AMC here to start the day. We have to pay for shorts for both of these, I believe. So, it is still hard to borrow on our system. It probably is on yours as well. So here we go. Now AMC starting to go. So finally, could not break the 6, but does break that bottom of 590. So here comes the sell pressure back, or not back, but into AMC right now. Watch out for either a hold. There we go. We just got out on a 585 break. That's part of the plan, man. We lost right there 18 cents. We'll hold a little piece to see what happens, but that's the plan. Now we get out and we wait to see what happens now moving forward. That could have been the bottom. We got out of 75% of what we had. That's completely fine. It's a hit to start off the day early, so we'll slap a fail on this. But hey, I was thinking the same thing. And after we came back from Michael Noss, I said there seems to be that seller there at 595 or so. Then it started to show up at about 599. Didn't break it. There it is. Now there's a big seller right there. So there it is, trying to chase it down. So someone's now selling. Because remember, you can't keep offering these shares on the bid. You can't hit the bid. You only have to put them here at the ask. Well, actually, no, it's not. AMC's not short sell restricted. It's just hard to borrow.
Yeah,
so actually, I'm wrong about that. You can sell. If you do have borrowable shares, you can sell at 85. So that's my mistake. Not short sell restricted yet. Needs to be down 10%. I could see APE. Let's see if that's moving the other way now, maybe. So APE basically not doing anything here. It's all going to be, why does I push last button? There it goes. Let's see if we do have some liquidity now at 585. So we'll take a bath. We'll flush ourselves on the toilet a little bit on that initial position. Let's see what happens now moving forward. It's never a good thing when the stock doesn't go your way in the pre-market, so I feel like get out and then regroup because it's a small hit for now. We're looking to make bigger hits or bigger winners in about 20 minutes.
Stocks, NVIDIA specifically. Here is the one more positive. There was a few that were negative on NVIDIA today, but here's Mizuho maintaining their buy on NVIDIA, raising the price target to 530 for this one. I mean, we've seen 500. We've seen, I think there was a couple of 525s by the end of the week last week. Now we're at 530 here for NVIDIA.
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, I was looking at the chart. 475 was a high off last week. But yeah, it's an interesting look. I was reading on why it was pulling back. It looks like there was some concerns with respect to the sales coming out of Taiwan Semiconductor. You know that NVIDIA uses them to make their chips. So, even though there's a surge in AI chip demand, it couldn't really help TSMC's consumer electronics demand. But they're basically looking for a better 2024. They reported last week with a weaker forward year 2023 coming out this week and saying sales expected to rebound 2024. So those two a little interrelated.
Across the board, volume was a little bit low in this group last week individually. This one, however, guys, was actually high on the relative volume scale. NVIDIA anyways, not Domino's, NVIDIA.
I mean, NVIDIA volume's been fantastic. We don't get their earnings for a while. Like it's the end of August, or at least second last week of August, the 23rd, we get their earnings. So it broke down 450 on Friday a couple of times late in the day and in the morning. It tried to recover there in a bit of a gap up. It's up almost 1% right now. But if you look at this little bounce zone, it almost got there in the aftermarket down to 440. You can see the last little run up had a little stop there at 440. This is what it looks like on the daily chart. That was the previous June high. And then you had the breakout to 480. So we might be testing that 440 in here. So the two levels I'm looking, the 450 might not be as significant as before because of that 55 retrace we had, but the 440 level, it seems like a bounce zone for me on NVIDIA. If it breaks out up 450, I think you got room to 455. The other interesting thing is was kind of looking at that 50 period SMA on the simple moving average on the daily for AMD, for it to either bounce away from it and start to look like it's that little trend up that it had been doing, but we've now broken down beneath that. So a consolidation under that signals to me is short to at least 5, maybe even like 100 even. So 13 into 15, 115 being the SMA. So from here into here looks like a fade to me on AMD. Those are two chip names I'll be looking at. Wasn't really checking out Intel. Interesting, no, only because you mentioned TSM, but Foxconn is giving up they had a joint effort to up their game in the semiconductors inside of India, and they're giving up with their partner inside India, shows how difficult it is to breach the dominance that TSM has. It's remarkable, like 60% market share. But those are the two I like. If AMD gets to 113, I'll start looking shorts off that level into 115. But NVIDIA 440, if we see it today, I kind of like that for a bounce.
Yeah, I don't. We'll look at it. We'll look at NVIDIA. I mean, we get some big moves on NVIDIA for sure, and I think we want to be there. We've been trading AMD a little bit more, so I just think that it looks pretty clear here. I mean, you got lots of levels everywhere, but here's 109.50 or so right there on AMD. It's been holding. You know, you go all the way back to the beginning of the month, and we haven't really broke below. We did test. That very bottom is 109.25 or so. So if this can manage to fall back in on any kind of weakness here today, then we do like, I like AMD here, and I think that's, where's the chart going? I think that if, you know, so this is what it looks like on the 1 minute chart on Friday. Got below, that's that level right there. You can see we just drew it right there, 109.60, 109.70. So coming back into there, I think is worth a bid, and then holding it back down to 109. But again, I'm just going to be watching these NASDAQ futures. I mean, you're starting to go up now, that's great. But here's 15,550. We need to go down there to 15,500. We just talked about why that's so key, I think, anyways. And this is a 30-minute NASDAQ chart. And it's just, if we don't hold this level right there, 15,500, then that goes right back to July 12th. And if that breaks back down below, then I don't think we really want to be long anything in the NASDAQ and probably looking to flip short. We had some big bangers there on Friday looking to short Microsoft. We were short, what, 46.50, something like that. And now it's, yeah, and look at this move down. Now remember, this move down, look at this huge rebalance candle we had there, 28 million shares at the close for Microsoft. So that was part of the move down. A lot of traders thought that these names are going to be rebounded and rebalanced to the downside. That didn't really happen at all. A lot of them came out bids, and you could see what happened to Microsoft. Shot up there in a $4 or $5 range right at the end of the day. So, you know, I still feel like you're going to try to hold that 340. So you get down there, we want to look for a long as well. I'm expecting the NASDAQ to drop down here into the open. So even though we're bumping up right now quite nicely, let's see if we can hold some of these bids. Microsoft's probably a good long down here in the low 340s if we can hold that 15.5. So for me, it's all about patience. One more time here today. I know we've been back and forth into AMC, but for some of these big tech names, I think that's pretty key. We have Apple production coming up next. We're just talking about NVIDIA, but one more name that I like here on a possible break is Google trying to break through 122. So if this could happen as well. We had Google holding pretty strong there on Friday. We've seen some good levels here for Google. And again, it's just hovering near its highs as well. I mean, it's got to get to 127 in order for that to be true, but a break of 122 gets this name going. So I like Google right here trying to break through. Let's see if that can happen, but just a couple more names that are on my radar to start the day.
Cat's here.
I can start.
It's
cool.
okay.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Let's go on to Apple. Here's a couple of notes.
Cat just walked
She
right in
walked
front of the
through.
camera.
That's okay. Everyone knows that Cat is here now.
Hit the Ola. There it is. There it is.
Yeah, make sure you do that too. Here's Wells Fargo. First off, I wanted to mention this positive note on Apple, pointing specifically to Apple TV Plus and the potential for sports to make their way over to Apple TV Plus, which would be great. Bloomberg, on the other hand, the first one to report this, they're aiming from Foxconn, aiming for shipments to be basically in line for the iPhone 15, to be kind of in line with where they were this year.
Yeah, just to start off on your first point with respect to sports, we know that Messi mentioned the deal with Apple as an integral reason why he chose the MLS over the Saudi league or other leagues that offered him contracts. So Apple really looking to push that side, Brendo. But with respect to production numbers, 85 million units they want to keep this year. They want to be able to produce those you were mentioning to me off camera, the Mini. They're looking also to expand their cheaper or less expensive, let's call it that, iPhones. Even though, Brendo, we have less chip demand from TSMC because of less demand for phones.
Yeah, I was reading an article on the weekend. It was kind of interesting, suggesting that the 15, which is coming up this year, could see the return of the Mini, which skipped the 14. So that would be interesting. Am I wrong? Did I see somewhere on Friday that the game number 1 for Messi was Friday?
Yeah, and he scored in like basically it was like an overtime goal. It was amazing. It couldn't have been better.
I'm sure merch sales were also amazing. MGOL not really doing a heck of a lot here, but worth a note. For today, guys, what do you think on Apple?
I heard Messi was there on Friday. It was epic. Like, he comes. So for anyone that didn't actually see, Messi comes in midway through the second half in a tie, and then he gets a freak. It's just an absolute like classic Messi like set piece for the game winner, which is amazing. Like all the stars were there in Miami, like you would obviously expect.
Yeah,
like
Kim
LeBron,
Kardashian,
Kim
yeah.
Kardashian, Serena was there. I'm sure a host of others. I mean, he's electric. I'm sure the Megal. Oh goodness, it's Megal.
It's Mogul.
Mogul. It's because it's Messi.
M-O-G-L.
I always think it's Megal because Messi, but
M-O-G-L.
MOGL. I'm sure that might be interesting today. But back to Apple for a
M-G-O-L.
second. I might like a bigger dip buy, I think, than where we stopped. We had a double bottom on Friday at 192, but I really still like the 191 from last week. So I have that line down there because it's a $3 trillion mark for Apple. If we see it, I think that's going to be the buy zone for me. That's this right here. But if you go back to Friday's action, there we go. Oh, wow, those wicks. The wicks are the worst on Apple on my charts.
Yep.
By
Same,
far,
same.
Apple's easily the worst one. Like 192 held up like a charm when you end up closing there. So anytime you have kind of like an imbalance or a rebalance day or anything happens to big indexes, all of the close prices on the big tech stocks, I'm gonna not lean into them, but I'm gonna respect them all a lot this week. And Apple 192, it goes for the entire group. Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Nvidia. Where you closed on Friday is going to matter to me. I still like the 191 as a big time level, but that 92, you got to try to respect that. If that's where liquidity came in on a rebalance day, I definitely want to give it some respect. I think 195, if we see it today, is a short on Apple. I don't think that's terribly controversial. You basically had pop, drop, pop, drop, pop, drop for 3 days in a row on Apple. So if I saw that 95 and maybe even 94 to a lesser extent, I'd be at least looking for the short on Apple here, just following that pattern. When you expect inside type days, which during a Fed week and in front of the tech earnings we're getting on Wednesday, I think sometimes you want to make sure that you're playing the key levels, and Apple's the kind of stock that you really want to respect those key levels. So 95 up top, 191 below. 92 probably at 10 o'clock. I'll have a look at that level.
All right. We're just getting ready here. AMC just dropped down below that 580, so we took the rest of that out. We think that there's going to be a big play here on Apple at some point down here at 192. Let's just see if it flushes out to begin the day. And if it goes there, great. It's on our sticky note. We've talked about it a couple times here with only now 8 minutes to go. We can start maybe talking about some other names, but that's going to be Apple. We're going to wait for that. I still feel like it's, needs to hold the NASDAQ. And if that doesn't happen, we just saw NASDAQ drop down there. Let's see if it can hold this pre-market level. If not, then we probably do go to that 15.5 area, which isn't that far away right now, only 70 handles. So I'm looking for a little bit of a dump off there in Apple off the open. Then we can pick some shares up, hopefully on the cheap, just because we were talking about Messi there, MGOL. It's not moving at all. So this is, the apparel brand there. We'll see if it can get going. It's not doing anything. Once it IPO'd, we did have a big move off that. And now you're just hovering down here near 230. So really no volume at all, 29,000 shares. So just if you guys are wondering if there's any sort of play on MGOL, right now there is not. So we'll watch to see if Apple goes through. I like Google breaking through that 122 as well, but my eyes are going to be glued to NASDAQ at 15.5. So let's see what happens here off the open with only now 7 minutes.
All right, it was a positive start back on Friday for this one. Shopify, gap to the upside, gave it all back. And then kind of chopped around for the rest of the session. But overall, it's been a pretty good couple of weeks here for Shop. Another MoffettNathanson this time going to outperform or market perform. Sorry, outperform from market perform on Shopify shares back to the upside again today.
Yeah, Mizuho analyst CT Panjirgrani, I hope I didn't butcher that. Analyst raised the price target also to 65 from 55. This one set to report August 2nd, Brendo, so keep an eye out on this one.
Nice look here, guys, to start off anyways for Shop.
So with Shop, try to keep it quick because we only have that 5 minutes to go. And I like 65. On Shopify, we kind of mentioned this when the upgrades and downgrades board double bottom to end the week. On the daily chart, you have that same channel here. So I like it down there for a dip buy, only because we didn't mention this, but I think it goes without saying that if we like the breakdown at 100 on coin, I think we were both trading this one. It's now underneath 100. Just look short underneath. If it breaks back above 100, I might even try to play with the 101 level as well. But I think you just look short because the gap fill downside is just so huge. So that's an obvious one. This XXII that a lot of people are talking about very quickly, I haven't double checked. I'm going to assume there's an offering here because most times you don't see something like this without one. But all the way back into like 260. This was a runner last week. So if you're watching it, it's not a ton of volume on here, but I'll double check, but it looks like they must have had an offering. This is another reason on these small caps. Take the profit and run when they run up. Make sure you pay yourself out because in 2 days it comes right back to where it started.
Yeah, I'm not. Look, I've been bullish on Shopify since $60, or even before that. We talked about that key level of 60 a couple times. We went huge long. It was with Max a while ago, and we were just like, okay, we love this 60 level, and it was been great on Shopify. Name that's down now 10% here. Nikola,
New story out
just
here,
on that exact theme here.
Tesla.
You know, once a story happens and it hits, and you get to the upside, and you're running right back into resistance up here of $3. Well, now you're seeing what's happening. You're down about 60%, or about 30%, I guess, from that $3 mark, almost cracking 2. So if you're going to look here at Nikola today, I think this could be a decent short. I don't know if you got to pay for it or not, but down there breaking through $2 right there. I mean, it's bounced off a couple times. You know, that bottom there, that bottom wick is 187, probably done in the, or no, actually not done in the pre-market. Doesn't look like it. But anyways, breaking back down below 2. If you break that 180, then you are in trouble. So I would say try to maybe support this around $2 for Nikola, but it is coming back in right now, pretty strong today on a nice little downside move there for NKLA. So watch out. This name is not short sell restricted, but could get there today. So maybe that bounce happens. So if you get down here right now, you're going to go SSR on Nikola. So you could get a nice bounce off $2 because the selling off the bid has to stop. So if that has to stop, then hey, look at that. Where did the bounce happen? Looks like at 215. So let's look to see if that happens again. Nikola not looking very strong today, but we are going to get a bounce, it looks like, off of $2. So watch out for this SSR bounce that should happen right off open. It should go SSR almost immediately, and then we'll see if we can get a bounce off that 215 area. So Nikola on watch down here as well.
There we go. All right, here's a couple things on XXII, new CEO, it would appear. Interim CEO, anyways. John Miller has been appointed interim CEO, so that's just coming across this morning a couple of minutes ago. They've also secured some additional funding, $11.7 million in additional funding. I don't actually see an offering here, though, guys, so just be aware. There is more funding, but not via a share offering. Let's wrap up with Tesla here quickly. This was from a prominent analyst over in the Chinese market saying they've once again removed this source code for Bitcoin as a payment option on their website in that country. Here's that UBS note this morning pointing to just being overdone a little bit, but they did still go to 270 on the price target.
Yeah, Elon, busy with, I guess, other things this weekend with the X app, the rebranding of the Twitter. Also, more on the deal with India. This month, Tesla reps set to meet with the Commerce Minister to discuss a $24,000 car. Previously reported, just coming into my purview now. Thought I'd share it with all of you guys.
What do you think here, guys? Tesla on the continued day number 3 possibly here for a pullback.
It looks weak, man. It looks pretty darn weak, that Tesla chart. But look, if it holds on to 255 at the open, I think it's always got a chance. If you go back far enough, kind of zoom out here. We only got 2 minutes to go. Zoom out, get to the end of June. You had a breakout through 250 that then immediately supported this 54, 55 area. So I think that's, I don't want to call it the Alamo because 930 shouldn't be the Alamo, but if we hold on to that, I think you have a decent chance to break out for relief rally. That double top, 65 to 67 on Friday just feels like a resistance level to be sure. But I just saw someone mention in the chat something about the with Nikola that you were mentioning about that news. There might have been news on Nikola there, something about a fire. I'm not sure about that, but if that's true, then it looks more interesting for a short as well. And one last one, Rivian big monster, ridiculous volatility on Friday. I think you got to look right back here. Same range as always, man. 27 top, 23 to 24 has been a support zone. It's diddling in the middle. But if this drops, if Tesla drops, look for Rivian underneath 24 to try to pick up a long.
Drop it like it's hot right now. Apple, we did get an Apple fill, so we're going to have to wait to see what happens right now on that. So I have one kid today at a Dungeons and Dragons camp, and I have another kid today at a power skating hockey camp. So one will probably be tired physically and maybe one mentally there
Possibly.
tonight as everybody's there getting right. $700 for the power skating. That's all that I remember. Okay, so let's go right now. We did take an Apple long with only 30 seconds to go. It's AJ Styles, if anybody knows where that's from. He's on the bell right now, getting ready to rock and roll with only 20 seconds left. Should be a really fun week, man. We've got AMC on our mind. We've got 15.5 on the NASDAQ. Tesla's bouncing around as well. So this should be a good day one more time. So now there it is. There's AJ. What's up, my guy? With only a couple seconds left here before this market is opened.
In 3, 2, and ring it. Casino open. And mallet broken.
That's all good.
It had to happen
It
eventually.
has to happen at one point.
In fairness,
or
AJ, that's not your
other.
fault. That is entirely Randy's fault somehow, because it always is. Coinbase
It's definitely
is
Randy's fault.
Coinbase is running right now. It's up through 99. Just got to 99.5. Gonna try to be a little bit patient with this. I mean, I don't want to. Yeah, you don't want to fight the short too hard if it comes right in there, but watch out that $100 level coming right back here. We said 101, that local high in Friday we'd give it to, but I want to get this short if you can bust 100 here.
Man, oh man, oh man. Why don't we just wait for this market to open up every damn day, and then we would start to make some money and avoid this pre-market crap. There goes Apple right there. We already have this long. We wrote this one down. It's on the sticky note right there. We get the prices, and we take it out. So right now, 70 cents in the money for Apple. And then, by the way, there's the Google break of 122. We have that as well. That is now 50 cents in the money. So we'll go back-to-back jacks right now on the NASDAQ. Waiting for, thank God we never got swept on the weekend, man. There we go, waiting. I saw Vlad went Oppo there, which was nice.
Vlad went nice, Belt was nice.
There we go. So we got a nice little out there. 193.90 on Apple. AMC just filled me at 50s. So now we have a 65 average price here on AMC, looking like it wants to break lower. But we got to get ready for this, man. If it breaks lower, then we got to get out. There goes AMC right now, breaking 550. Watch out now.
Yeah, already a little bit of a reversal happening in coin. It did not make it to that 100. You have a wick high, 99.80. I'm going to try and jump into it off of that wick high. Give this to like 100 and then go for the 101 level as well. NVIDIA, that's starting to make a bit of a run. Doesn't get to 450, but it's starting to go. 450, obviously a pretty monster level on NVIDIA. No. Is AMC going to halt?
It's thinking maybe.
I liked $5 for AMC.
Well, you might get it.
So,
here
okay,
it comes.
yeah, now I'm going to... Okay, I like that $5 level for AMC, so it's starting to come down in there. Looking for a bit of a bounce here off of that level. It's at 530 right now. If we see the quarters, why didn't it halt? I guess
it should be halting soon, I think.
Sometimes these halt bands, it feels like it's trying to halt here at 526. So it looks like it's halting down 526, 15 seconds. Once that's up, I think you get a halt down. That's right in the zone where if it were to halt here, hold 5, and on the reopen, you look for it.
Yeah.
So it is now halted on our system, 526, although it has that issue where it's not showing properly.
Yeah, I got out there.
So if once this reopens, I'm definitely going to look for a $5 bounce. But AMC halted to the downside. Didn't double check to see what the heck APE is doing. Literally nothing, so who cares about APE today? I think it's going to be all about AMC. I am into coin. No other bounce here past that 950. I was able to get 940s into the short side, Brendo.
We're officially back to 2021 once again. Here's COS as well. Big move, 23% to the upside, heading higher, guys.
All right, so cost is now bumping. We're dollar in the money right now on Apple. We're 75 cents in the money on both of these names, both Google and Apple. But there's my AMC trade. We got out of it. Had to. We tried it at 550. We got some out at 540 once we realized it was going down, and then just took the rest out at 560. So it's a definite flush on the toilet, and you can't win when that's going to happen right now. So we just got to look at other names trying to make some moves here. People saying NIO trying to go as well. So we'll have a quick look at that as well, see if that can do anything. But for for right now, yeah, we just continue to watch out for some of these levels. Yeah, there goes NIO breaking through 11, maybe 11.45. Let's check out Alibaba. That's a name that I like a little bit better. Wow, now Apple's really starting to go. Breaking through, there it is right now. The first Dollar Club member of the day is Apple, so dance the shit out of that one. There it is, nice move upside for Apple. Again, if you're part of I should just stick with Sticky Note Nation on there because there it is, Apple, huge move to the upside, 192. Called that move down in. Apple taking out 193, of course, not bouncing down to 192. Nice take on the upside there. So now we're at 194. That's hilarious because Apple did crack a little bit lower there off the open, and then nice little move higher as Google doing the same thing. We talked about that 122 break. For some reason, Apple's really getting going there, not anything else. Is Meta? What is Meta doing? 297 again. Oh, is that the high? Yeah, 297.50 now for Meta, and that's starting to go. Google's straight. By the way, Google's just straight up fire right now to the upside as well. It just bounced off 123, so watch out for that. AMC, we'll wait. We'll get back to that once it's open. It is halted at 526. So nice downside push there for anybody short. Congratulations on that one. And Tesla also trying to make back. Yeah, but the market's going too, right? So.
The market up 0.5% here. I got to get to Tupperware because that dollar break from last week, well, Friday, I suppose I should say, higher low being put in right at the open. It supported the higher low at 115. It's trying to take out the top. It already did once, 135, failed at 143, and started to come back in. I do like a long off the quarter level and give it back into the 15s. If this goes top chasing, there is room to $1.80 on this. So I think there's plenty of space for this to want to continue to go if it can hold this open. I'm still only in coin, but NVIDIA, it got there sort of, kind of, maybe. It got to 448.75, not quite 450. That would have been the obvious area to me to go short. Didn't happen, but AMD, that was no pop at all for that. That's actually straight to the downside. As AMD just falls $1
Damn it.
pretty much instantly at the open. That's a little bit frustrating. Was looking to... You can't short a pop if there's no pop, and watch out for Rivian. Rivian's already at 26 bucks here. That 27 level just feels like an obvious fade to me. I just added to some Coinbase here. But Tesla not much happening. Rivian might be the big stock runner, I guess, right now. But 27, remember the rejection this had at 27 on Friday.
Man, that sucks because we called that. I mean, we should have been just too many things, man. We talked about that $10 level, $110 on AMD.
Coin going.
So coin's starting to go back up to the upside. Okay, I'm just on AMD right now. It's starting to rip upside. So let's freaking go again. Oops, Brittany. There it is. Here it goes again. Another one for us. Nice move. 30 cents now in the money on AMD. Let's see if it continues to get going to the upside. And wow, holy man, Apple. We on one right now for Apple. We talked about that name going crazy there off the rebalance last week. What rebalance, you might say, because Apple right now just returning to its prominent land here. Upside for Apple, up 1.5, much greater than the market. Let's see if it can hold some of these levels. But hey, let's just get out as well. I mean, we don't have to wait around there. So let's get another piece out for that. I mean, it's $1.40 in the money right now. So that's going to be a good one as well. AMD, we did get a piece out. Let's see if it can hold. We're waiting for this kind of bottom to happen. If we take down 110, the bottom there is 109.70, 109.50. I feel like we won't get into that much trouble. So let's just wait to see if we can average into this name in case the NASDAQ does come in and then we get that nice bounce up. I mean, all is well, man. Other than AMC, we're going to go 3 for 3 and we're just going to sit here and wait as there goes AMD. Wow, no, it just went to 60 again and stopped. So good out so far there at 66. Let's get a little higher though, maybe a 1. Yeah, I mean, that was VWAP, so probably should take more out there. Okay, if we break VWAP, watch out for 80. Let's put an order at 80.
So a couple of things. I did get wicked. Coinbase, I did get some out underneath 99 there. We took about a 60-cent win, and then I reloaded it, stopped at 100. It wicked right back underneath, so I jumped right back into the same short position. AMC just opened up, so we said we'd look at $5. It's trying to bounce off it just now. Did it just hit another band? No, it bounced off 5 once. It's got a 502 local bottom. Okay, this could be like that. One of those stand right in front of the moving freight train moments. Fill 3s, fill 3s, fill some 5s. I didn't get anything at 3. I just got some 5s to the long side there with a stop at 5 even. Let's see if we can get some out. I just keystroke everything out at 20.
Ooh.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. I went to put out like 20%, and I punched out of the entire thing. Maybe we can get another dip in there. It was a quick $5 bounce. It was pretty damn clean. Oh, that's really annoying. So I'll see if I can get another bid again. That is super frustrating. I don't want to chase it back into the upside, but we were looking for a 5 bounce. We got it. Now we'll just have to see if we can get it a second time through. As I said, I am back into Coinbase. I did want to mention Intel. I think Intel looks like a decent long if it can hold 34.25. It's battling it right now. Let me show you the higher time frame. This is the last 2 days on Intel, 34.25 top. Anything above that price. I want to see volume above, close a candle above that price, and you're looking for the long here on Intel. But it's rejecting right now with the market rejecting 15.6. So you don't necessarily want to rush into it. As of course, AMC is going to halt up. That was the bottom. That was it.
Yeah, let's hope it was the bottom right now. We'll go face slap. We have this trade, obviously, on this as well. Great call by $5. Let's just see where it goes. I actually waited for it to hold the 5. I know we were all doing that, but I actually didn't punch in until I saw it break, sort of get that momentum back going. Probably in hindsight should have got long that 503 or 504 there, obviously, but we're long at 09 right now. Let's just see if it can hold. Look at AMD. That went all the way up and then came all the way back. So let's watch out for 111 again if we can get that out. But so far, so good here. I might just take a 68 fill. There it is. We'll take that out. Ring the register a little bit there on AMD. Man, today's been a great day, Brendo.
We saw the move on Friday to $1, guys, for this one. Tupperware, here's 60% on top of that now, $1.50 incoming. Huge volume here for Tup.
Oh,
wow,
man.
this stock 150. What an unbelievable monster. Yeah, I guess that was pretty decent off that quarter mark because it just gave you, now it's continuing to run. It just broke 150 in earnest. I'd be careful. Watch out for a fail break at this price. But if it holds a bid 150, remember I showed you 180 is the big level to the upside. Tupperware going absolutely nuts. I was able to get that 80 cents right back in coin. I'm looking for 97s here. If it can get down through 98, I think you have a bit of a bottom at that 97 level. But Tupperware, not a lot of size on this. Pure squeeze play in TUP. Wow, this is it looks like this is where the squeeze is happening. Obviously, people want it in AMC, but it's happening in Tupperware.
Yeah, buddy. Great trade there. And by the way, we just got reloaded as well on what, and this is what I mean about, trade the names that you're trading, man, because there's Google. We got to reload at 122. So now, Tupperware's 50 cents in the money, Google's 50 cents in the money, completely different names. It's only $1 name. So grab your percentage points for sure on a name like a Tupperware. But there goes, look, we're $1.50 in the money on Apple. We've got Google going as well. Looks like the NASDAQ is trying to hold fort here. So that's going to be good, right? That little high for Google. I don't have any more offers. So let's put something around 70 again. That's kind of where we stopped in here the last couple of times, actually looking at it's like 80s. We just put a 70 offer. Hopefully that'll come through and fill us up on that one. And then it's all good with AMC. We got outs here 540, 530 or so. So let's watch out for that as it's starting to go. But AMC very, very active. I hear Tupperware as well. Obviously, I don't know if is Tupperware's New York name? There it is. Yeah, so 165 and starting to go back up to the upside. Oh, I thought you were long and out or short and out.
No,
nothing.
I've only been short Coinbase and long AMC. Those are the only two positions I've had. I wanted 125 on Tupperware. I think it didn't really give you that dip.
No.
Shopify, it's trying to break out. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. But Carvana is also having a bit of a morning. Just a little tiny bit. It's about to break. If this takes out 48, that's that local high from the last 2 days. So 48 break would look pretty juicy. I'm going to reload a third time on the short in Coinbase. How many times are we going to get a chance at this level? Hopefully not too many, because if you test it too many times, then it's obviously going to break. So Intel is above. Okay, Carvana is still $1 away. Don't have to worry about that breaking now. Do like that breakout, but Intel's now clearing out that 34.30. So looks like we've got that bid above that 35.25. I'll see if I can start in long here. I don't want to chase too far. Don't make me chase it all the way here. I'll see if I can get some 33s. I should just hit the offer if it doesn't fill me soon. Yeah, there we go. I was able to get some there at 32. So Intel above that breakout price and continue to make its run. As mentioned, this is now the third time we're going to the well with Coin, but second time through we were stopped out. It was a wick high on Coinbase. Been getting that 99.5 area, and then when it breaks 99, we cover some and try and hold for the bottom.
All right, so watch out for 194 break here on Apple. Look, what goes up can also come down. Not that it's going to. But here we go, man. 194, 194.25. I mean, there could be a reload spot here on Apple somewhere, but I'm not. I mean, do we want to wait for 194 break? What is that exactly? Yeah, I mean, the market's up 194.12. Okay, we'll try to average in at around that VWAP spot and then just see if it works. You know, we could get dumped out there, so we're going to go to 193.90 or so as our out if that fails, right? So we'll wait to see if there is going to be a trade there coming through on a reload for Apple. Possibly not. Watch out here also as the Nasdaq's trying to break lower. We are trying to test VWAP on the Nasdaq as well. So we come up to 15.6. Now we're coming back down to 15.850 or so. So let's watch out. Just be cautious on some of our plays, right? So AMD, we've already got the majority of this place or this trade out. We're out of 60% already, but here it comes right back in to 110. So a break of 110. I think now we'll just get out, man. It's kind of showed us the way here. Wants to go up. The most that we would have been able to get on this was about 60 or 70 cents. So let's not hold for the ultimate downside here. Wow. Let's just wait on all of this, right? So AMC right now, we just took some more out at 27.28. We're going to see if that can work. Apple bouncing, so that's good. And then Google right now at 122, also in danger. That 121.80. I'm going to do a little bit more work and figure out if we do want this Google long, because I'm watching Apple hold and Google just keeps on coming back and giving us this 122. So we got to be careful with this trade. It is starting to head a little bit lower. I think we probably want to get out of this one here, actually, guys. Let's get out of Google. It's not as strong as we thought.
Yeah, we're going to ring register again, third time that we're able to get an under 99 fill on coin. It gives you that 99, 50, 60 area on the wicks and then tries to get back underneath 99, but it's still holding. Got to watch out for this. I'm looking at Coinbase, I'm looking at BTC, and it feels like we're not that much in danger of any kind of a breakout potentially on Bitcoin, but at the same time, you're still holding this in the same 70 to 80 cent range. It's only 9.45, so you can resolve yourself to the downside, and then we have trend down, which would be fine, but I'm a little bit concerned. If we pop that 100 again, you could go into breakout zone. AMC's right back into $5, so yeah, it looks like it's about to retest that low. I did scalp out a 15-cent win here, but that $5 level has to hold a second time, Brendo.
Not much reaction. Here's the S&P manufacturing PMI flash, 46.2 expected, comes out 49. Upside on the manufacturing side, services downside 52.4 versus 54. The composite overall downside as well, 53 expected, comes out 52, guys.
All right, so a couple better numbers there, I guess. The global composite 52 versus 53. The PMI there 49 versus 46, as Brendo just mentioned. So yeah, it looks like it should hold some of these levels. There's AMD bouncing back upside. We should have got longer down there, but we were waiting at 20. It went to 24, so okay. You know, we're not going to get them all, but we are going to get some of them. As there goes AMC again, trying to get going. We were waiting for 5 lower than where it was. 510 it came down to. We're waiting in the single digits. So if that can come back, that would be nice. And by the way, man, did we sniff this out for sure? That was a good one. Let's just ring the register on Google and get the heck out of Dodge. We are holding a small piece of this, but there it goes right through 122. So we held that on purpose, right? So that's all good. Now let's wait to see where we go on this name. But it looks like Google's still trying to go lower here. We sniffed out that it was not right. When we broke lower and we saw AMD holding and Apple holding, better longs today than Google for sure. There comes AMD just coming back in again. So now we wait, man. We should be able to get AMD long. We should be able to get Apple long as well down here. As the market's nowhere near that, well, it's getting close, but it's nowhere near 15.5 yet. But there's the push down. NASDAQ really starting to push down here, guys. So watch out for your bids. Make sure you got those stop orders in. You're starting to get lit up a bit.
Oh, that was nasty. So just had a bit of a top here in Intel. We got that breakout. We had 34, 32s. We had it a couple times, but we were able to get 38, 40, 42s, and they could not get to 34, 50. Now you're retesting that quarter mark. The market is rejecting big time. If we go red, there's no way I want to hold this under the quarter, 60s. So I'm stopping out locally underneath this quarter after taking half out. But we're flushing on the NASDAQ. If we do go red, you want to think about those shorts. It's about where to add into Coinbase now that it's confirmed that it wants underneath that 100. So the pre-market low was 97.5. I told you I didn't show you. My apologies there, but I had zoomed in for you. If we hold under 99, that could be the reload spot for me. And my goodness, Tupperware, if you hear people in the back, they're probably talking about this name. That 180 level, there's 180, there's 180. So it goes right to 180 and starts to make a bit of a U-turn. That's the first place you would have expected the sellers to start to come in en masse. That's exactly what they've done here on Tupperware. I'm not in it. I actually don't even think I paid for locates. I should probably, just in case, go ahead and do that, because if we see like 250, it could be worth it.
So Apple, unfortunately, we had that 194 out there, so it did tick down. It did tick a little bit lower than that. It ticked to 193.80 there, by the way. So our out at 194 is fine. We're up on Apple. It's a good trade. Wish we were still in it, but this is where we average the price anyways. So far, just kind of a clean trade there on Apple. Took the long early, then just tried to get it again off view up, and it faded out just a little bit. All right, so we're going to wait for AMD here, 109.50. We talked about some of those lows. I thought I had an order to get some out at 110, but we didn't, which we're going to add to our loser because we didn't have that trade. But we're all the way down here at 109.50. We did wick completely lower as well at one point, down to 109.25. I don't want to be part of that. So if we break lower than that, then we will wait to see. But for right now, here comes AMD screaming lower, lower, lower. The market's coming back in now. So you mentioned NVIDIA, yeah. So there we go. Here comes AMD right into that level. So we have a few more shares now. So we have to attend to this. It's a good thing we got it at Google. We're still holding a small piece, though. Let's see what happens here with Advanced Micro Devices. We're still long at 110.03 now, so we need a little bit of work to be done here to get back up to this upside.
Yeah, here comes NVIDIA to that 440 level. I was able to get one quick little leg out there on Intel when it popped back close to the 40 level, but once the market got back to the downside here, we're about to test negative on the NASDAQ. I like 440. I want to see an actual bid show up and some buyers underneath 441, make a wick bottom, and then try to enter into a long off of said bottom. Doesn't mean it's guaranteed to give you that fill. Ash asking if AMC is a buy at 5. Well, it was the first time. I've had it a couple times down here. The first time was off of 5 for a quick little scalp trade. The second time I got 15, so I'm like, that's a little too far away. Took the quick scalp trade out. We'll go for it maybe if I see it bounce off 5 again, like bid show up. Was pretty decent the first time through. If I see the same thing, maybe I go off that 5 level another time. But I think it's a scalp trade. This is trending to the downside. Rivian, oh my goodness, there's so much moving. Didn't even get back to Rivian. Does not get to 27. Remember, 27 is where it rejected on Friday. I think that's the level you want to play off of, at least to the short side. And then Carvana was making a power move up.
Really?
It's already rejecting back $1 now. If it holds 46, which is the pre-market high, I'd like to see that. Get a little green there, and it could be a bit of a dip buy zone. As I mentioned, I was able to catch a fill there in Intel when it made that next wick, but this is also starting to look weak. So I'm only going to give it to the quarter. We look pretty nasty. Haven't been able to add the coin just yet on the short, but I think it's just a matter of time. Someone just said Nicholas bouncing in the chat, Isildur.
Oh, my God.
We'll have a look there in a second, but AMC's pretty much at 5.
AMC's back down to 5, so we take another load there. We'll see what happens to the downside now for AMC as, it's $5. So we were here last time. It went to 540. We're able to take advantage of that move. If it happens again, obviously we'll try to rinse and repeat that trade. But for right now, AMC's getting the volume back, 55 million shares. And now, looking to go lower and lower and lower here. Let's see what happens with AMC. We're long at 507. So we've actually made good money. Besides going long early, that was a problem. But it was this last take right there that we're able to get a lot of that back. And right now we're going to give some of it back again if we break below. But this will be about a 10-cent hit. So watch out for 5 breaking right now. Then we'll execute out with I think it's a market order to get out if that ever happens. Okay, there goes AMD right now as well, continuing to go downside. So we're able to get something out there at 110 or so when it bounced back up. But yeah, it is spinning to the downside. Watch out, it's breaking lower right now, AMD. This could be a great short. We've seen it really get cracked out now. So that's 109. That bottom that we've looked at for AMD is right. Why didn't that switch? That's 106 on the daily. We're looking for that low right there, 109.26, 109.27. There goes AMD. It's slapping down as well. So yeah, as Neil said, there you go. Oh, that's AMD. Sorry, AMC breaking back below that $5. So we'll just get in and out there at 5. Now let's see what's happening. The market is really giving it up now as we continue to go to the downside. I think we want to go short on something for sure. AMD right at that bounce spot though of 109.25. Could be a long. The market's trying to go here.
Yeah, I got the reverse at 98 on AMC. I was in essentially an average price of 4s. We take the hit there. The first bounce was good. The second bounce wasn't even at $5, and it didn't last very long. The third, not necessarily a charm. If it does continue to flush like this, it was at 440 that we closed on Friday, so 450 sounds pretty reasonable. I'm going to get some bids out for the first initial scalp trade. If it gets above 5, then forget it. Coin is still flushing. Looks like it's trying to bounce off 97.50, but taking out that pre-market low as we speak. There was a chance right in here when AMC was whatever, it is what it is. You pick and choose. AMC was at 5. Coinbase was giving you a consolidation short off of, but you got to pick which one you want to execute on. Looks like it should have been adding to Coinbase in that consolidation. Brendo.
Another notable mover, guys. Recent spinoff from J&J. Kenvue, downside initially, but we're back higher right now. Johnson & Johnson going to, through a share exchange, dump another 80.1% essentially of this one. KVUE, but straight back to the upside so far.
J&J is a monster.
Love some J&J.
Yeah, so if you own J&J, you get to make a decision on whether you want to convert some of them to Kenvue shares. Kenvue I haven't really checked out. What a huge breakdown. Now Coinbase is absolutely flushing.
Yeah.
It's going to get down to that 95 area. Once it ticks 96, I'm throwing trail stop because that just got accelerated to the downside. What an absolute flush job the stock was underneath $100. You knew it had a chance to do this. I wish I could tell you it did it on Friday because that was the day that I think everybody was looking at that 100 break. It wasn't clean. It even wicked 100 here today, so I had to try multiple shots at this. I just got trailed out of Intel, unfortunately, so that took out that quarter mark. I might jump back into this at some point, but I need to see this market calm down at some point before we do that. So here's 96 on coin. This is where if it bounces off this level, I'm just going to get it out. There we go. It bounced off that 96. I just saw the wick bottom. 95.90, you wick that bottom in there, and then I get out of Dodge. Any significant pop, I'm going to look to jump back in it, but glad to have that one. AMC is actually, it's attempting to bounce a little bit.
Is it? Okay.
So I had the 98. I got some out there 91s, a little bit at 92s, and then it comes right back up at 5. So that's a scalp trade all the way. I'm not really trying to hold that unless it flushes right immediately and holds underneath $5. I do not want to get trapped short at the bottom on there. Pretty fortunate to be able to come away and have this morning be a solid one. NVIDIA might decide to change that if it does not bounce off 440. I'm not in it yet, but that's one wick, 440.50. This is where I wanted to try and pick NVIDIA up. This is one heck of a move to the downside, but hey, this is the level I like on NVDA.
Okay, so I said this all the time, like whenever I'm making calls, I should just go over to the futures and just call the futures because we called this 15.5, right? And so instead of just sitting there trading Google and all that kind of stuff, we could have had 70 handles down to the downside because there's 15.5, came in for the NASDAQ. Let's now see if this is a bouncing spot. So this is where we think we could bounce from. So again, look what we did here though. This is, you gotta be able to be flexible when you're day trading. Here's the flip over of AMD into the short. So the minute that we broke through those levels, we went to the short side, and now we're paying ourselves off with 55 cents in the money now as we continue to scream lower here on AMD, right? And so that's kind of the strategy, and like what I'm trying to do here every single day is get a little bit aggressive, try to figure out what key levels might be here on the NASDAQ, and then play accordingly off of them. So we'll watch out to see if that one wants to continue to go down. I'm just hoping that Google will bounce. We talked about it being, well, here we go. Now it's trying to go a little bit. Let's see if Google can get back into the 40s there. We just took advantage of that. We should have probably got a little bit more out right now. This is why I was holding Google, so we could watch it come back down. I knew the minute that that fell, we'd be able to look at 121. So there's 121. Let's see if that is a hold level for us or not here on Google. There it goes. Nice little win there. 20 cents back into the money. If AMD continues, AMC, look, we'll try to get going on that name as well, but that's downside right now. I wanted to talk a little bit about AMD because it just fell down. We got a 63 fill there, and because the thing is like, here, let's get out some more here at 98. Because if Google runs like the market's running and like we are sort of was hoping it would off that 15.5, we know we've got Google here, we've got a good price, and we've got a lot of shares. So let's not give back some money here on AMD because we're holding on to the Google long, right? So there it is. We only have 20% left of AMD. Let's see if that goes. We just take another piece out there at 98. Hopefully it does. But right now it's Google, man. It's Google mania. Nice little move back up to the upside. There we go. We'll keep taking it out as we're just at the 50 period. Let's see if we can retrace back up. There's the bounce at 15.5. We did go as low as 15.485 right there. So that would be nice if this market would continue its march a little bit higher from this point. So that's good, man. We called that. AMC, yeah, we'll try to get green on this at some point. But for right now, just a couple missteps. I mean, going long early is really the only one. We took money there and gave back some when we broke through 5, but not much there. So now we'll wait to see if we can get this back back to the upside here as Google's still going, AMD. Those are my only two trades for now. If there's anything, Carvana apparently dumping.
Quick ringing register on NVIDIA there. It bounced off that 440 level. We got the 441 right into the local range here, 443. Quick in and out. It is a counter trend trade, so you look for the bounce, take the money and run, get the $2 and get out of there. Vinco Ventures, because obviously. Yeah, Vinco Ventures is halted to the upside. As soon as the back, they're like, Vinco? Yeah, it's going. It's up 34%. I did not see any news on this. It just feels like another. How many times are we going to look at the same setup? Stock reverse splits, bounces off an even dollar level, and then takes out the local high and starts going squeeze mode. Through that $3, now $4.50. Levels don't really matter because it is a split. I'll just look at each even dollars. I think you got to pay for locates on this because at some point it's going to flush. Like, it's just going to tank at some point. Tupperware did reject that 180. I didn't pay for locates fast enough to try and short that level. It's already down at 146. You got to be Johnny on the spot. A lot was happening. NVIDIA, Coinbase, and all that good stuff. Intel is trying to hold back on at 34.20. So had that entry at 30s. It got up to like 45s, failed the quarter mark. Now it really is attempting to hold on to this breakout. I think 34 can be good. That's where it closed on Friday. 34.10, that's another area of interest. I'll have my eye on Vinco Ventures here, but this and AMC and Tupperware are all at the same time doing ridiculous amounts of volume. If you're trading, usually trade one of them at a time. Like if I'm in Vinco, I'm not trading AMC. If I'm in Tupperware, I'm not trading either one of those two. Big caps, different, more liquidity, but these can go into a halt any second. And AMC is still battling that $5 level. There's a chance this could still be the bottom, and it just needs to resolve itself for a bit. So keeping an eye on that, if it can hold that 487 current low, there's still a chance for AMC here.
All right. Yeah, I was looking at that AMC as well. Let's wait to see if it holds, like Neil said. Yeah, I mean, all is well now. Google's starting to go back up. We do have an offer in the 70s right now. But you know what? I mean, what's the difference? Okay, here we go. I'd feel bad if we miss it. Oh, well, there we go. We got 70s and 75s. As there it goes. Nice little win there for the upside. So we'll go bang again. And we'll go a little bit sirens because that was a good trade there. We're able to hold that, get some Google for the long. Be very, very patient with it. Now goes number one stock here for today will be Google, and the number one loser will be AMC so far here today. So we'll wait to see what does happen and the resolve of all of this. Apple, again, good thing we got out on that dump, but it's trying to barcode a little bit right now. The market is still low, right? I'm surprised that Apple didn't bounce back a little bit. This could be that short. Maybe let's just wait for 192. We called some 192 bottoms earlier. We need to see if that can resolve itself. AMD, we just got into more short here. I don't know if that's going to be the right trade. This was actually, we were looking at VWAP, but now, sorry, not VWAP, this 21 period. But that's a good short right there, so let's take advantage of that. Take a dime if we can, and then see if AMD, there we go. Now let's see if it wants to come back down just a little bit. We did get our Google fill, by the way, a bunch of them. So now we'll hold on to this, see if AMD wants to continue to fall down. We're gonna wait for that 109.50. If that breaks, then we can get out. But for right now, nice little short there on AMD. We'll take a little, well, we took a little bit out for a dime. Let's see if we can get a lot lower than that. That's where we're looking for. So hopefully AMD will come back in as we're below VWAP, watching out for that 109.60 break here or so. That's, yeah, 109.60. So that'll be the break on this. So if we're short at 33, you know, we'd like to take about 20 pennies on this, giving us a 1-to-1 ratio. So, all right, that's just a little review there of what we're expecting with AMD. Let's go over to Brendan with Happening Now.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. All right, nice look overall for individual names this morning, even though the overall market back to the downside. This is what we were discussing if you joined us early on this morning. It's all about the Fed coming up Wednesday, 99.8% chance that we're going to get that quarter point hike on Wednesday. We'll have a listen as to what Fed Chair Powell has to say after that as to what may come the remainder of the year. We were also talking AMC, obviously the big one this morning to the upside. Delaware Court, if you missed it back on Friday, blocking their stock conversion, APE and AMC. Apple, meanwhile, pointing to iPhone production this year in line with last. Mizuho with a very positive note on NVIDIA once again, reaffirmed their buy rating. There's that Kenview I was just talking about, down 2%. Huge volume, rejected that 23.80-24 area. J&J dumping more of their stake in Kenview. Shopify gave up that gap to 67 as well out of the gate, right back to Friday's levels, guys.
Yes, sir. You're talking about Friday's levels.
J action, yeah.
Friday's lows for Meta right now, down 1%, double bottom, wick bottom in here as well. This is not necessarily the same thing as NVIDIA, because the 440 level I thought was a significant one. The 291, I mean, it's basically just all about that double bottom that you have from Friday. I do have some support there, but it's not gigantic. I like the bounce play here off this bottom in the NASDAQ, that 15.5. So if you're at a key level on the futures and you have a support level on an individual stock, that wick bottom entry is one that I generally do prefer. So if I can get 291s, we'll grab it. I reloaded on Intel. AMC looks like it wants to test. I'm just going to get my stop out so that I can go over to AMC. And Vinco Ventures is also open. So AMC was able to, I hear the guys in the back talking about that. AMC is still able to hold that 5. I want to give it one more chance for that long at $5, but Vinco Ventures is the one everyone gets excited about. It looks like it's going to go into a halt again at 514. Any second now. Yeah, looks like we're about to halt 514. I got locates on this if we see like $6 or $7 on that stock. So it's going to halt at 514. The second halt of the day. Another volatility halt in Vinco Ventures. I still didn't see if there was, nope, fake halt, which resets the band higher. So it might even try to go higher now. I'm not trading this one. I'm not chasing this move on Vinco. I think there's going to be a turnaround story on this at some point. I'd like to take advantage of that. I did get back into Intel. It's still trying to make that breakout. I will respect that 340 to 350 area as local resistance. Wasn't able to get through the first time. I won't necessarily expect it's going to be clean through that area again. So when you get some outs into the high of the day, then look for the breakout back on Intel.
All right. I don't know. We got some AMC here. I mean, we're long. We'll test it, man. We're long at 06s here. See if we can get it going up just a little bit there. Trying to bark. I mean, like we said, this is how we're trying to play these names. We can go over to Carvana again, have a quick look to see what Carvana's doing, because you know it's the barcoding, then the breaking. Oops. That I feel like has been right for us. So the barcode, then the break. So let's look for that on a Carvana and see what's happening there. AMD, good outs all aboard for us here on AMD, man. I mean, we got some nice downside pushes here on AMD, so we took advantage of that pretty nicely there when we fell down. So again, a bunch of shorts, a bunch of outs. We're playing the short. Here it goes. It's going to blast up, but that's okay. That's why we're trying to get some out here, randomly, rapidly right now, because the market is bouncing off that 15.5. So there it goes. That's the level that we are concerned with down here on the NASDAQ, 15.5, looking like it wants to go a little bit higher there. So watch out for an out here coming on AMD. But we've done well on AMD to get money out of this name as it's, you know, lost on it early, then has been shorting it late, which has been pretty profitable. Okay, AMC gave us that 15 or 15, I think, right there. So let's see now if it wants to go back up. It kind of rejected there. So let's take a 12 there. Now, again, if it goes, it goes. I don't want to get any more out. We do have another offer at 20 though. So let's in case you see me take that wick. But that's what we're looking for right now on AMC. Hopefully a wick there up to 20 can get us out. And then we'll look at, I mean, I don't know if VWAP or any of these actually mean anything. We did have a problem the last time we popped up to 540. So that's kind of the out spot there for me on AMC. The problem is I'm trading AMC and AMD, so I'm keeping like tongue twister here. All right, so short right now, this looks like this is a problem for us here on AMD. About to get out if we break a little bit higher than the 60 area, which is where we're at right now. So almost an out here on AMD as we're bouncing pretty solidly there off 15.5. But here comes the push now back down. So, hey, I don't, just play the levels that you see. Google off 121, AMD and AMC. We know our plan. This looks like this wants to come out, though. I don't know what NVIDIA's doing.
It was just bouncing to 45. It just turned to 45. Vinco Ventures did not try to go to $6. It actually wicked the $5 level. Ooh, didn't get to add there. So wicked the $5 level instead, paid for the locates. I like the wick top on any even dollar if I think the stock has gone too far. I was only able to get 89s. I tried to grab some there at 85. Probably not going to get that at this point. So the whole price was $4.45. So I think that's a pretty reasonable area to see a bounce. So if I get something in the 60s, we'll try that and see if we can get some out at that 445 level as well. If I do get a chance to reload, it needs to be really tight in that 80s to the 90s. I'm not giving it to the high of the day because it's already giving you a 30-cent flush. Now I'm tightening it up to $5. So I probably should have taken that scalp trade. I thought there'd be more down into the whole price, but I'm only going to now give it to $5. Even if I add to it, still same thing. Intel, we like that one for the long. We jumped right back into it when the market got to a key level and bounced. Taking some out on the way to the high of the day. Want to hold through a high of the day. If there is some size at 34.50, might be worthy of a re-entry. There's room to 35 if this one wants to go on said daily chart. I like it up to that 35 level where it probably turns into a short for me, but Intel starting to work. It's going to need the futures to hold on. That's certainly not going to hurt if the futures can get back to the upside. But Intel's been strong, relatively speaking, either way.
Okay, yeah. So
one more. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No,
Yeah,
NVIDIA.
yeah.
I just saw this. Like I looked up and saw it. NVIDIA just turned heavy to the downside here. Maybe I take another leg out of Intel if I can get it, because NVIDIA turned heavy, $1.50 out of the blink of an eye. I just looked up and saw NVIDIA drop $1 there, so I want to make sure I got to that.
Okay, yeah, so based on that, I was looking at AMD and thinking that it was sort of just refreshing itself back and forth there. So, that's still Google, sorry about that. So we did get stopped out, but now I'm gonna use sort of, if we can, now you're starting to go back up. I'm just looking at the futures here and thinking that, hey, if we're just going to level off like this and be to the downside, then yeah, maybe, a name that's been relatively weak or the last couple of days AMD and is weak into today could bounce a little bit here. It's bouncing now, but can go maybe back down to the downside. But we'll have to wait, man. AMD 80s we're going to get out now. So if it flushes, that would be great. But if not, then we do have our out in and around 80. So 109, we're up there right now. So 109.80 or so, we'll get out of AMD if that does come through. Hopefully it doesn't, but we just set up our stop on that as we do have some decent shares on that one right now. Get down AMD. What am I short at? 65. Okay. Again, because our stop, we always try to take something at at a 1-to-1 or so level there for us. So if that can come through, then we'll do that. But right now it looks like it's still going to be relatively strong. It's just if this market gives it up, we've seen AMD, go straight down almost $3, like 111. All the way down to 108 where we got, we finally flipped short at 109 and change, but it's already been down to 108.60. So there it is. We'll take a first 10% out there for 15 cents, which is the risk. Now it's starting to come down. Okay, now we're bleeding a little bit here. So let's go, man. We got to get some more outs. This is a great trade for us. Let's make sure we do ring some registers here on AMD as now we're starting to get down again. So good trade here. So far anyways on AMD as it's starting to give it up a little bit to the downside. Yes, sir. This is a big one for me, guys. Just trust when I tell you that. Right now, nice move to the downside here on AMD, and AMC starting to go a little bit as well. We have a 20 offer, so let's just put an 18 offer. I'm not putting huge amounts of shares up here to try to slow this thing down. I'm not trading big shares. We haven't done really well on AMC yet. It's a negative name for us here, but at the same time, we're still long. Sorry, you didn't get that long at 5. That's a shot. I don't know where it's going. All we're sort of do now, and I think Neil even mentioned this, I think AMC is kind of like in scout mode right now. It doesn't look like we got like these guys in the building yet. If the apes are going to show up, then it's going to need to go. And I still think I like that 540 as an area of resistance. So, but we just made a lot of money back there on AMD. So that's really, where I'm trying to butter my bread right now, as we got some more bids down there in the low 40s. And look what just happens now. Now it starts to rip back up. This is why. Okay, well, here we go. So giving it back now on AMD. There it goes. So wow, just from taking profits to basically flat on that trade. So the market is a funny one, but that's why we're here.
So it is a funny one. I want to get to a question in the chat, then we'll get back to BBIG is working pretty much as planned here. But do you guys know, this is a question in the chat, do you guys know when the new weighting comes in? What time? I'm assuming you are talking about the NASDAQ reweighting. That was effective as of today.
Yeah.
So that's why you saw the big imbalances on Friday, but that's effective as of today. So it's an important thing. Maybe that has something to do with the market reversal. I have no idea. I couldn't really tell you. Got all the way down to 456 on Vinco Ventures, so it holds that whole price. I did hang on to some for the dream because I think if it broke there, it's going to 4. But this is now pretty much a $5 stop on a 493 entry. It can't turn into a loser unless I miss my stop price. Intel, again, looking pretty decent. You haven't really seen me long. I had a nice bounce play on NVIDIA. Other than that, I've been in Intel because it's been relatively strong. And as the market was lower, this was continuing to go higher. It just got to the high of the day, fresh high of the day for Intel. So we'll be happy about this one. I want to see it break that 34.50 and then off to the races. Let's go to Brendo.
I just saw this one pop up. Kodiak Sciences, they had some top-line data from a diabetes treatment trial that came back on the wrong side of things. So down 50%, but just halted to the upside, guys, for KOD.
There's too many of these things going absolutely nuts, but a lot of them have reversed. Tupperware has already come back in here. Maybe there's a secondary play on it. Just be careful trading them. We talked about Carvana. That already pulled back. It was looking like it wanted to break 48 at a 48 break set. And then it got all the way down to 44. Like it didn't even break 48, then drops $4. Just be very, very careful with some of these names. Oh, no way, Vinco. You know it. You know it. It did this wick. Stops me out. It said I would trail the last, try to hit the home run. It trails me out there. Looks like it was such a big, it was probably a dark pool wick up there because I ended up getting a fill at like 97. So I don't even know if it got to 510. I was looking at another stock just talking to you guys. But Vinco Ventures is rejecting that 5 still. I'm in and out of it and going to move on to the next. And watch out for these chips and the market in general. NVIDIA just recovered that entire flush to get right back to 455 in a hurry. Oh, this could be time. Where is Meta at? Meta still holding on to that 291. Where is Tesla at? Tesla's breaking out. Okay, that looks like Tesla's the one. Tesla's breaking through the high of the day at 260. I want something relatively strong here, and if Tesla's breaking out the top, I like it a little better than bottom feeding.
Okay, so we'll go, we'll try the other way now. We're short Tesla. We just had 50 cents in the money there and didn't take it. So, you know, we should probably take that 260 fill if it does come back in. I wrote down 262 for Tesla, so we'll start a position now against that. I guess it doesn't, on the 20-minute doesn't look so great. Well, who knows? There it comes. Did we just get a fill there on Tesla? We're waiting for 260. But here it is. Can you see that? We're right here at the 200 period right now. I wanted to try this 262, kind of where we were before all that rebalance nonsense that happened there on Friday. So that's 262.30 or so as a high. I just want to see if we can average in against that 260. Not a very, obviously not a big hit here if it does come back. We were just bidding 260. Where was my bid? 260.02. How far did we get down there? Just
I saw 19.
19s. Okay, so not close enough. Okay. So right now we're going to wait to see. It's strong, man. Okay, so now the market's taking VWAP again. Man, did we talk about that. We would have had to hold this. So 75 handle win on the downside there as we went to 15.5. Then if you went long around 15.5, you had to hold that about 15 handles against you to now get 60 back on the upside as this market is just a little topsy-turvy now, trying to get right back to VWAP, and it does go right back to VWAP. So watch out for that play coming in again. AMC, good. We got a 20 fill, it looks like. Oh, good. We got more than that. Did we? No, I think we get the best. We'll check that out. What is that fill? 20s, yeah, okay. So the best fill we got on AMC is 20. All right, that's good. So that's a good one for us. We'll hit the sirens for that as we've been buying some dips here. Bought that first dip back up, got it to 45s. That was our best out. Then we took an 06 again. It broke, so we got out. That's 10 cents worth of a hit. Just trying to make that back right now on the back end of this trade. Meanwhile, shorting Tesla. So let's wait. Maybe the market bounces off VWAP. Maybe it doesn't. But for right now, Tesla is really my biggest concern because just the way it's moving. We'll see if we can get a short. There it is again, bouncing off 260.20 or so. So maybe this name is not in. Again, there it is. So nice move up right there for Tesla. So me and Neil against each other here with the long V, the short. But let's just wait to see what happens. Up to 261. Market breaking VWAP. So great hold there. And 70 cents in the money for Google as that's back to VWAP. The market's really running off that 1550.
Yeah, Tesla, it was rejecting 260.50 so many times and just giving that bounce off 60s. I tried to get cute about it and scalp some out. I think this is a join trend wherever you can, maybe a 61 break, because 260, again, this is where it closed. So I want to respect, because of that rebalance or whatever you want to call it, I just want to respect all the closing prices on all the big cap names. So 260, if it's relatively strong, I like the long. If it's weak, you like it the other way. But 261, I'm not going to take the break, not at this time. I'll still see if I can't get a long back into that 260 level to be able to add to it. Vinco Ventures, oh my goodness. So yeah, the short was looking good right to the Hull price, but I guess if it holds the Hull price and bounces off of that, maybe it's a long. So the short worked. The long would have been even better if you longed it off 450 because it's halted up. 538 halt, 564, 560 is now the current theoretical auction price. Levels don't matter on this because it's a reverse split. This was a 10-cent or whatever the heck it was, reversed to like $3. So you guys do the math yourself. Doesn't really matter at this point. I think $6, $7, I said before, I'll look for those levels to be some places for potential retracements. I really don't want to chase this. This is just that setup where you go low float because you did a reverse split, and then you start squeezing because they soak up the entire float. Those usually resolve themselves to the downside at some point. So 61's trying to hold above on Tesla. I don't want to scalp out of this. I'm looking actually for a place to add on this move. So if it dips in and starts holding 260.5, maybe the long reload in front of 260 is going to be the play. If there is something that sets up for the short, I would have thought 450 on NVIDIA, but we're not there. We're too low on NVIDIA, not really a spot. Coinbase is bounced, but I don't want to play it off this level. It just feels a little bit too early in the move on coin. I've seen it do this before. I like that 100 level. We're able to sniff out the bottom there. I don't want to rush back into a re-entry and then spoil good morning. Tupperware, one last one for you. I kind of gave up on this, but you know what? It's holding. Good for you, Tupperware. I kind of thought this would fall and just go right back to $1 after rejection at 180. It's held a breakout price. In fact, it's holding on to 150. So there might be a lunchtime or late morning bounce off this 140 to 135 level and give you some scalp trades in Tupperware. But the market does look like it's going to be strong. I like Tesla, trying to find a place to add to it. I guess it won't be 260.
Yeah, so we're still in this Tesla trade. Like I told you guys, we're going to scalp this up to that 262. We're going to wait to see where it is. We got to get some better fills before we do anything here. Right now, we're waiting for a little bit higher, and it looks like it's going to come through right now, 261.50 or so. Look, the market is continuing to go here. So a great bounce off that 15.5. I mean, I wouldn't be here if I didn't think we were going to retest it. So let's wait to see here. But it's a nice upside move. Can't really deny what's happening right now in the NASDAQ. So up, and away is the way right now. And look at this, $1 plus now in the money on Google as well off that little break at about 10 o'clock. Well, a little bit earlier than 10 o'clock. Came in, tested the bottom of 121, and we grabbed that. Let me just check before we throw to Brendan. All right, so Apple bounced off 193. So again, long in Apple early, which was great. Tested it again, and then it just bounced the same way. Google bounced a little earlier. Google bounced down here. Apple again right here at 193. So looks like some of these key prices seem to be pretty key, needless to say here, as we go back over to Brendan. Oh yeah, just quickly here, AMC. We did get a piece out there at 25, like we said. So AMC just ripped up there to 25. We'll take another one, and we'll see if we get back if this thing's at $7 or not. I don't think so. All right, Brendo, what's up?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it kind of feels like 2021 again around here. Here's a couple that are moving around so far this morning. We talked about KOSS pops all the way up through to $5 or $4.80 at least at the high there. Just before the open, we get a big flush back downside. Tupperware, another one mentioned back on Friday on that short side. Still about 18% from what I see. Trying to get going here right now, back above 165, 174. TUP shares after it gets back above $1 back on Friday very briefly. It actually closed below it though. Not big, BBIG. Vinco Ventures, another one that we talked about a lot back in 2021. $5 trying to hold here for BBIG trying to get going. Here's the entire list. AMC kicks off this move for all of them. We haven't talked about it, but yeah, GameStop, even GME getting a bit of a bid off of the open, guys. Back to the upside though for all of these.
Yeah, I
GameStop,
should have realized like cost, GameStop, like there's probably a fade somewhere if AMC gives it up. Tesla's starting to run into this 62 area. Come on, it wicked 62. That's usually it got to 262.01 and then came right back underneath. I never found a place to add to it, but I'll take that profit there and look for another place to get back in. That was a nice little breakout. We're going to get to the high on the NASDAQ in about 20 handles. But 15.6 level, that's not the high in the NASDAQ. We actually got a little bit higher than that. But 15.6 is the level that we rejected. I do not want to get trapped holding on and get a rejection of that 262 when the NASDAQ pulls back off this level. So not bad. I feel like I could have done a little bit better on that long. Intel, whoa, why are you already pulling back? So right back into the same breakout level. This is Friday's high. Double top only because of the close, like the action, crazy action at the close. It's part of why I like this 34.25. It needs to start bouncing off this again. So if we get another bounce here, I have taken out over half the position. I'll look to jump back in. If we can't hold on to, say, the 20 level, I'd probably give it to like 18s or so. But Intel suddenly not looking as relatively strong as it was, because why are we already pulling back into this level if the NASDAQ is still trying to go higher? If you're watching Vinco Ventures, then you might. I don't think it's all that tradable. I'm looking for specific moves, quite frankly. Like wicks off of even dollar levels to short. Like a $6 fail break, a $7 fail break. I mean, what else are you going to do with this? You're just going to stand, or you could stand out in front of like a $5. You could have had that long in there. I think you got to be very, very cautious with this. It's absolutely insane trading on this one right now. And if you're still looking at NVIDIA, I got my eyeballs on that 450 level. There was a bounce off 440. I had the scalp trade. Looked like it was rejecting the previous that previous close price of 443. I said this morning I wanted to respect all of the close prices from Friday. And so my bounce, I'm taking it out when it got to that 443 where NVIDIA closed out. If I see weakness there, I want to get out of the trade. I should have gone the other direction and said once there was strength off that level, go into the long. Respect those big NASDAQ close prices. They've been absolute gold so far this morning.
We just tried Tesla again at 262. That did not work. We were able to take a little, oops, that's still AMD. We were able to take a little bit out there once it, I still like this 262 for a short though. I don't know. All right, let's try it one more time and give it a little bit more room, because we were able to take a little bit of profit there the first time off of 262. Again, try to be a little more patient. We weren't patient the first time because we started to short it way too early. But let's take advantage now, maybe back in just a little bit. We can't be scalping it out too much because we've taken a hit. Like, you can't take a $1 hit and then scalp it out for 30 cents. Well, you can. I mean, you just make some money back there. But if you're trying to make it all back, then you need it to go a little more than where it's going right now. So we'll stay in this. Like, we just got to fill there. AMC just came back into 505 again. So we still have that target to go. Good thing we got some outs there at 525. We have to watch out for AMC right now, bouncing back down near that $5 mark. This has been good to scalp. We talked about that, like, you know, back and forth off of $5. So that's exactly what we did right there, and got the majority, pretty much got it all out. So this is a brand new position. You could see the price on this 05. So that's right where our last fill was. So that's pretty much telling you what we're at right now. Let's see if AMC can get back up to the upside. I do have an out if we break again too much, a little bit below $5. Let's give it 96s or 97s on that break. But for right now, it is a downside move here on AMC. As it just, I didn't think these 50 period would mean too much on a day like today, but it seems like it is. Let's go back over to APE just real quick right now. So that's the name that's.
Is it moving?
No, it's not moving at all, but I mean, at least it has some kind of, well, they both have bases. So they both have bases, and then this has a top as well. It's bounced off 180. So you sort of look at this the other way around, right? You look at this the other way around. So AMC, I'm looking for bids. This one, you're looking for offers, and 180 might have one. I didn't pay for any of this stuff, so I don't know if we are. I think we got to pay for everything, right? APE and AMC right there. But here we go. We'll ring a little bit of a register now, and we'll go bang. We won't go Dollar Trade Club, but it is in the Dollar Trade Club right now, Tesla, because we lost $1. So it's like, you know, membership revoked on that Dollar Trade Club. So we'll wait to see now how far down does Tesla want to go. We have this short, so it's all good for now. And then Google right back to 120. 250. This is going to be a good level for us. I feel like we'll have to get out here if it breaks too much below. But right now we do have, hey, we'll do it for Google, because Google's never been a problem for us. We've always had winning trades on this name today. So there we go. $1.40 in the money for Google. It's just watching this Tesla drop back in. It's a good thing we took that out there at 90. Let's see if Tesla bounces off 260 flat.
Yeah, that was, it looks like 262 ended up being, that was the right level. Rejected that level. If it does hold a higher low, the trend is still pretty good. That way, if you take out the highs in the overall market, I think Tesla can be like a jump back into the trade kind of situation. Oh, NVIDIA didn't want to get there. It was so close. It got about 47, looking like it was going to get to that high for the short trade. Never quite does get to that level, but wow, look at NI freaking O. I just got out of Intel. It just broke 34.15.
Congratulations!
Oh, good.
Where?
Oh, Neo.
We're in the like 8.5%. Look at this dip on NIO. I have something in my eye, but this is ridiculous. 11.02. It broke $11. Pulls right back from 11.25 to 11.02, and then is at 11.50. That's insane. That is exactly what you're looking for in a dip buy. Look where we are in the daily chart. You're above that local high. There's room to 12.5, $13 on NIO here. So, I mean, sometimes you do, like the biggest mover is, I mean, there's small caps that have moved more than this, I get it, like, or squeeze stocks that have moved more than this, but out of the things that we actually, trade, you trade almost on a daily basis or could trade on a daily basis, NIO is definitely the strongest one here. I don't know if it's got the legs to get to a 13, which you saw on the daily chart today, but I think you want to look trend up. As long as it holds on to 11.30, 11.25, I think you can respect this one to said long side. If we're going to have short in NVIDIA, it's going to get pretty darn close to it right now. I don't want to be short too early on this name. I feel like you've been burned a lot if you jump into shorts on NVIDIA way too early. But if it does test this pre-market high and the 450 level, I do want the short, likely above or at that 449. That's a zone that I want to try to get into. I see Ganesh talking about Lucid. I have not, that's a name I have not heard in a while, but it is back above $7. Lucid's problem is it moves too slow. A lot of times, like it's got a 20-cent range, which is okay, but doesn't move like Rivian. And it's way too tight of a range to prefer trading this over Rivian. But let's go 15-minute and show you what could get spicy above 7.25. Last time it was above, it went 50 cents up and down in half a day. So I think that 7.25 is where you're looking for on Rivian. It's weird. Sometimes you prefer, as a day trader, you might sometimes prefer to be long at a higher price because that means it's broken out and it's moving, as opposed to just hoping it goes and getting a better price and getting in early.
All right, man. There goes Tesla again. We'll have to flush ourselves down the toilet one last time. Well, hopefully not one. Well, yeah, hopefully one last time. Actually, what am I talking about? Right there as, oops, that's AMC. AMC's done well, for sure. But there goes Tesla. We tried the 262 again. We're able to get some good fills on the bottom of that. We took about $1. We talked about that. But then, yeah, we're a little cautious on ringing the dollar trade club right there. And I think Neil hit the nail on the head there with what's the problem with Rivian, with Lucid, is that all eyes right now on Rivian. So you want to watch out for that name starting to, well, actually, that's now positive. The market really bounced off that 15.5 like we called it. I'm looking for a pullback at some point here. And I don't know if the pullback's going to be in AMD, but you're bouncing off some nice levels right now as well on this name. I feel like you want to try to go long, but is this just going to be now sort of the move has happened now one way? Now, can it happen the other way? We'll see now as we do have 110 coming into play, or sorry, 111 coming into play here for AMD. So let's go short this name against that and just see. But there goes AMC again, back up. Good trade on that one. We'll go awesome. AMC, since the open has been great. I mean, it just flushed down, got us hit there on the open to the downside, obviously, and now we've just been buying it off of 5. So that's been working out pretty good again. Let's just get a piece out of AMD now, as we'll take a dime. If it can come back in, we'll bid 45s, and then we'll bid a little bit lower here, as I don't know if this NASDAQ wants to pull back at all. But it's just back up to the highs again. Let's see if it can bounce off this 15.6. So it's starting to head down a little bit here. We'll see if AMD can retrace just a little bit more. Does look like our bad trade there on Tesla. It's a good thing that we did get out, as you can see sort of where that's moving around right now. Still hovering high side, but we'll wait. We just got out at 262. Okay, if it pulls back, fine. We're on AMD on a pullback. Again, Tesla, the real only news about Tesla was that they got that story wrong and they're not accepting Bitcoin, they're accepting Dogecoin. But after that, I mean, I think there's still a lot of love for Tesla, and we've seen that now. Maybe, we always say buy on the third, well, I always say anyways, if you're looking for a pullback, look for a 3-day pullback, and that's what's happening today. So we'll see, up 1%, market up as well. So yeah, I heard free fall Monday, nah. Right back up to the high of the day, close enough now. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, go ahead, and then we got crypto.
Before we go to crypto, only because this is a related name. Coinbase, it wicked 98 here. The market is putting a lower high. Bitcoin is actually, we're going to hear in a second, but looking relatively weak right now. So I'm going to try and get back in under VWAP on Coinbase as we go to Brendo for the crypto update.
Yeah, equities on a nice bounce here, guys. Crypto markets, not so much. Pretty much day lows right now coming into play for BTC. Coinbase trying to bounce anyways. Interesting note as far as what is to come on Thursday. U.S. House Republicans going to introduce a new digital asset oversight bill coming up on Thursday, aiming to start at least some sort of regulatory framework for all of these. But Solana XRP leading the slide this morning, along with BTC back below that 30,000 pivot we've been talking about over the past couple of weeks. We sat here for a better part of a month at least, above 30,000 chopping around before we get that break solidly to the downside once again. 2.79%, 29,071 right now for Bitcoin, 29,070, 2.7 there. Ethereum down here, same story, 1.5%. We're back below 1,900, solidly holding 1845 right now for ETH, guys.
Or just deal with it.
Deal with it.
Deal with it, AMD.
Oh, okay, no, we were just talking about that earpiece for a second.
Yep.
But we just got into 97. Only reason I'm going to immediately respect this if it holds 97. There was an iceberg seller that jumped in on 97.5 on coin. I do want to ring a Reggie somewhere here. It looks like we're not going to get NVIDIA, unfortunately, but oh my goodness, Alibaba. We'll get to Alibaba in a second, but here we go. We quickly get like a 75-cent scalp, I think, in Coinbase if this wants to bounce. My goodness. No wonder Neil was going so much. Alibaba, okay, Alibaba's only up 1%, but $2 move is pretty significant. Where are you? Did it get to? No, it did not get. 94 is the big level. It rejected the crap out of this on Friday. Sorry, not on Friday, last week, mid-last week. If it were to break 94, I'd be looking for a rejection, but it seems like it wants to turn around right here. So you might have missed the boat on a short level off of Friday's open level. But yeah, above 94 on Alibaba, that looks really, really juicy. We went back over to Coinbase for you guys before we went to Brendan because I saw that curl sort of coming in here. Got the 97.38. I wanted fills above 50, but there was an iceberg at 50, so it never really broke that level. So scalp some out there. I want to join this trend as many times as we can. If 29,000 breaks on Bitcoin, I'm pretty sure that Coinbase should not be holding up because that wouldn't make any sense to me. If you are still watching some of these small caps, Vinco Ventures is not really doing a heck of a lot anymore. What else is going? NNDM, don't really care too much about that one. But Tesla is actually starting to come back into that 260. I'm not sitting on the bid for a reload. I want to respect 259, which was the initial opening range high, and then 260 the previous close. It's a bounce off those levels. I like those. I just want to see it bounce first. No need to rush into anything. Be patient.
Yes.
Make sure that you only trade the best trades, and then everything comes from good decision making. Oh my goodness. I haven't looked at Microsoft at all today, and that just absolutely tanked off high of the day. Microsoft, not Microsoft, Brad. But if you want to respect closing prices, this is it was 343 and change that Microsoft closed. Higher low got put in there. It tried to hold it at the open, wicked underneath. Let's see if that holds up another time through. If we get underneath VWAP, 343 half or so would be about that local bottom where we closed on Softy.
Alrighty then. Yeah, we got a little greedy again with Tesla. We just took 40 cents on this short. We shorted 261.50 and got out at 261 flat, or maybe even a little bit lower than that. Okay, here it comes. Now it's trying to come back in again. So right now, man, all the shorts are printing. Let's see if it gets to the down. Well, not all the shorts. I mean, this Tesla is going to be a tough one. But what really is printing to the downside is this AMD. We just reshorted that one again. AMD's been fine today, long and out. Then we flipped to the short, shorted again. Really, it was just in here, the 110 area that sort of caused the L there. We'll wait to see now if it comes back in, and I'm waiting for that 110 to break. So we're only out of half of this position right now. Could see this moving around a little bit more than we would like, of course, if that does hit again. So let's just watch out for that coming through possibly here on AMC, or sorry, not on AMC, on AMD. Yeah, just watching out for this Tesla trade as that's trying to go as well right now back to the downside. So, and then, yeah, there's Tesla. Oh, it just tried again. Come on. We need this to get down, so that would be really nice if this name could come to the downside right now, as we just got a reload near that 262, putting us in 261.50 right now as our current position. So we'll put something out here in the 20s. Maybe the right thing to do now is just to try to scalp until we get a break higher or lower off one of those levels. So I mean, we did good by getting a 262 there. What did we get? We got a 70, so that's not even really that close to 262. So hopefully we can get a fall back in right now and then watch out for this trade into hopefully what is a little bit of a down push. Market right now bouncing off VWAP, so yeah, no surprise if this doesn't come out. But there it is. There we go. Tesla just fell down. Here we go. Here's a nice little break for us, man. Let's take advantage on the reload. Finally, man. Awesome there. Good little drop down for us on Tesla. Now, this is the move that we're sort of waiting for finally. But whatever, man. You tested a couple times and it fails. You need to make some money back now. So hopefully this can come back in. We're also getting a nice little drop down here in AMD as well. So again, my bid's AMD 110. My bid on Tesla 260.50 for the dollar. We'll see. That almost just came in. Oh, don't tell me. Oh, well, at least we got a 70, Phil. We're still waiting for 260.50 and then potentially lower on a break back in for TSLA. But so far, this is what we're doing right now.
Just quick, I saw this DFLI. I don't really know the news here, but I'll quickly go over it. I just got in the offer. The iceberg on Coinbase is still there at 97.50, so I'm just going to reload it every single chance that I get. Doesn't mean you get to fill, but DFLI, whatever is going on here, it is filled in the gap, and I haven't seen a setup like this where you have a false break at 4 and then you're breaking down through $2 like a week later. But if it does make this move into $4, I'm going to probably pay for low case, because if it fails 4 to 4.50, I think the same move that I was looking for in BBIG, and for the most part, which happened, gives you an excellent wick top. Right? Like I had the wick top at $5. I'd look for the same thing off that 4.50 level on DFLI. Dragonfly Energy completes a U.S. lithium battery cell pilot line. So that was on Friday, the news. Looks like it's going up again today for reasons. Things don't need a reason to go up. They just need the float to be soaked up.
Yes,
and then people get squoze. That's pretty much like 9 times out of 10 the bigger story that's going on with a lot of these names. So Coinbase, I do still want that reload. I saw it get right up to here, hold the same 97.50 level. So I'm going to reload in the 30s. Instead of stopping out at 98, I'm going to go scout mode, stop out at the 97.5. If it breaks the iceberg, I'll look for a short off the 98 level. It was obviously a better short at the open, but you can still get some scalp trades throughout lunchtime here. Tesla, where are you? Is it going to get bounced to 260? Don't want to rush over. Yeah, 260.70. It's on the back end. Need to see strength come into this. If it does want to hold 60, great. If not, then 59. Possible bounce zones. It's relatively strong, but this market could just go red again. Like we've gone green to red to green. And if we're going to have an inside day, which we were anticipating before we have Fed on Wednesday, that you might have some inside days, you might see that back and forth as we get to that 0 mark. That also means you're going to have some dip buy opportunities when the market gets a little bit weak.
Yeah, we just took a 260.50 fill there on Tesla, but without any further ado, let's go to
All right.
small cap recap.
Yeah, a bit of a mixed board as we're seeing with the overall market kind of chopping around here once again, guys. A lot of gray on this board, which means essentially they're flat, including some of the tech group, Meta, Oracle, Adobe, notable here, all positive on the session. So there's that, but not big moves. Microsoft, Google, Apple, NVIDIA, AVGO, among others, offsetting some of the other weakness that we're seeing. There was a couple upgrades and positive notes on Netflix this morning that I saw as well, off a pretty big week last week, but red, notably. Same story for Amazon here, red, notably, down about 0.5% currently for tech. Otherwise, we are dealing with some positivity once again coming from the banking group, healthcare stocks as well. J&J on the Kenvue note this morning, KVUE downside. J&J, if you missed it, selling more of their stake in that. Tesla 0.7 to the upside. Some of the retailers looking pretty good so far. Walmart is positive, even though it's gray on there. Energy as well. Ton of strength in energy. CVX with earnings 1.6 to the upside, 1.2 there for XOM. Overall, though, pretty mixed to start the week, guys.
Thank you very much there, Brendo. If I was, I don't want to say too early, but if I was more aggressive looking off that 260 level, maybe I would have had a little bounce play off Tesla here at 260.50. That's not really what I was looking for at all. So I don't mind missing out on the trade. I feel like we've been pretty specific here. There was the stop of that 97.5, so it worked the first time through. As I said, there was an iceberg order that broke, so I'll reload in front of it. If it breaks, we get out. I still think we can be, I can be short off the 98 level. When I say we, sometimes we use that term, and it's like, I don't really mean it that way. It's kind of a figure of speech. But if we get to 98 here on this name, I think a wick top does give you another entry point. I don't think you want to be stubborn at this time of day, so let's not do it. AMC's finally starting to go, but Alibaba here, I guess it does seem to want this 95. Wow, whoa, wee, wah, Alibaba. 94.30 is where Alibaba is, and remember we talked about this top from last week? Well, we're here now. So you guys kind of know the drill. I mean, I can draw a line, doesn't really matter, but this was at 94.70. that gives entries any kind of a wick high off this 50 or that 70 or maybe the even dollar that resembles. I just want to see this kind of a little bit of a wick for a short. Maybe we get VWAP or something. But this, when I see a move like that, I'm usually thinking tight stop, quick little mean reversion trade, offset high. So it just got to 94.50. This could be the first shot.
Okay, so we're going to take some more out here on AMD as it's coming back down just a little bit. The market's just kind of dancing around VWAP right here, so let's take advantage of any downside pushes, right? I think that's what we should be doing right now, and we're very, very close to getting, there it is. Yes, sir, finally. We'll spin the money this time. $2 now in the money on Tesla for the short coming back in there, making the day a lot easier right now for Tesla than it had been. There it goes. See ya. Peace. Right now. You got to have some kind of diamond hands at some point, and there it is right there. So finally on that play. All right, let's go back over to the cash cow of the open market for me anyways. Since we've been open here, AMD, AMC. AMD's a nice trade right now too, by the way. But AMC, I heard Neil just mention it there. It is starting to go finally. So again, we've got back-to-back jacks over here at 5. Long at 5 and out, long at 5 again, and now out again. So for risk to reward, these are all really starting to print for us. Real nice now, real nice. There's the fill on Tesla, 260 flat, right there at the 200 period. So, sorry, at the 50 period. If we get down to the 200, that's all the way down here at 57. My next fill is actually right around here. Shout out to my good friend Phil again. 259 maybe for one last one. I actually bid a little bit lower to 258 down into here, thinking that if we could break it, then we'll see 258. But now VWAP's all the way up here at 258.50. So let's put a bid there. 258 like 70. If we're lucky enough to get that, that will be $3 in the money. So let's see if we can do that right now. I'm going to cancel my 58.20, see if this one wants to fall. Just another dollar back down. There it is. Now it's $2 in the money. So that's going to be a good one. AMD, again, trying to bounce off 110. I have a 110 clean. You know what? Let's just put a okay, well, here it comes in. Let's put a 110.11 filler. So see, there we go. We just got that. So hopefully that'll now fall down. And we've been holding on to these shorts. So what got hit early on some of these names, we'll see what's coming back in a little bit. Google also back to the 50 period. Sorry, that's the 21 period. And again, if we just dance off here, it's kind of be too expected around VWAP. So let's hold Google. It's been strong today. We waited pretty patiently for that 121. We were able to get out there once it broke back to where we were long at 122. Waited for it. It came through. So all good on that. Right now, we just wait for the Tesla bleed. That's all. Hopefully this can drip down into some of these areas. We're lighter on this trade now. We only have 40% of what we had at the top. So, nice downside move. We could get out at 259 to make 270. I mean, that would be really great. Maybe if we can get that. That top is 259. So let's switch. I'm just talking myself in and out of some of these trades. But you know what? Whatever. The day is still young. We can make more. Let's just adjust this. 259.20 or so. We'll get out right around this little lip if it comes in. That'd be great. Don't know if that's going to happen because remember, our shorts are already in right now. We've got AMD short, 50 cents in the money, $1.80 on that, a Tesla, and then Google's right here as well. Check back on Apple, checks notes, still here, 193. NVIDIA, the Qs are breaking. I know Brendan mentioned GameStop earlier.
I didn't even look.
Yeah, you didn't even
Cost
look.
was moving more.
Cost was moving.
At the time.
22.50 for GameStop. Let's just see. Yeah, I mean, GameStop had a nice bottom at 22, but yeah, nothing really there. It did get going off the open. Yeah, what is, we checked this last week, didn't we? The GameStop short float. It wasn't huge. I got to find my trade ideas.
I want to say very quickly here, guys. I want to go over Alibaba again. So I got in and out. Wanted the first curl was at 94.5. I had 33 short. Risked about 17 cents. I think I lost like 18. But this is that other high, 94.70 from last week. If it breaks this and gets through 95, there's a lot of room to the next, obviously 96 and 97 I'm going to stand and play, but I just want tight stop entries. I do not want to be chasing this. Lunchtime is a hard time to chase a Chinese ADR to the upside anyways because it usually slows down, but that 70 level and 95 even, those are the two places I'm looking for that sign of weakness, like a break and then a fail break back into said downside. Vinco, that gave it up pretty nicely, right back underneath that 5 level. Never got to 6 to give me the reload. Still a chance it might go, but that's feeling a little bit dead. You can calm down with that for a little bit. We talked about Tupperware. Could it hold the breakout price? It did. So it held 140, it's held 140 again. Now I'd be looking for that really tight stop long off the 140 level. If I can get 41, 42s, something along those lines, risk a couple of cents, you can scalp 5 or 10 inside, and then if it goes, great. I just wouldn't be risking more than a couple of pennies on that, not at this time of the day. So the range has been put in on the market, but there's plenty breaking out of it. NEO's an example. BABA, I guess, is sympathy. Some of the Chinese ADRs are going together, but BABA's at that 95 as we speak.
Okay, we're really happy as well because in just a matter of 12 minutes, we got Sharif's back. So,
yes,
yeah, I
of
think
course.
it's going to be Sharif and Prad the whole way, so that should be fun. We'll see if that
No,
comes through.
I
Is Obi
think-
kicking in?
I think we're going to get some Max. We get Max. Max is going to be doing
Oh,
something
Max.
today.
Okay, good. So,
Yeah.
okay, so great. So, anyways,
Right?
Sharif's back. Well, see, here I am talking about it. I don't even know.
No,
who's
I'm
on.
pretty sure.
Okay, that's good. Well, whatever. Max is in the building. That's great. Okay, so here's GME as well. 20% short float right now for GameStop. So we'll have to wait to see what's happening right there.
Wow,
you know, it's similar to what the AMC short float was, I believe. Yeah, 28. Nah, not really similar. 20 versus 28, a little bit of a difference there. But the one name here is CVNA. Well, hey, look, if we've got Max coming on, let's do the Max Lambo because he likes to trade CVNA. So there it is right now. The short float on Carvana is still remaining quite high at 59, or 49 right now. Sorry, 49 for Carvana. Carvana had a great move early today. Just, that's the pre-market. But right there up, that's still GME. Where's Carvana? CVNA, my bad. What's going on, Neil? Carvana had a big move to the upside.
I paper hands these.
Oh, you paper-handed something? Okay. There it was right there. That's what I was looking for. Like, where was that big wick to the upside? $47. Now you get that sort of a reload opportunity down here at 44 and change. So watch out for that level coming through at some point there on CVNA. So 44, a good little dip buy opportunity just to see what happens upside near $45. Looks like that could be a breaking spot there for Carvana. Okay, Advanced Micro. I thought we were bidding O's, but we apparently were not. So it just wicked down there to 110 flat. So let's put another bid down there, 110.05 or so, to see if we can get a fill. Tesla doing its own damn thing right now as well. It bounced pretty cleanly off 259.50 multiple times. So we're going to have to watch out for that one. But Baba's going crazy, they say.
So
Neil.
I want to get there in a second, but I only mentioned paper hands. You guys have seen me. I've been in ATVI off 91.90. That's where it closed on Friday. So I was long the entire morning. I paper hands it because I got out at 15s and now it's at 30s. It is what it is. But it's Alibaba that's going absolutely insane.
Why is that?
So I tried the curl here, lost 17 cents. This is why you get in and get it. If you go counter trend, to me, it's just like Vingo Ventures. I have a target in mind. Usually I'm looking for like here or back to the breakout price, and I have a very, very tight stop so that you do not want to have a monster loss fighting a trend this strong. You want to look for a tight risk to reward. This has now gone completely parabolic. It's not alone. Pin duo. This is why I said it's like a sympathy thing.
What's going on?
PDD doesn't even have a red candle on my 3-minute since 10:20. This is going just as crazy, 75 up to 79, up 4%. Pin duo. This has a big time level, 80 to like 82, 83 is a double top on the daily chart for PDD. So if it does bust 80s, that gets very, very hairy. NEO as well. I mean, if it's going to be 1, 2, 3 of them. There was, what did I read this morning? It was something about the party, and they didn't have any specifics when I was reading it, but it was about boosting consumption and boosting. I think they mentioned technology, they mentioned the EV space. So I guess those signs that they're going to be not clamping down as much or providing support to the economy, which is needed because the GDP has not been that great for them. Growth recently, maybe that's the reason we're going upside on all of these. Yeah, so then that's what Sharif's talking about QE as well. So monetary policy easing over there, giving a boost to all of these names. NEO not quite as parabolic, but it was already up 9% before what happened in BABA and PDD, which I can only describe as impressive.
Yeah, that's a huge move up for Alibaba.
I wasn't even looking at the Chinese ADRs.
I just
And
heard
now it's like-
Sharif say Baba, so shout out to our guy Ian right there. Used to be the Baba man right there. And we go, oh, here we go, Baba. Yay. Always reminding us of Alibaba right there. Shout out to Ian. Hope he's doing well. He's actually at a car dealership, I think someone said. So I might have to Audi, eh? Okay, you can go for
I'm
it.
an Audi guy.
I'm gonna look at what they have, the S8. Do they have one lower than the S8?
Where's his
S6. Yeah, some kind of that's fine. I'm down with that one. Little coupe action there.
I wasn't that. So I don't know.
You got the small one. The
because I'm.
A4,
yeah, essentially that's my whatever. Like when it's to go to the station and back.
Yeah,
I drive
yeah.
for like 5 minutes every single day. But yeah, One of our friends, I won't say his name, it's not a big deal. One of our friends has driven a couple of those. I'll tell you in a bit. I think we're supposed to go to Brendan apparently.
Yeah.
Brendo?
It's Money Talks.
Neil's very disappointed, apparently. Let's get into foreign exchange here to kick off the week. We had a bit of a downtick in the dollar initially. We're back to the upside right now. For the DXY, here is the 2-year. Yields were weak to start. We're back higher across the board for both the 2-year and the 10-year anyway. Ahead of the Fed coming up on Wednesday. Yeah, I mean, this article essentially just outlining 3 possible outcomes. 99.8% chance we're going to get 25 basis point hike coming up on Wednesday. This is essentially saying, will he or will he not then indicate more to come after that? This is a daily chart of the DXY. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 downside. So we're halfway back essentially, but into this consolidation on the higher time frame, 101.5 for the dollar, guys, back higher ahead of what is to come coming up on Wednesday.
So just a couple of things here. BBIG might be gone there. Coin looks like it's reestablishing itself as a bit of a short, but I zoomed out here on PDD because I feel like the big ones, like this is where the big move is, and if the market pulls back, the R&R, if I can risk 25 cents to try and make $1, it's hard to ignore the level that we're sitting at. 79 into maybe the 80 top gives you 2 swings, possibly even 3 on Pinduoduo. And I'm looking out of the corner of my eye because I want to keep Alibaba up at the same time because Baba typically can be a leader and it's still screaming. So this is what we're looking. Alibaba, what the actual? Okay, we're already at 96.
Yeah, we're getting close, eh?
This is insane. So right now, I just saw Baba go another $1 and Pinduoduo didn't even move. So much like with DWAC and Funware, I was like, why even try to short DWAC? If I see one break $1 and the other one not go, well, I'm just going to short the other one, the one that's not going, and then wait for Baba to show any sign of weakness and then short in PDD because that worked on Friday with Funware and DWAC. So I'll try that same thing. But Baba's still going higher. Just wicked 96, and we're still at 79 on Pinduoduo. So Pinduoduo, to me, this feels like it's going to be the one that provides me with the short opportunity. I just need to see that sign of weakness from Baba. Maybe it's a wick top at 96, and then I jump into the short off of 79 level on Pinduoduo.
Okay. Yeah, I hear everyone talking about how nuts these markets are right now, and I think that they're right. It's been a big move up there. Here goes Tesla trying to go back up to the upside as well. But we're still okay, man. We're still 70 cents in the money on this. Google flying right now, $1.50 in the money on that one. AMD came right back up, but that was, I mean, we're light. We talked about only having 30%. Now we only have 20% left on this trade, or maybe even a little bit less. Yeah, 15% right now on this trade. So we'll wait. We'll see if it can get that short again. We do have a stop. Well, actually, I don't anymore. Right here, I think is a good stop for us on the day, 110.70. So we'll try to get a little bit more on AMD in and around 60, but looking for that stop at that 110.70 marker. So if we break too much higher than that, what is that exact price right there? Oh, that's 80s, sorry, 110. Oh, I do have that stop in, okay. So I already do have that stop in. Let's just readjust because we have some shares waiting for us a little bit higher. And what I mean by higher there is, let's go to like 110.64, 65. You know, the market's been pretty wild here today. So, you know, understand that there's going to be a lot of risk when you're putting on shares here. So, you know, we'll wait. We'll try to get a better price, sort of where we did this time at 70 against that 80. So this is our same stop. So that stop was 70. We wound up taking 70 pennies on it, right? But if you're only taking pieces, I got to do better trying to hold a little bit more. All right. Oh, by the way, all right. What is for lunch today? So, you know, it's been chicken. It's been chicken for a minute, all right? But today's menu, and we're going to go like this. It's American-style cheeseburgers.
What's, huh?
You know, American-style cheeseburgers.
As opposed to what? Like, what does American style mean for cheeseburgers?
We're gonna have to, you know, update that once we get them because I don't know. I think it's probably pickles, onions, just generic burger is what I think.
So a cheeseburger.
Yeah, American-style cheeseburger with shoestring Cajun fries. So that is.
I'm stealing some of them fries. We get the salad, but I'm stealing that.
That is what's for lunch. There today. We were cooking up some burgers on the grill earlier on, Saturday, I think. we had that. So, you know, we're fine. But yeah, we're drawing with the salad right now here today. So we'll see where that goes. Okay, by the way, just in case you guys missed it, AMC right now, we are long at 505. It's up to 545 right now. So we'll take 10% or so. There it is. Nice little move to the upside on AMC as that's working out for us there as well. So, you know, what's been a good little long there off of $5, you know, we got out when it broke early, and you know we are here long in the pre-market. We talked about, I even said in the chat, 595 seems to have been a wall there. That's exactly what it was. We were able to get some out there around 6, but then the dump off at 550 was our final out. Right, no, 570, sorry. Took another 550, got out at 530, and since then it's been all cash right back into the upside as it looks like AMC still trying to go. So congratulations to everybody that's been on the AMC trade so far off that $5 level. Hurt early, but definitely profitable late.
You've already seen it. By the way, well, let me say this first. First, Alibaba wicked 96. At the same time, wick top. There was a wick top 79 on Pinduoduo. I said that would be the next trade likely for me if it's set up that way. So I'm in it. I'll give it to the high of the day. I might swing a couple of times at this, just looking for a turn of any weakness here to try a short it over there. Very, very tight stop. I'm short at 91, and I'm risking less than 20 cents when the stock has moved $5. That's the way I want to play it, because look at this. It's all green. You already saw her once because she walked into the shot. But
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Yes, sir.
it's not just action-packed today. It's going to be action-packed all week. We got major earnings a little bit later on in the week, but you had a little bit of everything in here today. You've got Bitcoin back at 29,000. I should probably try and find that coin short again because that's been pretty weak. You got the Chinese ADRs moving just a tiny little bit. I mean, if you haven't noticed that, I don't know where you've been. You got AMC making moves. You have a million other small caps going, and you got the big caps flying around here. Oh, goodness, you're going to run that stop. Run it. Just actually run the stop. Do it or don't do it. We got places to be.
Yeah.
And Tesla might make a shot at that. The 260 to 262 has been a great range for Tesla, so that continues to bear watching a little bit here. And short, one last one for you, because I saw Barkdull in the chat just say short BA. I have not looked at Boeing, so as I look for this to resolve itself, I have it up on another level too as well. Boeing is having a fantastic day, like pretty much all the down names did last week, relatively speaking. You're probably talking about 215. I would say the same thing with Boeing. Oh, my daily chart's not working. Let me just do it this way. Thank you, Trade Ideas, because I can just quickly call it up and show you guys the daily and the weekly. This is the weekly chart on Boeing. Yeah, 215, these teens have been a little bit of a problem. 220 with a local high. I can't excuse anybody, but 220's been that local top. So sure, I see why you'd want to be shorting the top end of this range every time, but the top end of this range could be $5 higher. That's not chump change on Boeing. So I think probably a short if it gets above 215. I don't think I'd ever want to get into something like that too early. Just always, when in doubt, zoom out is the way to go. We did tease it.
Yes, sir.
We got them locked and loaded. They're here. It is Mad Max.
Yes, sir.
And he is joining the professor himself, Sharif, who got a great tan, by the way. I'm sure everyone noticed the tan that Sharif has got. Welcome him back. He's back for the midday. It's going to be fantastic. Go get him, boys. We're back at 2 o'clock, but go get him.
Beautiful people, the beautiful people.
Account funding of up to $1 million, keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown.
Boom.
He's back.
Yes. Yes. It wouldn't be the same.
Sharif is muted, guys.
What's up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif, that's Max the Mad One, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. It looks like they're having some sort of Christmas in July sale there. I don't know what that's about, Max, but good look for the folks there at Search Trader. This is what the guys on the morning show we're talking about. They're talking about the Chinese stocks. If anybody who's looking here at Chinese ADRs, they're all one big green potion. And that's because China has announced a slew of new economic measures to boost its economy with the Politburo set to meet later this week to discuss China's economic performance in the first half of the year. So I don't know if there's a new piece of information that came out since the release of this article at 1:27 a.m. this morning, but yeah, Chinese ADRs have been very, very strong with the likes of XPEV and NEO over 10%. And the market also making a comeback here, Max.
Oh, yeah. Crazy morning this morning. We go all the way down. We come all the way back up. I don't even know where we are right now. Just trying to get all set up here with this updated platform. But
I can take over for a little bit if you need.
No, I'm good to go now. Okay. Good to go now. But yeah, it looks like we're back at VWAP on the market. Makes sense. Alibaba, crazy move that I wasn't looking at. So,
Chinese ADRs, baby. Oh,
yeah.
goodness.
I mean, I don't know why I was not paying attention to Alibaba today, but that's a little nuts. Tesla, I was on all morning. Was trying to short on the way up, was trying to get long on the way down. This is how things go sometimes. Mm-hmm. And yeah, a little down on Tesla. I was trying to get long in this area below 260, thinking that it wouldn't follow through, but I don't know, just a little bit rushed there. Now we're back up at 262, so kind of annoying there, but is what it is. We will see what happens on Tesla today. I feel like, 260 and 265 are kind of the levels here, and it's just going to go and test way higher now that we've kind of taken back that 260 price. But see what goes on here. Other than that, Amazon's super weak this morning off of that long-term resistance. I had a pretty sweet trade there, actually, but oh, come on. There we go. But I didn't hang on to it. And usually I hang on to all my trades. Comes right off my level at 131.5. This has been a level for so long. Rejects off there. I know that Obi held this trade all the way down to like 129 area. Absolutely smoked it. I was, too scared. Got out way too early, and yeah, bad decision making there. That was an awesome spot down to that 128. But you get any trades in this morning?
Just one on Meta. And it was the big move down. I was actually worried. I'm like, did I hit punch short low a day here? Is this a dumb trade? But no. There was $3 more to the downside after that. Meta being very volatile today with a 297.52 high and a 290.30 low. So $7.50 a range there. But yeah, it's a $300 stock now. It's not the same $130 stock that we were trading back in January. But here's a trade, Max. So it was a short at 293.75. I tried to get, I had a bit of a 5-penny spread there. I had my order sitting at the $0.75. It triggers at 71. We make it all the way down here to 291.60. There was still some more room to the downside. It comes all the way down, like I said, to 290.30. We got out our last little piece there at 291.67. That was the only one that I really had. Obviously, I've been keeping my eye on the likes of BBIG. TUP was on my radar. Obviously, you saw the big kahunas. They were trading AMC as well. But look at this one, APLD. Okay. Yeah. So where did this one come out of the woodwork from? Let's pull the chart up.
They had earnings this morning.
I see. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Yeah, still kind of trying to get my bearing straight here.
I saw this one this morning in the pre-market.
I'm not sure why it's not loading.
And I said to Wayner back there, hey, this might be something as APLD. And he absolutely smashed a trade on this. I think he took the 9 break, got up to 980. But yeah, they reported, I think it was mixed earnings, but maybe people were expecting very bad earnings. So
yeah, here it is.
It rips.
Trading, okay, the financial results for the fiscal fourth quarter of the month. Here's how they did. They highlighted fourth quarter revenue of $22 million, which missed analyst consensus of 29.57, which is what Max was saying there, by about 25%, but it marked an increase of, look at this, 192.44% year-over-year sales from 7.52 the same period last year. So I guess that's what the market was liking, even though it was a miss on the analyst side. Back to Meta here, though, because we're still within an interesting range. The 294.30, that's Friday's close. And so that's a level I've been kind of keeping my eye on. We kind of make our way right back up there after making that 290.5 low, but we reject off that Friday, near that Friday close, and now we're moving right back down into that 290.245 area. So trying to keep my eye on this one and see what else is moving. Oh, BBIG making another move through the $5 area here and breaking through VWAP at the same time. So BBIG again on my watch, up 50%. So we'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on these ones. We'll keep an eye on APLD, the one we just talked about. There's some, obviously, goes without saying, we'll be keeping an eye on these Chinese ADRs because for the exception of Jinko Solar, my entire Chinese ADR watch list, which is composed of like 25 names, is all green.
Yeah.
So, you know, we'll be keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, and speaking of those, BOBA is going right for that 97 level, which is where it topped out, I don't know, a few days ago, last week or something. I didn't even realize that BOBA was this high last week. But
Ridiculous.
Where was that? Yeah, a few days ago, we topped out at 97.01, I think it was. So, you know, if you're looking for a spot to maybe short BOBA, we're up 5%. At some point, this has got to go down, I guess. Well, no, it doesn't at all, actually. But if you're looking for somewhere to short, a 97 fail break makes some sense. I may take something there. Not, I don't know if I'm super convicted in the short. Like, I think a lot of people are probably a little bit offside on BOBA today, not expecting this move at all. Obviously, you know, just
and you know what?
Not even getting to the
Kathy,
teal all day.
Kathy got out. She got out.
She got out. Yeah.
Yeah, she got out after that whole. What you know how they broke the company into all the different segments, the 6 or 7 segments that they had. Yeah, apparently she exited, so there's no more ARC money in I guess BOBA. So.
Interesting.
Yeah, and Kathy making some calls there, implicit or otherwise. Yeah, 5%. 5.1% to the high side here for BOBA with 13 million shares done. You know, that's a lot for BOBA lately. It's not a big tech name like, whatever, Google or not even Google. Tesla having done 51 million shares. Wow, the volume has dropped off today. Amax, I'm looking at some of the volume here on the big tech names. 51 million shares for Tesla, that's it. Microsoft's done 8.59.
It's been a little bit down lately, and I was saying to someone, like, I think I was saying to Obi just now, like, we're back to summer trading.
Summer trading,
I mean,
Bradley's yelling back there.
Yeah, it is what it is. You know, the volume's going to be lighter. We're into late July now, so vacation mode in full swing for a lot of people. I think, you know, it might be a market where you trade the open, and then if you're in a good trade, you stay in it. But other than that, I think, you know, you got to be a little bit tighter, a little bit less aggressive trading when the volume's so light. Because, like, there were some trades on Tesla today where it made every indication that it was going, and then the volume just stops right away and just reverses the whole move. You start to see that more when, like, you know, if it's doing 100 million shares, those moves are going to continue.
BOBA?
Tesla.
Okay.
BOBA, I think 13 million is decent for BOBA, honestly, and just soaked up a dip there, a 50-cent dip, and is heading straight for that 97. So I ain't taking the 97 fail break. I don't think that's going to be good. I think we got to see $100, and maybe the fade off 100 makes sense. I think you know, if we go back to the daily chart, I don't remember really what the levels are on BOBA. I haven't been trading it for a while. But yeah, here, there's 99.60, so
have to log out.
99.60, 99.70 is the last kind of spike, or 99.50, I guess that is. So maybe you're shorting 99.50 into 100. If the 100 holds, then you get out. If 100 doesn't hold, then you're winning. And you're probably trying to take it back down to this 97 price. I mean, it's looking like a long-term kind of breakout here. If we take out this 97 and continue, then, I mean, who knows what's next. And Tesla just did a clean double top there. Does like a full dollar dip. Why is it TO, NQ? Does a full dollar dip and then blast right through the high again. Like, I figured I kind of missed the short there. But no, it looks like Tesla wants to go. Looks like it wants to test that 65 price, and sad that I am not long in $3 in the money at the moment.
Yeah,
but,
sorry, I'm just having to
it is
load
what it is.
up again, and obviously
problem.
this is not working, so I'm gonna have to exit and do it again. Oh, that's very frustrating. Okay,
What
that's
else
all
is
right.
going
Yeah,
on? What
we'll
else we
talk
got?
about BBIG real quick here because it broke through 5, got up all the way to 537 there, and then rejects immediately now back below 5, breaking down through VWAP. VWAP on my chart. Now this might not be accurate. Let me pull it up on the other one here. BBIG. All right, VWAP on BBIG on the chart here is 494. What is it over here? Yeah, 488. So a couple pennies difference. make a long story short, it's coming back into that 475-ish, 465-ish area. It kind of made a consolidation base in and around there, and then broke above it through VWAP. So let's see if we can come back down to that area and whether that area acts as support or not, or whether we're going to get a flat bottom break. And this was just the entry into the short, this break of 5, essentially. So this is what I'm looking for here. I'm probably going to put an alert at the lower end of the $4.60-ish range for the break of that bottom. That's what I'm looking for there. So I'll keep an eye on that, on BBIG, and some others. Well, we'll see what else is going on here because my platform not working. Oh, no, my platform.
Oh, your one.
P-Pro,
Yeah, yeah.
P-Pro is fine. Yeah.
P-Pro is fine?
Yeah, P-Pro.
After I updated it?
It's been good,
Oh my
man. I've
God,
been on
man.
it all day.
I was
and
working for a week on that computer trying to get the platform to work for me.
This is a good
Yours
computer.
just loaded right up. Eh?
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem at all.
You know what the problem is? Sometimes
saw a whole bunch of
something will be
shortcuts.
off screen.
Yeah.
And then like if one of the major things that you can't have
You can't
duplicates
have-
of
yeah.
is off screen, you're done.
Well, that happened to me this morning too.
Yeah.
So there's we'll talk about it off camera, obviously, but yeah, there's a whole thing to that, Max. If you could just take over and reset again.
So I was gonna buy the dip on Tesla here after it took out that 263. I was thinking like maybe I get teens or something. Look away, look back. We're through 264. So the squeeze is on Tesla, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this now. I'm kind of I guess I kind of missed the boat here. If I was still long at 259.5, then things would be pretty awesome. But you know, sometimes you miss those trades. 265 feels like a good turnaround spot, but I mean the high from Friday, or not Friday. Yeah, it was Friday. High from Friday was this 267.5. I think it's reasonable that we get there. I think. Are we going to hit 270 today? Is this the day that Tesla makes the that full kind of recovery move? I don't know, but it's kind of looking ridiculously strong at the moment. It hasn't touched VWAP since 10 a.m. I think, yeah, there's potential for this to continue to go up. So if we test this 262.5 again, I think that's where I can get involved. I don't think taking a 265 break makes any sense when you're up this high. I think, you know, the risk is too high. You have to risk it down probably $1 off of that. So just going to try to find a place to buy a dip on this. Abel Gomez, NVIDIA to 450. Where's NVIDIA right now?
448. It's just flying up as the market curls up to Max.
Wow. Okay. So touches 440 and doesn't look back. That 440 price. Oh my God. You know, sometimes you just don't do the prep. That 440 was the prior all-time high.
Yeah.
439.90 or whatever. It gets right into 440.30 and then can't go any lower. You're probably punching 441, but you get $7 or $8 out of that. That's pretty sweet. And $450 looks pretty obvious at this point that that's about to touch.
Yeah, you're getting a good rally. You're getting a good rally in like everything here. Especially on the ES. Let's look at the NQ. This was the level on the NQ that we closed out on Friday, that on the NQ September contract, 15,539. Yeah, so we break down obviously a lot below it, and then you get bought right back up. But look at the dip, right back off that level again, right? So the NQ going back to the levels at work, see if we can actually come and touch that 15.6. We had like a perfunctory break of that 15.6. I want to say right off the bell, right? 15.618. Proudly he's yelling in the back. Up to the top there was the high right off opening bell, but you know, not really holding. So let's see if we can get a sustained, slow, stair-step move up into that 15.6. And when we get there, how do we trade? Do we start seeing an overwhelming amount of sellers coming in and overwhelming buyers, or are the buyers going to overwhelm sellers there and we're going to break through that 15,618 no problem? So let's keep an eye on this. It's obviously having an effect here on some of the bigger tech names. You're getting sustained bounces in all the big six, including AMD and NVIDIA, if you want to include them, and even Netflix now, big name also. Yeah, so you're getting a good move up here in some of the big tech names as a result of this futures.
Yeah, I just feel like if you're not long already, you've kind of missed it. BABA, interestingly, kind of did fail that that 97 level, but it's only gone 20 cents from there. So hasn't even touched the teal since it broke out of $92 early this morning. We're now at 97, so maybe it just needs to come down and touch some moving averages before it continues. Although, sometimes when BOBA stops somewhere, it just stops, and then that's it. So maybe if you take out that like 95, 96 kind of area, maybe you can get the retracement back into 94. But do I really think BOBA's going below VWAP today after a move like this? No, I don't think so. So
Dang it, BOBA.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe you can buy the dip around this 50 period. Maybe you could buy the teal. That's not something that I would recommend doing when we're this high, but you know, if it's gonna just go, it's gonna go, and maybe it fail breaks kind of 96.50 and then blasts straight back up and through 98. And we're talking about 100 before long.
Yeah.
I don't know though. I don't know. That's not a move that I'm looking for.
Look at the daily on Bob.
Yeah, I mean this is
it's
a breakout. This is a straight breakout.
It is. There's no question about it. We've had a series of higher lows here going back from May. So no, man. To be quite honest, BOBA is still stuck in that range. And you know, if you really had to be quite frank, it's still in the down range. Because look at the high we made January 2023 when all the money started flowing into these Chinese ADRs. And we heard at the time that more money flowed in to Chinese ADRs January 2023 than had been the case since 2018. At no point in time between 2018 and January of this year had more money flown into ADRs. And look at that. You can see it reflected here. BOBA starting off the year at 85 bucks and it went up to 120, but we haven't made a higher high since then. And in fact, we've made lower highs. So, you know, if you could say the Chinese ADRs are strong today, but the general trend speaks a different story for the moment. But let's see what the more local levels are. Now, we got up to this, what is this level? $97 last time on July 13th. We broke above that level today. So we have made a higher local high. So 98 could be, you know, easily in view today as we are at high.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think if you're looking at targets on BOBA, the 99.50 is pretty obvious for a potential short, so that means it's probably getting run directly over. NVIDIA just took out that 450. It's almost at 451 now, so congrats to the longs. I saw someone in the chat saying, oh my God, I'm long at 440.50, which, like, I don't know how you got that fill, but sick. Now, a full $10 in the money on that one. NVIDIA's got room to go. I mean, we made that high at 480. We're not going there today, but, you know, maybe you're looking at,
my God, NVIDIA, man.
I don't know, Friday's open at 456 there. That makes some sense.
Man, NVIDIA is just unreal, bro.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, once we made a base off of this down move, like, you knew you were going to get a good bounce. I just kind of forgot about that prior all-time high, sadly, so didn't really have it in my watch list. Also, NVIDIA is really hard to trade if it doesn't have a catalyst and there's not enough volume on it. But, you know, you got to have these levels. That's an obvious level. I think that 455, 456 makes sense for a target. I don't see myself getting short, and here comes Tesla at 265.
I was just about to say it too.
265 on Tesla, so just buy the dip anywhere, guys. That's just how you do it, I guess. Not a whole lot of size. Oh no, where is 265? I don't even see it. Yeah, not a lot of size. There's like 600 lots, so really nothing to take a breakout against. I don't know. I don't think it's turning around here, but we'll see what happens on Tesla. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Another thing to talk about quickly here, we should mention oil. Oil's up 2%. The September contract of the CL, the West Texas Intermediate version of oil, 78.75, the high today. And Goldman actually coming out today and seeing an $86 barrel for WTI by the end of the year, saying that demand is going to come back and this and that. So Goldman predicting that oil will be strong, and oil responding today up over 2%. Some of the names also are strong. You got Oxy up 2.85% with 4.5 million shares done. You have ZOM up 2%, CVX 3.25%. So oil very strong as well, and that's helping buoy, I want to say, the ES higher than the NQ today. ES up 0.5 point. The NQ is up 1/4 point, or just under 1/3, actually, I should say. So, oil playing, another important part. Before I left, I mean, oil was bouncing off $67 every other day. So, now it's at almost 80 bucks.
And I mean, we're always talking about how the buying is going to come back into oil. Biden has said that they have to refill the reserves or whatever. So, you see oil at these low prices. It's pretty obvious to just smash the long, especially you look at like something like an Oxy at that 56 level that we always talk about.
Yeah.
And then, you load that up for the swing and you're $6 in the money now.
You're
and
well in the money.
wow, what a move today.
I know,
3%.
man. Strong today.
Yeah, I mean, how long does that even take to get from your 56? It's like a month ago. 1 month, you moved up over 10% on this name. Great move there on Oxy on these oil names. I don't have any trades on them today. You can see how light the volume is on something like Oxy, like 5 million. You just can't really structure trades properly on that. I don't know about XOM.
Yeah, they're tougher
XOM's usually a
intraday
little
trades,
more
I agree.
volume, but yeah, you really need them doing like 20 mil. I mean, great trade, but again, you're like in the middle of the range kind of here. Like XOM has been trading from 100 to 110 for months now. You're breaking 110 and getting into the next range, 120, 119.90 or whatever. This is the all-time high. So, if you're breaking that at some point soon, I mean, I still don't see that being the case because we're still not like high on oil. We're not where we were when XOM was breaking the high.
No.
So
We're not even close to where we were last year,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Okay, 97.50 held too.
I'm listening to these guys talking football. Mike, all I heard was Michael Gallup. Right, yeah, because obviously with association with the Cowboys, so that's all I heard there. But AMC's making a move, guys. The chat's talking about it. Yeah, it's not really, flying up there, Max, but the Katina man, I'm assuming, is in that. He's been in that all day, and he's pleased at the moment. I'm willing to assume that AMC is moving on up, especially off that $5 bottom. Yes, sir. 569 with a technical high of day 587 because that's an after the 930 high. Clearly, we traded much higher than that in today's calendar day. I believe we got up to 760 or so in the pre-market, but that was very pre-market, Max. That was 5:20 a.m. on suspect volume, right? Relatively speaking.
Yeah.
But yeah, AMC continuing to move
And
up.
after hours, we got through 8 on Friday.
On Friday, okay.
Yeah, 880 was that high. Like, does $6, I mean, you look at the pre-market chart, $6 was kind of resisting for a while. Does $6 make sense as a breakout? Possibly. I don't know. I feel like that could be the trap, and then they reverse it from there. So it's not going to be something that I have. If we are taking out $9 today, then I will get long for sure, because that is probably a short squeeze. But, you go back to the short float on this one. It's only 28% now. It's nothing crazy. I mean, that's still high, but, I think it was at 80 or 90% back when it actually squeezed. I think it's pretty likely that we see $6. I just don't think it's likely that we continue through there. And Tesla just rolled over at 265. I was so close to punching short on this, but I just did it so many times today and lost that I couldn't bring myself to do it again. But it has a triple top here, could not get above that 265.15 kind of level. It gave you the opportunity to short just below 265 in the 90s. Kind of just give it to that high. Now you're $1 in the money. You're probably looking for more. Now reserves on the offer at 264. So time for a pullback probably on Tesla. I think below 263 it's a good long.
Yeah.
I think if we get right back above 265, it's probably short squeezing to 267.5 pretty quickly. But yeah, I don't really see any trades until we pull back. I just want to be long, I think. Kind of shown that Tesla does not want to trade below 260 anymore. So, next leg up. I didn't think the earnings were that bad.
No.
I think a lot of people probably bought into earnings. There was a big move up, and they were looking for blowout.
Yeah.
Didn't get it, so then it pulls back. Now we've done the pullback. We found the base above 250.
We kind of have an idea of how they do because they tell us often how many cars they sell in every category of cars. I mean, they don't give you guidance, but
they're constantly reporting these deliveries, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so you know where they're going at.
I got into AMC, small position. I'm going to be looking to defend into the 550 level. So here's the deal. We just wicked up through 575. 550 level is just a smidge below VWAP on my chart. VWAP is 556. So what I'll be looking to do is if it dips in, defend that general area with a hard stop below that 535. So that's where the lower end of the wicks for me in that range are. So below 540, 535, that's the end of the trade for me. But I'll be looking to continue this one into 6 plus. Let's see if we can get there. I mean, Max thinks it won't break through 6, and here's probably why he thinks that. I won't put words in his mouth, but here's how I see the chart. Look at this consolidation area at 6. Reject, 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 right? And then you eventually have the flat bottom break, or as Neil calls it, flat bottom break. Right, so let's see if we can curl up into 6. That's the look here with a contingency plan into the 5.5. Let's see how we do, baby.
Contingency plan.
Yeah, I gotta have contingencies.
All right.
We don't have contingencies, all of a sudden we're at $5 and we're shut down and we're fired.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that 6 looks like quite likely at the moment. So, I mean, I'm not going to take the 6 break. I think that AMC is going to have a lot of natural selling in it today, but let's see what happens on that one. That could be exciting, and I like the idea of running into the break so that you're not going to lose on the trade if it does fail break there. Mm-hmm. You only lose on the trade if it doesn't get there, but I think that sometimes when everybody knows that something's going to get somewhere, it just does it.
It doesn't, exactly. It becomes
sometimes it doesn't. Yeah.
Anti-self-fulfilling prophecy. What is that called? We need to come up with a name for that. I don't know. We'll have to dig deep and come up with a name for that. But yeah, anyway, keeping an eye on this. Not much in the way of size, as we get back our bearings here.
Yeah, it's tough to trust any size when it's so liquid like this. Mm-hmm. I don't think that any level matters unless you're talking about thousands of lots on the
one. You're not seeing that on the book.
Well, yeah, you're never seeing those.
You're not seeing that on the book at all, actually. So we'll have to wait and see. We're just kind of going with the momentum here. What else move in? We talked about APLD earlier, doing Bubkiss at the moment, not really doing anything. TUP, also Bubkiss back at VWAP at that $1.50 BBIG.
Yeah, that was such a miss at TUP today.
That TUP was a decent trade. We're talking about this one over here, guys. Oh, I forgot. I have to put my markers here, Max, because the people don't know what I'm trading. Right? There we go. TUP. I have this little routine where I set up everything every day, and when you come back from vacation, that whole routine goes out the window. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what time it is. You don't know anything.
I come in most Mondays, and I don't know what's happening. So.
Right?
Taking 2 weeks off? Yeah.
There's nothing left. When you include the weekends, anyway. So
exactly.
Anyway, TUP hanging out at VWAP at that $1.50. This will be interesting. I mean, if it holds above here, and then all of a sudden, we're at a $1.50, we're above VWAP, we're in the later part of the day, let's say 132-ish, you start seeing this one possibly making a rally. In fact, I have a little name for these type of plays called the VWAP hold high of daybreak. Essentially, what it is, small cap capper does a nice earlier move, retraces back downward into VWAP, but holds it for the majority of the day, or maybe breaks below it, hangs out in that area, the general vicinity of VWAP, and then, into the more liquid part of the day, you go ahead and you punch long. Usually you're rewarded with a high day touch or a high day break. So we'll see if this one ends up being that kind of candidate. Keep my eye on it. It's on the side chart, so we will know what's up. What's its name? AMC continuing to flirt with that 580. 580 now acting as the local high with some sizeage there. There goes 580, 582 incoming. So maybe we'll start scalping here at the 10 penny mark here. All right, let's go ahead and put some sizeage here.
I think that opening high makes a lot of sense for an over-under level as well, the 587. Right there.
The opening high, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you fail break that, you're probably going down. I think the break of that should, if it's good, go directly to $6, and then you're making decisions at $6. But yeah, that looks good. I was not paying attention for the $5 level, but that $5 hold was a pretty simple trade to execute. It only spends 5 minutes below $5, and then it's right back above. Then holds it on the bid right there. Now you're 70, 80 cents in the money. Those are. That's pretty easy there, pretty easy. Carvana as well, kind of just made a low off of 43. I don't know if Carvana's SSR today. No, it's not SSR today. So kind of harder to structure the long on a weak stock when it's not even SSR, but down 5% again today. Carvana disappointing the last couple days, but still above 40 bucks. Still probably has a chance. I think it's got to be below 30 to really be dead for me, but I'm waiting for that one gap up day on Carvana where we gap up like 5% and then get moving. But this 43 hold double bottom right there looks pretty good. Gets you into the teal. See if you can take out that 43.80 level that it was consolidating below. That should be right around where the 50 period will be. And then maybe we're getting back through 45 today. I still like 45 as a level, 44.60, the prior high of the move. So let's see. Super
Nicole Harris. Shout out to Nicole and Hotlanta. Nicole saying AMC $10 call 818. Open interest was 200,000 plus before the market closed on Friday. I've never seen a number so high. Stock was 443. Look at mRNA, please. Sure. We'll have a look at mRNA. Nicole, just quickly, I want to mention here that Meta back to low of days, 290 incoming on Meta. In fact, the low of day right now is 290.03, so it's a couple of pennies above that 290 level. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a random level. What's 290 to Meta? It's a whole dollar number. That's really all that it is. I don't really see any significance for that level. Let me look quickly before I want to eat my words. And no, I do not like that 290 level. There is really nothing. There's some. Okay, maybe I do want to eat my words, Max. Now let's look here at 290. 290 was a bit of a top. You could say a little bit for this consolidation area here in Meta. It's not a hard top. But anyway, Meta at 290. This might be an interesting area. I had this one short, and then it went bonkers going long. Obviously, I got out of that way earlier. It was completely a profitable trade. Nothing was not profitable. But let's look at mRNA now.
Yeah, I just pulled up mRNA.
What do you see?
I mean, it's down 3% today, not looking great. But if you look at the daily chart, we're still just kind of in the range. We're doing the range as at the moment. So we were at the top, trying to kind of break the 50 period on the daily chart, kind of rejecting it. And I think it's just rejecting the top of this range at 127.50. I think until you get below, 117, maybe you're saying 120 is the low of this recent range, but I don't know. It's kind of like nasty move off the open, obviously, but still kind of just chilling in range at the moment. So I don't really see much on Moderna.
Here's the reason for the move. Down 3.4%, whatever, after Cowen cuts price target to 165. So getting a price target cut today.
Price target cut, but that's still $40 above the price. So,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, a lot of people have NVIDIA at 550.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Microsoft keeps getting these $400
You always get
ones.
anomalies like that, like today, the Tesla downgrade.
Yeah.
It came with a downgrade and a price target upgrade.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly.
I mean, you're always going to get these types of...
Because they only update it ever so often. And speaking of Tesla, just rejected a little breakdown there of that 264 level, and now we're flying straight back up. This is a great way to get long on a stock like this. It's kind of consolidating, tries the breakdown, can't even get through the 50 penny, and then blast back up. So I would say that a 265 touch is likely. I think if 265 breaks again, we're probably going to 267. I just don't want to buy so high. I wanted to buy down here, so I'm not going to have it. If I was long, it would be at like 263, 80, 90 here. And then you'd be looking for that high of day touch. Maybe, if we get back through 263.50 really quickly right now, that's actually ultra bearish, and that would mean that we're probably coming back into this area in my kind of opinion. But I don't know. I feel like the bid is kind of just on Tesla all day today. People probably covering those shorts from that earnings. Market looks like it wants to break down, though.
Yeah, the market's,
Like NASDAQ just totally rejected a double top there. Headed back down towards that 15.5. I really thought that we were going to get a big market move down today. I thought that this pullback from yesterday's Friday's nasty, Thursday and Friday's nasty moves.
I didn't see either day. They were both bad?
Oh yeah. We pulled back like pretty hard off of
I see.
off these 16K highs. I figured, you know, we had another 200 or so handles in us.
I stopped looking. Every time I looked, and like I'd look really quickly because on my phone I have. I'm gonna show you guys. I have a thing where it shows you like it's a ticker, right? So anytime you see it's not loading enough for whatever reason, but there's a ticker. I swear. And so every day I'd see Meta up again, 300, whatever.
315, I think it topped out at.
So I stopped looking. So any days that were down, I didn't really notice, to be honest with you. Anyway, AMC, local high here at 584. We're sitting here for a profit taker at 585. That'd be 10 pennies. Haven't been able to get the print yet as, you know, we've encountered a lot of selling right at that area, which is ironic. But Meta, breaking down now, right below 290. Look at that, Huadunk, 288.92. Meta flushes southward, 290 no longer a level, 289 to the south side. Yeah, it's at 280, trying to hold 289 right now. A couple of super chats that I missed. I'll get to those in a quick sec here. Donnie, Pack Dub options, 10 contracts call at 4, August 10th. No. 10 contracts call at $10 for August 10th, up 6% today and earnings tomorrow. Opinion on my thoughts of taking profit. I think earnings won't drive it. I mean, there's a general rule, you know, sometimes you don't really want to hold a swing into earnings. I did with Meta, so I clearly broke that rule. I don't know too much about options. You know that if you're a regular viewer of the show, so I'm not really going to look at the option side of it, but I'll have a look at the chart on Packed Up, absolutely. As Meta's flushing here, guys, we really need to note 288.45, trying to hold that 288.50 level, but Meta is making a big move down. Packed Up, let's load that. Let's go to the daily. What do we see here? Okay. So he's call, so he's long. Look, I mean, I don't know if we're completely out of the small to mid-size banking crisis issue. A lot of the articles that I read and the analysis that I listen to says, you know, the worst of it is over. The chart, you know, obviously hasn't reflected the move back to before the breakdown. So there's a big gap. There's no question about that. So having a look here at the levels. First and foremost, the level that we broke down from, that $27, we're not even close to that. The high of the range, the $12 is the area where the price closed, okay? The wicks go up to 13. The better levels for me and the more important are the closing prices, not the wicks. So 12 is the level that you really kind of want to aim for, and if you break above and close above 12, I really think that that is very bullish. You're already seeing higher highs, higher lows off the bottom. But again, there is a huge gap to be filled here. There's no doubt about it. With, I'd say, the bottom end of the gap being the $22 range, the breakdown being 27. So hope that helps. I think you're onto the right move here. You've got the direction of the trend in your favor. I think the only variable you really need to concern yourself with is how earnings come out. That's always something that you cannot control, and so that's why, you know, some people would say, you know, shy away from earnings, don't hold a swing into earnings, et cetera, et cetera. But
yeah, I think also potentially the play on Pack W buying calls right before earnings at $10 is just to hold them into earnings, and if you win, you probably win $5 a share. If you lose, you just lose whatever you paid for the option.
Yeah.
I don't know, like if you're in profit right now, which I imagine you're not because we're only at like 20 cents above that $10, I imagine the options were kind of expensive at $10. I don't know, I don't see the reason. I mean, I don't know. If it's a, it depends. Like, are you risking your whole account on this?
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, like if this is just a little like play to try to make, you know, $5 a share on these options, and just hold it. Like that's
sure.
But
I mean, a lot of it has to do with how much the premium cost.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, and that's the thing, right? Like,
if you're in profit right now before earnings, at the end of the day, if it's at $11, you're in profit.
Yeah.
You should probably take something off. But I mean, if the play is to hold it into that earnings move where maybe they say everything's okay and then we blast off to 15 after earnings, I mean,
exactly.
I don't know.
And what if they start reporting like huge sums of inflows?
Yeah, exactly.
That were outflows during the, you know. Anyway,
but the truth is the risk is probably worse to the. I mean, with options it's not, But like if you were holding the equity around $10, the risk would be much worse to the downside, I think, on this one. It could definitely totally fall apart. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, you look at FRC when they reported earnings, that's what killed the company. So, I mean.
I'll never forget that. All right, we got to get to another super chat here. Sarah Gibson, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Sarah. NNDM Golden Cross breakout, $5 plus, incoming 100%. Well, you know, let's not speak in certainties because there is no certainty but death and taxes. So here's what she's talking about, though. Golden Cross. Well, what is that? It's when the 50 moving average, in my case, exponential moving average, crosses the 200 to the high side. So coming from the bottom and crossing it and going above it. Now, look, these moving average crosses are good in times where there is trend. But when there is consolidation, moving averages will kill you, okay? Because they're going to give you all sorts of false buy and sell signals. Why am I bringing that up right now? We look like we're on a fantastic trend. Look, we were at $2. Now we're at $3.29. Well, let's zoom out. And then all of a sudden, it looks a little different, doesn't it? Right? With a 375 being the high, not this 330 that we saw earlier in, I want to say, March. So, yeah, Golden Cross, sure, but I would have to say it comes in a period of consolidation. Now, for those who don't know what NNDM is, and I haven't added the ticker, that's on me. First of all, let's just talk a little bit about what this company does. Nano Dimensions, it's formerly ZBI Limited, is an Israel-based company active in the technology sector. The company operates as a provider of intelligent machines for the fabrication of additively manufactured electronics. Say that 3 times quick.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Additively manufactured electronics. I don't even know what the hell that is.
Yeah.
Printed electronics, so I know what that is. Micro additive manufacturing, artificial intelligence, and deep
additive
learning.
manufacturing, like 3D printing?
That's what I'm assuming it is.
Yeah.
And also, they don't forget, Max, they deal in AI as well.
Oh, do they? So this company does everything that you need as a catalyst in order for it to squeeze to the moon?
Yes.
I mean, it's done it a few times before. I know this name. I've heard of it many times.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't know.
Well, look, no disrespect to the company. I don't know anything about them fundamentally, but just looking at the chart speaks for itself. It's in a consolidation range. If it starts breaking out here, fantastic. It looks like there was a great breakout, a bounce off that 2.25, and then you're coming right back into local highs here at 330. So if it can continue, absolutely great. But as a general rule, try not to rely too much on moving averages in periods of consolidation. So that's what I'm going to say with that. Meta, we were talking about this one, 288.30, the low. They're finding a bit of reprieve, trying to squeeze back into that 290 area. All right, now I have to look at my trade on AMC. This one, I don't get the actual fill. So it comes to 584. I was sitting at 585 and right back into 550. This is what we were talking about. And so that here comes the add into the 550 area as we're getting it on the back end. So let's go ahead and punch here. The out for me, I want to take it through the break of 550 because 550 held, but my original plan was to take it through, to get out through the break of that 540 area. So I think that's what I'm going to stick to. And we shall see how this trade pans out. But yeah, the move back into VWAP, getting it on the backside. Let's see if we can make some money on this trade.
Nice. That AMC, that's always going to have potential. I mean, the apes be strong.
Sharif looks like SpongeBob when he got a tan.
You are looking very, very dark.
SpongeBob.
Although I feel like the camera's making you look a little orange today.
I know. I look like like our friend Donald. Guys, you're making me look orange on camera.
Yeah. Sharif doesn't have a spray tan, guys.
No, I don't. I've never spray tan in my life. Like that's the truth. It's the eggs, says Darwin. Orange for sure. All right, guys.
It's the eggs. You're eating those farm fresh ones with the orange yolks.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Those extra orange yolks. Yeah, those are off-putting. Well,
they're off-putting. They look awesome.
I mean, having had you know, normal, whatever you consider normal, eggs for your entire life, and then
Yeah.
seeing that color initially was
But that color's like,
good. It's a good thing, though.
I mean, it looks so much more nutritious. And
Oh, I have to agree. Caged-free, farm fresh. And
yeah,
then
only
the
$12
free range.
for a
Oh, yeah,
dozen.
yeah. Oh, have you seen the free range ones, too?
Yeah, man.
The ones that they don't feed grain? So
Yeah.
these chickens, the free range
Yeah,
ones,
like
they
the
can just
Mennonite
go
ones.
eat anything they
Yeah.
want. So you're getting a
Honestly, I mean, they're not that much more expensive if you eat a lot of eggs. And
I do, that's
I mean,
the thing.
like an egg's pretty cheap anyway. You know, like
Costco says one. but
$9
yeah.
or whatever for a dozen. Whatever.
No, it's not too bad. And when I went to the States, I was in SoCal, obviously, so I was visiting my sister. And I got to tell you, it's not much cheaper down there. Anything, numerically. And their
Oh, no, no, no.
conversion, when
California
you
is
do the conversion.
so expensive.
Dude, I'm talking about for anything from chocolate bars
Oh,
to
yeah.
gum.
Oh,
the only
yeah.
thing that I noticed was significantly cheaper, alcohol.
Yeah, alcohol's way cheaper, and they have those stiff pours at the bar in the U.S.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
seems, you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
Canada, we measure out all of our alcohol up here. Seems like you go to some of these bars in America, and you know they just free pour it for you.
T Daddy.
nice.
T Daddy's saying, I'm in San Diego, and it's kind of expensive. Yeah, man.
Yeah, very expensive.
It's pricey.
You go to
it's
that,
pricey.
what's that store called? Erewhon?
Where?
It's like the most expensive grocery store of all time.
In where?
It's like in California.
In California. Okay, so
It's like
where, though? 'Cause
$30
I was
for a
in
smoothie.
Orange County. In
I think it's
Laguna.
a chain, probably.
I've never heard of that.
Maybe it's just one store.
There's Smart and Final. There's Albertsons. There's all these.
All
other
of the
ones.
like TikTokers and
They
influencers
talk about
and
that?
stuff. Yeah, they go to Erewhon and have like a $30 smoothie.
Is it like our what's it called, Pusateri's?
Yes, but like twice the price.
Really?
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
Pusateri's is already pricey as you know what.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay. Well, yeah, we digress.
Back to the markets.
Yeah.
Tesla is trying to take out the high again. I am tempted to take a fade if this just like blasts up, takes the high by 10 cents, and then slams back down. But how many times have I done that today in this area? That didn't work at all. So maybe stay away. I would have to see some pretty convincing stuff on the tape. Maybe some kind of reserve at like 265.20 or something like that. That you know holds us down and pushes back down to 262. Market not really making a big move. So.
Not really.
I mean, ES is holding up kind of above VWAP and at the highs, but you look at NASDAQ, you know, shoots down. We haven't even taken out the prior consolidation low really yet. So I don't know. This market move's looking kind of weak. As I was saying, I think that there's 200 handles more downside in this market.
I gotta interrupt you for this, man. John Del Segno. I hope I didn't butcher your last name, man. But he's like, yup. Sharif definitely shopping in Orange County. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You're killing me there.
He's got you there. He's got you there.
Anyway, you know Kylian Mbappe, right? Best soccer player in the world?
Yeah.
Mbappe.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see?
Oh my God,
not
Tesla.
300 million euros. Al Hilal.
Yeah, then 800 million salary.
I'm talking to the Katina man, and the Katina man is saying 800 million salary offered with a 300 million euro transfer fee. So here's what we're talking about, guys. Kylian Mbappe plays for Paris Saint-Germain. He's got 1 year left on his contract. And then 99% chances he goes to Real Madrid. The PSG people believe he already has a deal with Madrid and he's going to go there for free. And they're not going to send him there for free. So now he's for sale. So the way that you guys, so for people that don't really understand how soccer works, you have to either sell the player to get something for him or they walk away for free. In North America, we don't have that equivalent here. It doesn't work like that. Usually, you know, you can trade them, you can deal them, but it's not the same thing. Anyway, so Al Hilal is offering Paris Saint-Germain 300 million euros. That's a record fee. Mbappe owns the record fee, or it's either Neymar or Mbappe, one of the two, all time. So this would be a new record fee, and chances are that if he goes there, he may not want to sign the $800 million deal because he may still want to take that deal with Madrid and leave for free.
They send him without the deal.
They send him without the deal.
And you're just taking the risk that you can sign him.
I think that that's the stupidest move ever. But, you know, the Saudis,
Yeah,
what
why
they're
not
doing
like sign and trade?
Well, the Saudis they want exposure. This is my opinion. And the
Yeah.
reason they're getting into the soccer game is it's a very high exposure business. That's not where they want to make the money. The Saudis are doing the real business on the side, but this is what's getting them the recognition and the attention.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a very high exposure business, and I think that's why a lot of people deal in it. But anyway, that's we're digressing there.
Yeah, this that Tesla 265 that I was talking about, it broke and went straight to 266, like within 10 seconds. So that trade idea was obviously not the right one to try to short. I didn't, thankfully, try to short anything there, and it's just straight to 266. 2 minutes of pullback. What do? Break 266 and go straight to 267.50. That's kind of what I expect here. Lots of buying on this one today. Doesn't give me the opportunity to buy the dip where I wanted to. And, you know, here we are, all the way up here at 266. I don't know, like, I mean, we have that 267.5 from Friday afternoon as a high. I think that's the only spot that you could try to short this. If it fail breaks 267.5 or fail breaks 268. Other than that, like 270 is coming, and then, you know, maybe we're making that whole move back up. I don't know why these charts look so bad today, but
NVIDIA moving right back up. I don't know if you're talking about that now.
NVIDIA as well,
the market in
450.
general.
And, you know, the only one that's not is that BABA, which topped out at that 97.50, which I have on my other chart for some reason. I don't know why I have a line here. I don't remember putting it there, but I guess I should just trust my own lines as this one pulls right back off 97.50 in a 95, high 95s, 96 bucks basically, but looks like it wants to pull back to VWAP. So see what happens on BABA. As I was talking about, you know, this one sometimes just stops at a certain price and gives like a decent amount back. Kind of looks like that's what it wants to do right now. I don't think that shorting in the middle makes any sense, though. You got to be short from up here, or, you know, maybe it tries to make another push into 97 and you catch kind of a failure up here in the 80s and 90s. But, you know, you can't be stubborn with this. I think, you know, you got to be very patient and find something that you really like on the tape there. And then, yeah, Tesla high is now 266.13. So I don't know, not getting through 266, not being able to follow through. Maybe there's a possibility to short it back through 265, but that just seems like there's just going to be so many buyers down there from this whole consolidation that I don't know. I just don't see it really being the greatest short, the greatest spot to put my shares. So I think just wait till 267.5. What else are you guys trading in the chat? Lucid broke out? Really? Is it doing any volume? NASDAQ, yeah. $7, interesting, but such boring action other than this crazy move down this morning. I mean, it's not even that crazy. That's 20 cents, yeah. Loose is just not really something that I can trade particularly. I think until we're getting above that $8 level, again, there's really not a whole lot here unless you're just trying to fade any pop up, which this 715 would be kind of the spot that you would want to do that, but that's also looking like a decent breakout spot. Kind of double bottomed here on like last week's move down, so maybe it just wants to go up. I just don't see, you know, a whole lot here. It moves very, very slowly, kind of you know, thick. I just don't think it's really going anywhere. You see all these offers, they'll probably get taken out and then it'll go nowhere. Tesla is still pullback. Still can't get to 265 though, so I feel like this goes back through 266, and then you're seeing that 267 move. Maybe if we fail 266 one more time, that could be a way to get the short. I mean, I feel like there's probably a $3-4 move to the downside on Tesla at some point today. It's just like, where are you going to catch that from? At where's AMC at?
Yeah, it's tracing back into 571-ish area, right back where we got in initially. But you know, it doesn't really change anything for me. The levels are what they are, whether circled back or not. So still keeping my profit taker here at 585. I'm not going to take profit at 577 just because it's 10 pennies off my entry. Let's see if we can break this top. The fact that we rejected off that top makes it more of a target for me anyway. So let's see what we do
Well, that's looking good.
Shut up,
actually, right now.
Ponzi. Welcome back. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Phil McCracken, Sharif, please discuss level 2 AMC. Let's discuss level 2 AMC. So let's pull up my screen here and have a look at the level 2. If you can come to my screen for a sec. All right, so this is what we're talking about here. When Max and I were talking about big blocks of size, this is kind of what we're talking about. The one at 583, 4,328 lots. So, you know, this is clearly what I'm looking at here because I know that it rejected off that level last time. So, good confluence between the level 2 and the chart. Now, I'm also looking for size to move up with the bid. And that helps support my move up because knowing that, you know, if a seller comes in, he's going to encounter some obstacle. Now, I'm not seeing any blocks move up here on the bid at the moment. I still see that huge size at 583, but nothing similar moving up with the price at the moment. So nothing to talk about on the bid. The ask is the one that I'm really focused on here. Do you want to add anything to this? Because, you know, I'm not the greatest tape reader. That's a question, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard on names like that where there's so much size everywhere to really.
And there
care
isn't
about
much
anything.
size. To
Yeah,
be fair, I mean, where is the size?
But it's not like, you know, if you come to the Tesla screen right here, you got like ones everywhere, you got fives, but there's no hundreds.
Right.
So there's like so much share size there on that AMC that like you have to look for something really, really outsized in order to actually move the stock.
Yes.
As Tesla actually did just buy that dip up and gets right back to 266. This name is crazy strong today.
Where do you get the level 2, please? Asks Adrian. Okay, so Adrian, let me just explain something to you. In addition to having, you know, the price action on the chart, you can also see, you know, all the orders that are out there, whether they're at the price it's trading at now or all the other possible prices. And you use that obviously to help determine your trades. And so in order to get all this, you have to pay for this data. And that's obviously offered to you by your brokerage. You know, I don't know if the retail ones like Robinhood and stuff have level 2, do they?
I don't
even
know.
if
I've
they have
never
level
used
2.
them. I think
I know IBKR does. They're retail as well. So
obviously, you know, TD and all those.
yeah,
They'll have
TD,
their like Thinkorswim
what else?
platform.
Thinkorswim is very popular
Yeah.
in America. You can't
Yeah.
get it here without having some nice
TD.
money in your account.
TD
They'll
has
give it to you for free, but you
Thinkorswim.
have to have a little bit of moolah.
Really?
Yes.
I was using it for a while.
How did you get it? For free?
No, they made you pay like $30 a month or something.
No, I was not told that. I was told you have to have like a minimum amount in your account.
Well, I definitely did not hit that minimum. I can tell you that. But maybe I wasn't using it. I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm not. You could download it, but I wasn't able to
But
get.
then you couldn't get the account hooked up.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think I was using it as a SIM actually.
Yeah, exactly. Tasty Trade, someone says on there. Yeah, we used to collab with them as well. I know that for on the show here, they were doing some morning segments, I think. All right,
Anyway.
AMC continuing to move up here, 575. Tesla, also the beast. You want to talk about Tesla at 266.19 high?
I mean, it's looking like that's the reversal that I was looking for, but there's no volume. It's the wrong time of day, so I'm just going to forget about it. I think, you know, shorting it so many times today is probably a mistake, but yeah. I think my time is up. Trader Pratt is right behind the screen.
Absolutely.
Itching to get on. So
all right. We'll
have a good rest of the day. We will see you guys tomorrow.
Yes, sir. All right. Let's bring in this watch list here because I want to talk a little bit about Chinese ADRs because they are all the rave today, at least for my book. Look at this. This is my Chinese ADR watch list over here. Okay, guys? And every single one is green. And this includes 2 ETFs, by the way. FXI and KWEB. Obviously, they're going to be green. The big names, though, you got to say XBEV at 11%, NEO at almost 13%. And then our friend Lee, the old, you know, I don't want to call it workhorse because it jumps to a different EV. But yeah, Lee is consistently strong, up $38.13. This one's looking to take 40. I keep looking to see when they report earnings, and I can't find it in my economic calendar. So if someone knows, please tag me. Let me know. I can search that later. Baidu also up 5.75%. Very strong. Futu up almost 8% here. What else we got strong? Yeah, DI, DY up 6.6%. So it's been very, very strong in Chinese ADR world. Pradley, as Pradley gets set up, we'll give him some time. Platinum Prad, and I actually like checked into the show to see what was going on one time when I was in LA, and I see this guy in his yellow hair. I'm like, yeah, okay, he did it, good, good. So I want to get back, give him props for that. ES continuing to move up near high of day, 45.88 and a quarter. We're at 45.87 and 3/4. So continuing to step up, outperforming the NASDAQ. I want to say because of oil. Now oil is up almost 2 2/3%. Now up over $79. Very strong on the day for oil. That's a September contract for WTI, West Texas Intermediate. So continue to watch those guys as well. Let's see the trade here on AMC, how this one is doing. Again, we get up to 580, and again, we reject off that level, right back down into 571. So not really able to take that level yet. We'll continue to watch and see how this trade develops. The end of the trade for me will be the break of 540. So if it touches that 539 spot, we shall be out. Another one that was moving today, BBIG, not doing much at the moment though. Below VWAP, we talked about this one possibly being a good trade into the afternoon. Not looking as much anymore. It's actually looking like a possible short through that break of maybe 460, 450. It's been below VWAP for the better part of the morning, ever since it made that big move. Around 1040 or so, it broke down, and it's been below VWAP with some perfunctory breaks and retracements back down. So BBIG starting to give up the ghost here, barely holding on to 40% at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that one as well. And yeah, we'll see what else is going on. Let's see how Meta was doing. We were talking about that one earlier. Meta finding another bounce. Yeah, I guess with the overall market bouncing, Meta's going to bounce as well, but Meta finding that 288.50 as support, coming back up to 292. So giving you all sorts of opportunities, but hard to structure a trade around such volatility. So gonna steer clear until I can get some sort of gauge as to what's happening here, Bradley. What's going on?
Still getting a couple things going here, so give me a moment.
All right, so we'll have a look at, let's see what APLD was doing. This one's completely giving up the ghost. This one was very strong earlier in the day. Let me put the ticker for everybody here. APLD. APLD, there we go. Yeah, this one had a 989 high, was very strong, really stayed above VWAP. We were talking about this one as the possible VWAP hold high at daybreak, and then look at that. Just Huadunks below VWAP, that 940 break, and now we're breaking down below 9 into that 885 area. Yesterday, Friday's close, I should say, 773. The pre-market action kind of topped out at 830. So if you're looking for some levels, those could be 2. Otherwise, I just steer clear of a long on this one because it really looks like it's made its move and now it's stair-stepping down. So we'll continue to see that. Let's see what the chat is up to here. Someone says, happy birthday, Prad. Is it your birthday? I'm pretty sure it's not your birthday. Let's see what else people are talking about here. AMC, slap, okay. Slap that ask. I like that. That's hilarious. Nice play on words. I like that. Baba will short circuit you. Yeah, Baba very strong today. We talked about that ad nauseum, up 4.5%. Is Baba, what else? Here, Neo up 13%. Yep, talked a little bit about that. Tesla pump hearts, this Orange Cat. Yeah, Orange Cat. 266.61 now on Tesla as the high. So we'll keep an eye on both of those. DFLI. Someone saying in the chat here, making a move. Let's have a look. All right, here is the 1-minute chart on DFLI. Yeah, had some decent moves earlier. Breaks down below VWAP, tries to bounce off the 200, but the volume not there to support the move up. So I'm gonna keep, steer clear of this one. Joby says Workhorse is at high a day. Let's have a look at Workhorse. The EV maker, it's not loading. There we go. $1.23. It's trading at right now up 6%. It is at high a day. This one trading very much like a buyout. Not my style of trading, but hey, yeah, if you can extract money off it, all the power to you. Who's going to say no to that? So keep an eye on those. What else is moving here? KSCP? No, this isn't it. No, not much really doing volume. NIO, we talked about that. Obviously breaking through $12. This is NEO. I'll give you the ticker. Here we go. NEO moving up with all the other Chinese ADRs that we talked about just a second ago. I was showing an article about how, you know, the Chinese economy has been struggling lately, and as a result, the government there has been instituting some quantitative easing, some essentially stimulus programs, and it looks like there's going to be more, maybe more announcements to that effect this week as the Politburo meets to discuss, the state of the Chinese economy. So that sets the stage for possible announcements, and I guess maybe that's why we're seeing a big surge here, Pratstradamus.
Yes, sir. We are now locked in, locked and loaded. The layouts are back. Thought I had to struggle and make a whole new layout, but thankfully didn't have to. We had to just click some extra buttons. How was your vacation, Sharif?
Fantastic, man.
Is this even Sharif? It's a completely different colored Sharif at the moment.
Just call me Orange.
You look like you just went to Mr. Olympia competition and just came back, man.
Man, let me tell you, a lot of physical activity without actually working out.
What do you mean by that?
Playing racquetball on the beach,
okay.
playing volleyball on the
Nice.
beach. You know what I mean? Surfing. Like I surf for the first time in my life. It's hard.
Hard, for sure.
It's hard, dude. Just standing up on the surfboard because I'm so heavy, right? Like for me, it's quite hard. I see these kids, they're like $150, $140.
Right.
They're jumping on their surfboards like that. They got nothing to balance. I'm like 220. It's hard anyway. So it was really good in that regard. Got a lot of sun.
Glad you had fun, man. Let's go. That's what I like to hear. Good vacation time, charged up.
Yes, sir.
And back to the market, back to the chat, back to the show.
sir.
Glad to have you back. People in the chat talking about Kava, and that's the first stock I actually pulled up over here. This stock is back in action again to the north side, up 8% today, holding a pretty good trend at the moment on the 1-minute chart. You can see that obvious trend to the north side, and looks like it does not want to, break that trend anytime soon. So I'm not expecting a reversal back yet. Maybe if you are expected, a move continue to the north side after the overall move that happened in the market today. Absolute chop fest, down, back up, flat. That's the NASDAQ. S&P 500 did the same thing, but then kept on going higher and higher, and now trying to make another higher day. It did so previously on the last 5-minute chart or 5-minute candle, but right now trying to see what it wants to do near the higher day for the S&P 500. So absolute chop fest coming here on the market, and that's how my trades ended up being. I'm flat on the day, and my only damage is the fees that I paid to get in and out of trades, sadly. So I took 101 trades so far, or 101 fills, sorry. 101 different fills so far, and absolute flat on the day. I'll start off with actually showing you my worst trade of the day. Most likely could have been my best trade, honestly, but I traded a little poorly. I got in way too heavy in front of 170 over here. Took the 170 break, kept adding it while it was working out for me, and then didn't take any profits when it came down over here. So that was a little stupid of me, honestly. And then came back to VWAP. I added again at VWAP, and then I gave it too much of risk that I should have, honestly, maybe. Could have taken that 1 cent risk, but I gave it 5 cents, 10 cents risks over here for based on how much size I have. I gave up, I lost everything on that I made on the day today, from XPEV, Tupperware, even Apple. So thanks to Ape over here, flat on the day, but I got back into the shorts at the higher days. Made some of the money that I lost on it back. I think this move to the downside could just play out again, but right now there is size on the bid, and looks like 173, 174 is a range it wants to maybe consolidate for a little bit sideways. A quick glance also at the stock, noticing that how it's trading in this 1 cent ranges. Could possibly just start buyout trading it, which is just provide liquidity on both sides, and most likely get fills, just catch rebates also, and just keep grinding the stock to the downside, as 180 seems to be the high day at the moment.
Tesla, proudly. What is happening here, bro? All right, what are we going to do here? 266.99 high. So essentially 267 incoming. We were talking about this one, you know, where were we talking about this one? Down at 260 when we started. It was, yeah, just a little bit above 260 when we started the show. Now it's at 269, 267, excuse me. So strong from Tesla. Continuing to watch that. I mean, I have a desire to punch in here, but this trade was not structured for me. I mean, this would just be kind of taking the momentum, and you know, it's not my trade right now. I need to be more prepared, to be honest. All right, let's see what else is moving, because I can't punch into Tesla at the moment at these highs, even though it's continuing to go, man. 267.07. It's continuing to stair step up. Eek. All right. Well, I'm going to have to let that one go for now because I'm not set up for it. But what else is moving? Lucid. This one up 3.5%. Let's see what Lucid's up to today. Is not connected? Oh, that's a shame. Okay. I forgot that it did that. All right, Lucid, yeah, up to $7.13, but also trading like a buyout on sparse volume, so that's not the one that I want to look for either. Where's the volume at? Rivian. Holy cow, 35 million shares done on Rivian, but only 1.9% of the high side, but moving up quite nicely now, Rivian here, with a $25 bottom, found a bit of a base there, looking to knock on the door of $25.85, so nice recovery from Rivian. And then, yeah, Plug Power, I saw this one this morning. It's not doing anything today. But you'll recall I had a $1 loser on a swing on this one, and I got out at like 10:30 or something like that, or I forget. Look at this move on Plug lately. I got out like right here, and yeah, now just made a nice 13.50 top when I was gone. Hold it in 12.50 now. Plug Power in the green EV space, making a decent move, and Tesla. Oh my God. Continuing to go, Pratsudamis, 267.50.
Yeah, I'm actually taking a filler size over here short on Tesla, because if you look at it on Friday's high, 268 was the exact same high to the dot on Friday, which was the second day earnings mover, and 267.50 right now has about 200 lots. That's cleaned out immediately. So I want to take more of my size on a possible fail break of 268, sorry. So I have orders set up on my second screens over here for that break, and also my stops ready in case I have to throw my stops out for that move. And I'm gonna give it about 20 cents of risk or so on that break of 268 once I get back in on the fill through of backside of over there. But looks like I'm already, maybe I got lucky over here for front running this trade at the moment, because I'm only front running it with minimum lot size. So if this one ends up working right now, it's going to suck because I don't have any size to take profits and maybe ride it for a bigger dream. I just wanted to take this position, let it ride up all the way to the north side, give it that 50-cent wiggle room, see what happens at 268, where then I can take my real lot size, and that way I don't lose track of it when I'm talking about other stocks to you guys. But hey, looks like a little bit, not too much, a little bit of a down move coming in off that 267.50 already. 268 high was Friday's high once again. For those of you are wondering why am I shorting a stock that's up 3% on the day or so on. So be careful. NASDAQ up 0.2% on the day, S&P 500 up 0.5, and trying to take out the highs, right? So it doesn't make sense to get into a short on this at the moment. It's much better trade, way cleaner of a trade if you just wait for the 268 backside and see if there are any buyers showing up on that follow through of the break. If there are no more buyers showing up on the follow through of that break, then that gives you a clear indication of where the stops should be, where you should enter, and so on. So I'm just giving you a cautionary note for everybody who's looking for the same type of entry for any reason. The much easier trade, obviously, is to just follow the trend, get into the trend. And this is my first time looking at Tesla today. Very upsetting to not even look at the stock all day. I'm pretty sure Neil and Brendan and Sean were talking about it on the show. I was just too locked and loaded onto my music and into Ape, trying to see if that stock would push down, or maybe I would be able to bully it down, but no, that didn't work out. We also traded Apple today, like I was telling you guys earlier, AAPL. Let me show you how Apple worked out. We took that pre-market high breakout, I think. No, it was 130. Yeah, pre-market high, kind of 139, 193.50. And rode it up to 195 almost, and then got stopped out on the re-entry of VWAP over here. Later on in the day, 193 keeps holding on Apple, giving you pretty good opportunities to go long. But if you're noticing the overall trend of Apple, we are rejecting VWAP constantly and pushing down. Here goes S&P 500 creating a new high a day, and NASDAQ marching back to the high a day at the moment. Tesla 4 pennies out of the money at the moment, and trying to see if we can march towards that 268 number that I want to get my most size at.
Yeah, the ES showing higher highs and higher lows, Bradley. So good observation there. The ES, the opening range is a little wacko. Then once we calm down, yeah, there it is. Higher high, higher high, higher high, higher low. And then you guys get it. I'm not going to keep repeating it. But 45, 88, 75. Here we go. But, not that kind of aggressive move that we've had on the futures that I've seen the last few weeks. Up half a point today. Being helped, I'm assuming, a little bit by oil to outperform the NQ, which is up 0.23%. All right, when AMC came back down into this $5.55 area, we got another reload, bouncing off VWAP, man. So VWAP coming into play here, possibly on AMC. Now, earlier I had said that my out on this one would be the break of 540. I'm now going to move that up into 550. So, because number one, I have more size, and number two, more has happened since that time. So, more action has taken place, and 550 has shown itself to be a level, and therefore, if it breaks, I don't want any more part of the trade. So, 550, I just want to double check that for a second. Yes, 550 will be my out. And I still have my profit taker hanging around 585, and I can't quite see the book, but now more size has shown up here at 575 than had been the case before. 1,300 lots sitting there, and I know there's 4,500 lots sitting at 584 because that's where we rejected off, and I saw it when we were trading around here. So AMC, right now it's in a bit of a compression pattern. We have a higher low, but but we also have lower highs. So kind of a compression pattern happening. Which way we resolve? Typically resolves the way in the direction of the trend, and that is to the downside today, even though we are up 28%. And here's why. Let's look at the 15-minute chart, and you'll see that we were trading much lower than we were, number one, on Friday, and number two, in the pre-market. So kind of a top brewing here at 575. If it takes place and breaks and touches 6, I want part of it, but if it breaks 550, that's going to be the end of my trade, and it will be a 15-penny loser on AMC. We'll have to see how that one pans out, but that's the look I'm going for at the moment. What else is moving here? Let me have a quick look at my board. Yeah, much in large cap world. We'll see. We shall see. Nothing for me at the moment except this AMC trade, which is sadly a bit sideways.
Here's my trade on Tupperware. This stock was a fun ride to the north side. Rainer and I were having a little too much fun with this stock, talking about how Tupperware now includes AI into their lids and into their plastic technology. Why else would the stock be squeezing the way it is to the north side? So, hey, that was a fun ride. I took a long here, got stopped out. Took another long, got stopped out. Got in right back in with small risk, maybe a penny or two risk at best. And every time I got stopped out, I was fine because I was ready for that entry. When the right entry showed up with volume, it showed up. I got back in. Nice little move to the upside, flipping those longs, moving those losers into winners. And Tupperware actually, I believe, is my number one or two. Let me quickly just look at, I have so many blotters here, I don't know. Tupperware is my number two stock on the day. Let me click on that again. So we got out on the way back in, and breaking of this range back through was me stopping out of all of my sides. And it looks like that was the right idea because later on the stock does pull back much, much lower. This was one of my best trades today. Here's another stock that I think I did fairly well on. I wish I did even better because look where the stock went to. XPEV up 11% now. It was a little hard to punch that high at day 1555 area, but if you look at it on the longer time frame, XPEV, you'll see that, hey, what the heck? XPEV over here, you'll see that on the longer time frame, this 1550 consolidation, we rejected that once here, rejected that twice here. So I figured, hey, if we break 1550, 1555 and run through it, maybe the stock could give me a quick 20, 30 cents. And that's what I took out of it, right? For risking 5, 10 cents, getting 20, 30 cents, that's 3:1. I'm not complaining about that win, but I could have easily thrown a stop out on the lower end of this 1560, still make that 1:1 stop for my last few bit of shares, and then look how much of a bigger potential ride I could have gotten out of it. I was too scared to even put a stop in for 1:1. I wanted to protect my profits so badly that I just took all my wins out. I didn't throw my appropriate stop, did not trade the stock properly, and I'm a little, come on, Brad, about this stock over here. So this one goes in your notes for sure to how to improve, how to get better. But if we're able to catch moves like this, 3:1, 4:1 in a span of 5-10 minutes with not much risk being actually put into the stock. I mean, I wasn't even giving it 5-10 cents, I'll be honest. If it went back through 1550, I was going to be out of that stock. So tight risk, tight entry, and boom, monster winner on that stock.
Yes, sir. All right. Slowing down a little bit here, the market kind of finding a bit of a top as we retrace back down into break-even territory here on the NQ. Friday's level, 15,539. We're at 15,542. So we're like 2 points above the break-even level here. So the NQ going flat at the moment with the likes of Amazon, Meta to the south side, but you also have relative strength. You have Google and Tesla strong, and NVIDIA also up 1%. So a bit of a mixed bag today in big tech world, and as a result, the NASDAQ seems a little, confused. Do I go up? Do I go down? The ES not confused, though, up 0.43 at the moment, been outperforming the NASDAQ all day. So we shall see what happens. We're still in this in this AMC trade. We're 65.
Oh, guess who else is short Tesla 267.55?
The Katina man? The Katina man now. Say it again?
Microsoft's still short.
Sean is still short Microsoft 346, and I believe he just got into a Tesla short as Prastradamus. Same time as Prastradamus. So the two guys seeing eye to eye on that one, the contrarians. Dollar Trade Club. Already? Woo! I didn't even see that Tesla dropped. Where'd you get in? 267.59? 266.51. Tesla bulls, beware. The Katina man and the Prastradamus in that one. All right, in case you're just joining us, very strong day in Chinese ADR world. Big move up for a lot of them, and we technically don't have an exact reason yet, but we have inklings that it has to do with stimulus coming out of China from the Chinese government, with the Politburo meeting later this week to discuss the Chinese economy. AMC has been a big mover, up 28%, continuing from Friday. You'll recall this weekend was an absolutely monster weekend for movies, and I think the biggest one since maybe the start of the pandemic, with Oppenheimer and Barbie both going at it. They're grossing, how much money it was worldwide, 300-something million, I believe. 155 for Barbie and 80 for Oppenheimer. So yeah, up in the high 200 millions there. AMC seeing a record amount of people come to their theaters between Thursday and Sunday. The highest seen since 2019, so essentially since the beginning of the pandemic. So AMC riding that wave. They also have issues with respect to funding. They need more money. They got to keep the lights on, the doors open. And the last few years have really had an effect on them. And I don't know if it gets any better, especially with this writer strike and this actor strike. I mean, do we start seeing a pipeline of movies coming to feed these theaters? I mean, that's what they do. They need movies. And so we don't know if that's going to have an effect. So AMC, lots of macro things to consider here. Good, bad, good, bad. So keep an eye on that. What else are we doing here? Not much moving in big tech world. NVIDIA rejecting off 450, coming down into 447 again. So some weakness showing there on NVIDIA, even though it's almost up 1%. Sound of Freedom. Oh, is that the movie about child sex trafficking?
I have no clue, mate. I barely watch movies, I'll be honest.
Oh, you're not a movies guy, eh?
Not anymore. I used to be, but now I only watch like the hyped up movies.
Oh, that's the movie where everyone keeps saying that the air conditioning is being turned off or something like that. Yeah, it
I've
became
never
like
heard
a
that.
whole
What?
thing. Yeah, I don't want to expect.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, that's not. We won't discuss that here, but yeah. Anyway, it's a big movie and there's getting a lot of reviews online. So if you're interested, go watch it.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, let's see what else here. Bitcoin down decidedly today, man. 3.33%. BTC, not a good day for BTC. Let's go to the 15-minute chart here. Big move down. It looked like 6 a.m. today from that 29,750 right back down into 2,900. So some weakness showing up in Bitcoin. I read this morning that it's not really anything specific to Bitcoin. It's just more about market uncertainty going into the Fed meeting where we're very much widely expected to have another 25 basis point hike, Bradley.
Right on. Currently looking at PAC-W right now, making a march to the north side. Reason why this even came up on my radar is because I have KRE for some reason always up on my second screen these days, and I see KRE running for a new high a day. KRE is a regional S&P 500 bank ETF. So PAC-W, WAL. WAL was recently done, came out with, I believe, good earnings report, popped up to the north side. Here's WAL trying to take out $50 right now. Very light on volume, sadly, and I would expect the relative volume for WAL here to be much lower. Not one, right? Let's quickly see. Come on, let me pull it up. Yeah, 0.47 relative volume, but it's trying to take out this $50 area right now. Monster move on WAL. Nice little recovery incoming on all regional banks across board. I think not too long ago, Max was actually saying WAL should be going back to 60 if all things are good, and you are getting that move right now. Look at that break of this 40 area, and now getting ready to close that gap. Looks like we did close the gap over here from that day. Getting ready for another test of this range high, maybe 56 breakout. I mean, we got to watch out for that 56 breakout. When that happens, you might get a nice little move up to 62 for that gap fill incoming. So we're looking for the stock to start holding above this 50 area at the moment, as we are trying to break through that. Market's making a nice little pop. S&P 500 still giving you the higher high and higher lows at the moment. Not really seeing the higher high just now because we're just putting in the higher low. So here's the chart. Putting in the higher low, still bouncing off of the EMAs on the 1 minute chart, the 50 period and the 100 period EMAs showing support. Even the VWAP at some times showing support for the overall market, allowing the stock market to stay green on the day. Looks like we are, bullish going in the FOMC coming here. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, MNQ bouncing again off Friday's close, 15,538. 7-ish area, whatever, getting another little bounce, but still very much within a tighter range. So keep an eye on the MNQ as it dances with break even. But the ES churning up again, looking to break that 45.88 level. It's at 45.87 again. So the ES continuing to outperform. We'll keep an eye on that. The other trade here is this AMC. We'll get right back into the 455 area. Where are we relative to VWAP here? Yeah, so we are now below VWAP. So now my stop is in place for the break of this 550. We break 550, that's the end of the trade for me. And it looks like it's flat topping here, finding resistance at that 580 something. So yeah, this maybe I should have taken profit earlier, but we'll leave it be for now. I'm showing another stock here just starting to fly up, BJDX. Blue Jay Diagnostics up 67%, 1 million shares, 500,000 shares done the last 5 minutes. BJ, did it halt? Yes, now it's halted at 1016. BJDX Blue Jays Diagnostics. Don't see an alert with respect to a catalyst here, but I'm seeing obviously breaking out on volume. What's that? Neil is saying reverse split, halted at 1016, up 68%, 67.93. Keep this on watch. What's the float? Now let's find the data. I don't have a float on this one. I didn't load up trade ideas. Where's my trade ideas? There we go. I have to load that up. I didn't hear that, Neil. Yeah. All right, he's gonna put it in the chat. We'll have a look at that in a second, but let's put BJDX. Find out what the float is. Okay, so the float, I see here 133 million shares according to Trade Ideas. No, that's not right. BJDX, bro. There we go. The float, 11.38 million shares according to Trade Ideas. Excuse me, that was the other one was for BJ. So 11.38 million shares, no short float on this one. So we can check maybe floatchecker.com because this one doesn't have it. Give me a sec here. Just gotta minimize all of this. Max's layout is different than mine on Trade Ideas, and he loaded it up, and so now I gotta get rid of all this. All right, still halted at 1016 proudly. We'll keep an eye on this one when it reopens.
Thank you, Sharif. Talking about halters, here's a stock that I actually traded that was halting around a little bit today. Vinco Ventures, BBIG. Took that 450 long. Tried to give it a little bit of a wiggle room. Did not give it that wiggle room. At the end, just took that profits, ran out of it. Missed the bigger move out of it, but that's fine. You know, profits are profits. Vinco Ventures, a little too wild for my liking. So yeah, let this one do its thing. It was a little too nuts, honestly. But here's another stock that was nuts today. The Chinese EV sector was one of them, but all other Chinese sectors as a basket. I mean, look at what BOVESPA did. Rob me here trying to short it. I mean, I shouldn't say rob me. I'm here trying to counter trend all day, right? So try to quick short 95, stopped out. Quick short 96, stopped out. 97 short, profit. So that one ended up turning the stock profitable for me. Actually flat for me, not even profitable. But now we're getting another March after holding the 50-period EMA on the 1 minute and moving back up. Like, come on, what's going on over here on the Chinese sector? Obviously, there's some good catalysts over there. I believe Baba's catalyst was, let me, didn't want to put that on the chat. Let me scroll up over here. Baba Catalyst was in our chat today. If I can, where did it go? Alibaba says will not join Ant Group share buyback. Chinese state planner unveils steps to spur private investment. So good news for Baba, I guess good news for the whole sector in general, because Sharif told you guys in the morning about some regulations or something in the morning coming out. So all thumbs up over here, and you're watching Baba soar, you're watching Pinduoduo join that party, Baidu joined that party, I guess, too, maybe even JD. I forgot about JD and Baidu. I barely trade these stocks. Oh my goodness. Look at Baidu's chart, man. This stock is, all these stocks are on a rocket ship. You can just take a look at FXI on Amex. FXI on Amex is now trying to take out the high a day, which means these stocks are probably not done making that ascent to the north side. Monster move on the Chinese ADRs here. Congratulations to anyone who went long on these positions. Shout out to that. Tesla is now $1 in the money. I see Sean saying he took out 50% of his trade. Like I said, sadly, I don't have much size, so I can't really get out just now. But according to my risk to reward, it's a 2:1 because I was kind of giving it 50 cents of risk. So 2:1 is also not good enough for me. So I'm not getting out just yet. I'm expecting a move back down to 264. Then I'll be ready to maybe punch some there. But that's not being offered right now, as the S&P 500 keeps on marching higher and higher, and NASDAQ keeps on. Wait, what am I saying? SPY keeps on marching higher and higher, but NASDAQ at least shows us that rejection around VWAP. Let's also take a look at Microsoft, because I know Sean was short Microsoft. And I'm guessing he took profits on that one off of VWAP. I'm guessing he took profits already on the off of VWAP over here on that bad boy.
Yeah, so BJDX is open. What's happening here? Let's pull that up. It was halted at 1016. BJDX, I believe, is a NASDAQ stock. There we go. No, what was it? Yeah, 1016. Goes up to 1045. Trying to hold 10 now. Kind of spready, not going to lie. 10 pennies for a $10 stock. Be careful with this one. Neil putting in the chat. Board of Directors has approved a reverse stock split of its shares of common stock at a ratio of 1:20. The reverse stock split. With a corresponding reduction in the number of authorized outstanding number of shares of common stock from 100 million to 7.5 million. And it just broke through $11, $11.07. Very strong stock. So the last time that it halted there was a second halt. The initial halt was at that $7.76 area. Now we're at 11.45 high. This one's skyrocketing north, up over 90% now to the high side. Very strong, but be careful. Short float, small float, and it's being reduced. So 7.5 million shares of common shares reduced from 100 million. Shout out to Neil for that data, because I actually don't have that data on my platform here. That catalyst, I should say. I remember Jay Lee was saying in the chat, he was like, "Oh my God, if these stocks are going to make the move, market's completely lost all common sense." And sometimes that is the case. Another one that's making a move right now in small cap world, MKFG, Mark Forged Holdings. Don't know what that is, but it's making a move up 26%. On lighter volume, it should be said, though, guys. 3.72 million shares. It's been a very good-looking chart, just sparsely traded. 136 is where VWAP is at. 153 is the high of day, and 115 is Friday's close. Those are the levels that I have there on my chart. Possibly, maybe a bit of a double bottom here. Double top, excuse me, with a downward tilt on the right V. Let's see if it breaks 141. The short might be interesting, but yeah, no judgment on this one yet. Let's see how it develops and trades, Brad.
Nike popped up over here all of a sudden. People in the chat asking if there was news on Nike. Sadly, I don't have any news terminals, but I think there was a little bit of a news over here. Adidas preliminary second quarter revenue announced coming out, and they actually upgraded their guidance. So here, Adidas, I guess in Germany at the moment, is announcing their earnings report because we're seeing their numbers come out, and based on those numbers, Nike seems to be popping up a bit and then now selling off right off of that news. Surprisingly enough, not sure if a lot of you guys know about this. Adidas and Puma are basically the exact same company. They're made by two brothers. And they split the company up in two after having arguments with each other. And one became Adidas and the other became Puma. So and Adidas comes from his name, obviously, Adolf and Dassler. So Adidas, and the younger brother whose name is Rudolf Dassler, and he became Puma.
Why?
It was insane. There was one factory split into two. And they said, you know what, we're not brothers anymore. I don't like you, you don't like me. And they just split it up into two different companies. That's actually a pretty interesting fact that I found out recently. Now, I was just randomly got into a whole deep dive into Wikipedia about Adidas and just found that interesting fact. I'm sure that none of you care anyways. But what you care about right now is this move on Nike, because Nike seems to be giving up the ghost, as my friend Sharif, who's back, thank God is back. We're going to have a lot of fun with more earning stocks. I know that's your setup's coming up very soon, my friend.
And your closing show. We're going to have
a lot of fun with that, yeah. So, Sharif's back from vacation, right on time, right for the earnings season too. So a lot of fun to be had. And right now I'm watching some fun coming from earnings season and Adidas being reflected in sympathy trade Nike.
But are Adidas and Reebok owned by the same company?
I don't think so.
I don't remember why.
I think they're different.
I had a friend who worked for one. He told me he got a discount on both. I don't know. Maybe there's like some sort of connection there. Nicole Harrison was asking about LOV, LOV. Nicole, shout out to Nicole. It's nice, 53%. It's a sub $1 stock, so it's excluded from my scanner. I filtered it, by the way. It used to be for $1. Now it's down to 85 cents. So just wanted to mention that. But yeah, LOV. Before I talk about BJDX now, which is over 100%, BJDX is flying. But LOV kind of had a nice little move there from Friday's close at sub 23 pennies. I want to say 22 and change. Got all the way up to 44.69, and now has kind of been, yeah, you guessed it, giving up the ghost, breaking through VWAP decidedly here, trying to stay above 34 pennies. But yeah, big move down, flat bottom break through that 38 penny area on LOV. Quickly back to BJDX, now almost at 110% with a 1266 high. This one is knocking on the door of 13, and 13 may come very, very quickly here as, yeah, there we go, right back at highs. But I got to tell you, man, very spready stock for the price. Short flow, dangerous, but very rewarding if you're able to catch it right. I mean, look at that. It's already doubled since 1220. It was at 675 at 1219. And now it's at 1312. So almost doubled. What a move up that is. What else is moving? We talked about the MKF. No, I'm not going to do that one. Is this going to halt here at 1312? Are we going to get another halt? Nope. Looks like it's going to hold. Let's see if we get the halt here at 1312. Looks like it might hold. Nope, there it is. False halt right up to 1332. Very strong. This one continues to go. I mean, trading it here, you can trade it. That's risky. You can get cut up pretty quickly, up 117%. What else is happening? We are basically doing nothing here. We're kind of 1 or 2 pennies out of the money on AMC as we continue to move sideways in the $5.60 range with a bit of a, I want to say the local top is $5.75. I mean, we wick above there, but we haven't closed anywhere above $5.75 since 9:30 this morning. That was the last time a print close on a 15-minute chart, excuse me, on a 5-minute chart. I'm talking about the 15 on AMC. We haven't closed above $5.75 since 9:30 this morning. So clearly, there is a bit of a top at that 5 3/4. We'll see if this one ends up going our way or not. We have a definite out through that 5.5.
Just looking through the chat over here.
Maybe this.
Looking through the chat over here to find what stocks you guys want us to talk about. LCID apparently giving some sort of a breakout. No way, Lucid's back through 7 properly. I mean, I did see it through 7 earlier today, right around here, but didn't think we would, really go past that double top. And we didn't for a good time of day, but now we did. And Lucid's monster breakouts coming in at the moment as we continue. Look at that volume spike on Lucid. That could be either stops getting blown out or actually news coming in behind it. So volume on Lucid over here, giving you good breakouts to the north side. This could also be the volume top. Let's see if the top gets put into this position somewhere around these prices. For some reason, these prices also kind of ring some sort of bells in my head. So let's actually go look at my long-term chart, see if we have anything around here. Looks like I do have something around 730, and we're pretty much around those prices at the moment. So let's see what Lucid wants to do as we go to 730 area. Only about 5 cents away from 730. So we just gotta wait patiently, see if that one works out. People in the chat talking about Lowe's fires 75-year-old employee for getting what? Okay. Not sure if that's an actual catalyst or not to trade, but here's an actual catalyst based on employees to take a look at. It's going to be UPS. UPS coming out with a what? I expected UPS to sell off on the day based on that catalyst. It's potential strike incoming for UPS, but today we're almost up 0.5% over here and grinding on the higher end of VWAP. Looks like the overall market move maybe or maybe the strike is now called off. I'm guessing. We don't know what the real catalyst is, but it wasn't a 100% strike. It's just the possibility of a strike. So I guess they don't want to believe in the rumor right now. And UPS has bounced off of that catalyst over here so far from 183 all the way back up to 189.50. So what in the monster move is UPS up to? Only 1 million shares traded on the day. $183 stock. It's $188 stock at this point, sorry. I'm expecting, off the open, it was very illiquid, and it would have been hard to take any sort of real size on this position. So not sure if we would have been able to trade this position at all. Tesla keeps flirting with me. At least it hasn't stopped me out, but it is back to that 50-period EMA, which we've seen this stock bounce multiple times throughout the day. S&P 500 finally not showing me any more higher highs, but it's still giving me a higher low. So if S&P 500 here can break down and push towards VWAP, and NASDAQ can continue its descent below VWAP, which has been where it's been most part of the day today, maybe we can get that bigger move over here, but I might just have to take that $1.50. Now it's a 3:1 trade. I was giving it 50 cents. It's $1.50. So yeah, I should just take this trade. I'll do it. I'll take it. It just helps us, you know, continue to look for more opportunities throughout the day. Pretty happy with this trade overall. Not sure if Sean's still holding this trade. I'm guessing he's holding 50% or so more. He's holding 40%. Hey, I just know, man. 40% for a possible move down to 264 or a little bit lower, I'm guessing. But for the fact that I don't have much size to actually begin with on this trade, I have to take this win. I can always get back in at the higher end of the ranges if the stock gives me that opportunity, or I can keep looking for other trades. There's a million other positions out there that are moving on the day today. BJDX 1250 scalp, says Billy F. BJDX. This is something that Sharif was just looking at. I actually haven't looked at the stock at all. So let me try to give in my 2 cents for this position. Here's 111% up on the day. Do you really want to punch the higher ends of the stock? Yeah, maybe. Depends on how high is the flow. Is there a short flow for it? Is there a catalyst behind it? Looks like the stock just recently popped back above $1. What in the world is this? Recently popped back above $1. It's today. Reverse split. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So I was wondering why it just randomly goes from under a penny to $5. You got to keep in mind these stocks, if they don't start trading above $1 in a certain time period, they start delisting, so they have to do those reverse splits and so on. I might have been a mistake over here for me getting out on Tesla, because it looks like that descent might be incoming on the overall market that I've been waiting for. I can't complain for taking $1.50.
Yeah, that's a hell of a trade. Good job there, Pradley. $1.50 is nothing to sneeze at. BJDX, yeah, below. Is that the Katina Man? The Katina Man also printed on that, and I'm sure he printed on Microsoft as well. He's giving Prad props. He's not out yet. That's a caveat there. BJDX, though, below 13, almost touched 14. Pradley alluding to the point that they reverse split there. Neil, good enough to share this information with us on the group chat here, basically saying that they reverse split their 100 million share float into 7.5 million shares. So it's now 7.5 million share float. Not as micro as some of the Chinese names that we saw earlier in the year, 400,000, 500,000 share float, but definitely small. 7.5 million is definitely micro float in my book. But yeah, above 13. Again, here we go. Very spready name. It's 20 pennies at times, which is just ludicrous for a $12 stock. So anyway, what else we got going on? 563. We're on AMC. 1 penny out of the money again. Not much to report on that deadbeat stock. But what else? Lucid, proudly bringing that up. I still haven't seen a reason on my blotter for the big move up, so we'll continue to watch and maybe get an explanation. What else we got? Oh, you know, it would be interesting to check some of the earnings plays. Do we have any earnings? Good? No, not much. We don't have anything good today. They're all tomorrow. I know that we have Microsoft on deck tomorrow. We have a bunch of different names. Let's go through them here. In case you're wondering, you can use Market Chameleon, but you have to actually sign up. So I will log in as Sharif, and I will show you. So you go to the earnings section here, and then I go calendar, and then you get the list. And then you can kind of sort, too, by time of day. BMO means before market open. AMC means after market close, obviously. So we go to today, after market close. Here's what we've got. Cadence, Design Systems, NXP Semiconductors. Not much in the name of big names. I know Pradley likes Logitech with his association with computers. You have Cleveland Cliffs, Whirlpool. What else? Not much today. So let's go to tomorrow. See what we got on deck for tomorrow after the close, because that's what you can trade with Pradley on his show. You have Microsoft, Google, both Googles, Visa, Canadian National Railway. What else we got? Waste Management. You got Snapchat, Universal Health, Robert Half. Yeah, okay, so that's it. Teledoc. You also have TDoc, former. Was that Kathy Wood name? Still is. Says Katina Man. So yeah, what else? Keep going to page 2 here. What else we got? Nothing really. PacWest. You have PacWest tomorrow, and so we have a lot of people trading PacWest in the chat. Now, in addition to also showing you what's on deck for earnings, this site also shows you, and I know you like this because you use a different website for it, the implied move. You have the previous move after earnings, what it was, up or down, and the expected move this time around, implied volatility. And then you also have the corresponding amount of options traded. Now, this is delayed because this is not a paid account, but you can get the options volume if you have options data like I do on my platform. You can see what the current one is. And there's been a lot of options being bought here on PacWest Bancorp because, you know, well, there's a big move down. What's up, Bradley? Why are you laughing?
Oh, no, I'm just having fun with the production team over there.
Production team. All right,
They're
let's
just
see what
trolling.
else is on for tomorrow morning. That's going to be, there we go. So this is tomorrow morning, guys. We have Verizon, Raytheon. We have General Electrics, Sherwin-Williams, Moody's, 3M. You also have General Motors. So this one is going to be really interesting. I want to see what GM has to say about, obviously, EV productions. What's up?
Just reading chat.
Yeah, with respect to EV productions, we want to see what they're going to do. We've heard a lot about them investing in battery companies. There has been, you know, the move to adopt Tesla standard charging. So a lot of possible information we could get with respect to their look. When Ford reported, we remember we got that whole Ford Blue, Ford EV, and then they got the split up or whatever of the company. So these are usually pretty interesting times, especially for these legacy car companies. Now they're doing such a huge shift into electric vehicles. One must assume that we're probably going to get some sort of headline. Biogen also on deck for tomorrow morning. Dow as well. I don't know who trades Dow, but there it is. Spotify also up tomorrow morning. TransUnion. What else we got here? We got Albertson. This is a good company that I bought back in the day, thanks to the stock father, Mark Roberts. Shout out to him. Yeah, everything else is kind of, there you go, the Katina Manhane, the props, I love it. Yeah, not much else in the way of big names, maybe Alaska Air, I don't know. But that's what's on deck for earnings. Let's see what's going on now with these trades. All right, AMC back into that 570, 575-ish area. Let's see if it can make a move this time. It's been very range bound, and I'm really thinking about cutting this one if it doesn't, you know, get going here. Sharif does not mess around. He stays on it. Oh, thank you. Well, you know, I like to have a good time every now and again, but when you're at work, right? NVIDIA below VWAP, says Kate Smith. Yes, sir. Breaking down below 446, trying to dance with that 445.5. Friday's close on NVIDIA, 443.11. So we're still above that, still positive on the day, up 0.2%.
VRCA down 34% on the day, popping up on my 10-day daily breakout scanner. So BJDX was one of them, popping up on that scanner earlier to the upside. This one popping up on the scanner to the downside. Basically what it means is it is breaking out of its 10-day range, and it's pushing to the downside on a more accelerated scale over here. Average 10-day volume 500,000, today's volume 2.3 million. So clearly something's going on over here on this position. Earnings coming up soon too in 16 days. VRCA, Verica Pharmaceuticals coming up with its earnings. It looks like there could be a possible SSR bounce maybe on this position, but you know, on positions like this, you kind of don't really want to trade SSR bounce maybe because I'm not sure what the actual catalyst is for it. It's dropping. 2, not sure what the short float is. I'm sure we can check on it on the fly over here. But I just want to show you this stock over here and then compare it with NKLA real quick, because look at the volume on NKLA, 40 million shares today, and it SSR bounced like an absolute monster. Look at that bounce coming in at 214, 215, all the way to the north side of 244, 245 coming in. You know how tight of a risk your stop was over here on the lower end. You could have added on multiple different time periods, you know, holding the VWAP, holding on the 50 period, been out of the trade when it breaks 50 period over here or something. So many things that you could have done. Obviously, everyone's the best trader at 4 o'clock. Everyone's the best trader when they're looking at charts on the past time scale. I wasn't looking at NKLA at that moment, but one person on the floor was, and his name happens to be Dwight Schrute of the floor, Brankle. So shout out to Brankle's on the floor today. I think he currently is holding the gold seat on the floor. So shout out to Brankle's for that gold seat. And it was basically this one trade, one and done. A couple days ago, I did that one and done UPST. I showed you guys how sometimes that's all it takes. One and done, hit and run, call your quits, take your trade with your plan behind it, hit it with size. Life's too short, size up, and then, you know, done. You're walking away with it.
Okay. Also, want to talk about banks. Banks are strong today, especially the big banks. Goldman Sachs up 2.7%. That's also helping buoy the ES above the NQ, as those are weighted obviously on the ES but not on the NQ. BAC also 2.66% strong as well. JP Morgan 2.25%. What is this? US Bancorp, yeah, that's not a big one. Schwab flat, up just 2/3%. What else we got here? Morgan Stanley up 1.5, Citi up 1.6. So good day for the banks in general. Good day for oil. Good day for the banks. Some of these more, you know, value plays rather than growth. What else we got here? Yeah, someone was asking in the chat, how come, you know, we trade like AMC and Intel and stocks, you know, that usually, you know, that don't have that lure, the good PE, the good cash, what's it called, cash flow per share, et cetera, you know? Well, because this isn't fundamental investing, right? We are technical traders where we're just intraday trading based on technical analysis. And it really doesn't matter if the name is good or not. If it's going to move up and allow me to profit off it, that's really all that matters. So it's more of a narrow focus where, you know, you're looking at what's moving on the day. Obviously, there are stocks that, you know, will have 2-3 good days and, you know, you can repeat it over and over. But in general, you know, we are intraday traders. So try not to presuppose the equity, rather just see what it's doing on the day. Pradley brought this up earlier. Lucid made a big move up into 7.25. It's since come back down a little bit, 7.16, still above the range for the day. Trading like a little bit of a buyout, I'm not gonna lie. You know, look at this, like moving 1 or 2 pennies at a time. What else is moving here? Nikola is down 5.5% on the day, even though it's just had a bit of a retracement to the high side here. $2.37 is where it's at. Why is it trading down? Let's find out here if I can see why Nikola stock is falling today. S&P 500 is set. No, that's, what is this? Shares of Nikola, however, aren't on the same road. Investors are pumping the brakes on the electric manufacturer after news that one of its vehicles caught on fire over the weekend. As of 11:05 on Monday, shares of Nikola are down 5.6. No, that's not it. Now, Nikola announced yesterday that a truck at its Phoenix headquarters had caught fire. According to Reuters, the company said at approximately 2 p.m. at Nikola headquarters, one of the trucks that was previously damaged reignited. No one was injured, and the fire was quickly contained. So it's good news there. I'm sure you're not saying no about the injury.
No, sir, I'm talking about my trade, sir.
Obviously not.
What are you talking about, sir?
Yeah, that's fine.
Was it something bad that you were talking about?
No one, I said no one got injured, and you literally, right after that, said no.
Oh, no.
So,
that's bad on me. That's bad on me. My bad, my bad. I was talking about Tesla because I'm happy I got out of my Tesla position to the upside while it's going up, back up over here at the moment. But it doesn't want to go up to 268. I want to see the fail break at 268 for my most size fill sure. Go for it.
Yeah, sorry. AMC's flying here. There we go. It's gonna. So I'm sitting here at 84s. If 85s, excuse me, this is the exact area where it rejected last time. Okay, so we're right back up at that area. Look at that big move up right into the 80s, but still hasn't broken the range. It still hasn't broken the range. 587 is still the high, and we still haven't gotten above the top end of the current range. I'm not talking about 930. I'm talking about the range that started around 11:15. So for the better part of 2 hours or so. Still haven't broken through it. So by the way, that size that was sitting at 584 or 585, that's gone. There was over 4,000 lots on one of these, whether it was 84 or 85, I don't remember, but that's gone. So that's interesting to see. I wonder if it'll come back. Here comes 84 again. We're now at 84. Let's see if I get printed at 85. There is the print, baby. We're going to finally spend the money on this one. AMC, pump it up. There we go.
I love it, love it. Let's go. The apes are here. They are loving it. They are enjoying the moves back to the north side. I'm still pretty confused about the whole catalyst. So now, what happens to ape? That means ape goes to zero, and all the preferred shares that all the ape holders got just got washed out on it. All the AMC bag holders who were like holding it from, sorry, bag holder might be not the right and good terminology to be used, but everyone who got stuck into AMC at the highs and got offered ape as a alternative or whatever that Adam Aaron was doing. Yeah. Now they basically got screwed 2 times over because this happens over here. But yeah, monster move over there on AMC. Let's go, baby. AMC ripping to the north side. I'm still waiting to see what happens over there with the whole ape and AMC. I have a position over here on Activision, short 9250, sorry. But mainly I want to talk about this move off the 92 long. Did you have long 92 today? I'm sure 47. You're sure 47s too? Dude, me too. Dude, me too. I'm long 92. It goes down to 91.90, and I'm debating if I should add more or if I should just get out when it comes back to 92. So what do? I just get back out when it goes to 92 because I'm thinking it might be a short off of 92 instead. And then this move happens, and I'm just sitting there like, oh, come on, Pride. Your risk to reward was so good. You changed your mind on a random whim there, but now we're back into the trade on a different side, though. If you're wondering why Neil and I both are short in this 92.40, 92.50 area, these areas where previously where the stock popped up to from $92, it moved up to 92 to 92.50, and then it would move back down to 92. And stocks like buyouts, stocks like Activision, they usually trade in ranges, and based on my previous experience when Activision first came out with that news catalyst, it usually traded in 50-cent ranges. So here's an opportunity for me to maybe ride that stock back, maybe not a full 50 cent, but even if it goes back to this 92.30 area, a quick little scalp off of the stock over here, and a potential ride down to even VWAP 92.10 would be amazing. As the market now continues to go back, Tesla does not go up to 268. The 267.59 high still the high a day on Tesla, and we might just be getting that pullback over here on both the markets. So get ready for maybe some new short entries across the board on the stock market as AMC keeps ripping higher according to chat.
Yeah, it's up there. We took some profits. Now we're going to have to see whether we can get through 6. When Max was on, he's like, look, man, this one, let's see if it gets through 6. So I gotta tend to agree. So I de-risked quite a bit here, all right? And I'm still holding, as you can see. The point is I wanted to de-risk in front of 6 and hold a piece for the dream, so to speak. So we're going to let this one go. I'm going to be quite liberal with how I allow it to retrace, and I don't think I'm going to be adding any more to this position if it was to retrace down. I do like what I'm seeing on the 15, though, and I'm looking at the 15 on my side chart. I'm seeing consistently higher lows and higher highs, and I saw a very tight range from which it broke. And that's what you want to see. You want to see that repeated range. No, you can't come up. No, go back down. No, go back down. Then boom, it breaks to the high side. And this is not the, Neil's laughing, but this is not the stock. I know, I'm getting passionate today. It's all the energy that I have back from vacation. A stock like BJDX, it could actually break that level and then huadoom right back down because it's just so lightly traded. AMC, a lot thicker in the book. It's not easy to manipulate a stock as like AMC as easy it is to manipulate a stock like BJDX, for example, 7.5 million share float. There's guys on this floor that could take out those levels. So, be careful with that. Make everything contextual. And yeah, that's it. So we'll continue to see here if we get that $6 break for AMC or whether, the cream of the crop's been had already. What else is moving here? We talked about crypto and its weakness. We talked about Chinese ADRs and their strength. Is there anything really outlying at the moment? XBEV has been strong, but it's, sideways at the moment. Likewise with NEO or NIO, however we're saying it these days. Strong with a 1205 high, 10 pennies below that high at the moment, 1195. So we'll see if this one continues. AMC just made another high of day, 595. Let's see if 6 can come in. I won't be taking profit at 6, right? The point is to break 6, not take profit at 6. Dan, what's up, Dan? Dan Emmons. They ain't making it easy to hold on to shorts. Tells me they should go to the lows of the day at Neil Roberts, Sean, and myself. All right. That's an interesting look. I mean, are you trading the NQ today, Dan? Because, it's Dan only trades the NQ. Okay. Well, have a look here, guys. I mean, we talked about this one being a bit of a dud as compared to the S&P, which is, getting some strength from banks and oil, whereas the NASDAQ really isn't. So 15,550 currently trading at right now with a 15,539 close on Friday. We've been dancing with that level all day. We've been dancing with that zero break even, I want to say the majority of the morning. So tough to trade the future today. That's why I haven't really touched them. All right, AMC breaking back down into the high 80s, rejecting off, I believe, that 95 level. Let's see if we can get a bounce back, or is this the move? Let's have a look at what the chat is saying here. I saw a bunch of tags. Nicole, shout out to you. She's a couple of bucks in the money on our friend Meta. She got that bottom, that's for sure, 288 and change. If she's a couple of bucks in the money, 289 and change. Shout out to Nicole. Jay Lee. Jay wants me to take my profits. He says 590s, likely the top. I mean, that's kind of the same thing Max was saying, that 6-ish area. So you may not be wrong on that. Jay, all you need to know is the majority of the position is out, and now we're just holding the piece for the dream. So if it comes back down, it's not really gonna make a dent too much. But shout out to you. Thank you for the look on that. What else we got? The Warthog, okay. Only trade futures and have been sitting on my hands all day. Yeah, well, the future, I mean, if you're trading the NQ, I wouldn't have touched it. The ES looked a little better, but, quite frankly, looking at it, it's quite choppy as well. So, John C's killing me today. I'm happy to be there, man. Jay Lee, 30 cents on a $5 stock is like 6%. Can't complain with a return like that in an hour. Your greed will undo your trade, but good luck. I hope it does jump 6+. I'm telling you, I'm not holding enough for it to be undone. I promise you that. The majority of the trade is out. Sorry, I didn't mean to get you
you're
there.
good, man. You're good. Just talking to Neil over there about, whoa, what the heck is that? Oh, shoot, new software things. Okay, yeah, just talking to Neil about how my chart was a different way, and the new version update, which is called Tacky. So yeah, the new version update over here just messed with some of the things that we had going. So I'll fix that up in a bit when we send it back to Sharif. But people talking about UAL dumping pilots rejected deals. So UAL, which had earnings not too long ago. Did you want to talk about it?
No, go ahead. Shout out to you, Peter, though. Good eye on that, because I heard about that the other day. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this one's dumping at the moment. I mean, it's just back to VWAP. It's holding VWAP most likely. It had positive earnings not too long ago. AAL also had positive earnings not too long ago. So this whole sector, CCL, UAL, AAL, all have been holding up pretty decently at the higher end of the ranges. So I mean, it is bouncing off VWAP right now as expected. It is down on the day though. Look at the range over here on the daily chart too. You can see how the stock has made that elevated move to the north side. I mean, tickets to go to India at the moment, I'm sure Sharif can tell you about it. He just flew back from LA. They're not cheap. Sorry, I was going to say they're not cheap. These flight tickets are stupid expensive. It's almost like they're trying to make all that money back that they lost during COVID. And I don't blame them, but it's not our fault, right? It's not our fault. And I'm a little angry over here because now I can't fly anywhere. My broke butt can't go anywhere off of UAL on this one. But yeah, a little bit of a bounce coming here on this bad boy.
And it's funny though, because their margins are so tight. So I'm talking about the airlines. Right?
Right.
They don't make money on economy. They just don't. Okay.
Just off of businesses?
No, the business and the upgrades, right? You upgrade this, you upgrade that, you buy in-flight Wi-Fi.
I'll tell you what, especially if I'm in the economy flight, which is the only flight I get into, if I'm on the flight, they for sure not making money because
You're not buying Wi-Fi?
I'm cleaning out their inventory on alcohol.
But they don't give alcohol for free, do they?
Yeah, they do. At least
On
the flights
international
flights.
Yeah, well, domestic,
Bro,
no.
It's just nonstop. I tell them if you see my glass almost empty,
Yeah.
bring me another rum and coke. And then at this one point, this air tender, air stewardess, just comes by, just drops the rum and coke, just drops my rums and coke, just drops my rums and coke. And I was like, line me up, baby, line me up. So they're
You're
for
on
sure not
vacation,
making
so that's
money.
good.
Exactly.
So they're having problem with their margins, Bradley. So they're trying to do everything business upgrade and sell you bigger seats, this and that. You know all about that. Now, they're coming in with pilots who want more money and who have to deal with a cost of living crisis. So I don't know if you've ever noticed this in the past, but they've been very tight with how they paid their pilots. Very tight.
I don't know how that works, so no clue, yeah.
For years and years, they're like, yo, we're not making any money. We're not giving you any raises. Now, they either give them raises or these guys are going to go somewhere else. They're going to go fly
American Airlines or
No,
something?
they're going to go overseas, bro. They're going to go to
Overseas?
Qatar Airways. They're going to go to Emirates. All
Okay.
those guys pay big salaries. So the point is, they got to pay these guys. Now, American Airlines, their pilots agreed to the deal. So now you know the UAL pilots are going to scrutinize the hell out of that deal, and they're going to want everything the American Airlines pilot got. You know what I mean? And it's the corollary effect, right? Where you get a good deal, and why you're not any better than me, Bradley. Why should you get a better contract than me? And so you're going to have that corollary effect. Anyway,
100%.
so UAL should be interesting to see how they deal with that as their margins continue to get squeezed. And I gave this example before. I went to Egypt with my sister in 1992. I was 10 years old, okay? And my parents paid almost $1,000 for my ticket back then. I can go to Egypt right now for $1,200 bucks. You tell me how they're making money, right? So the fact of the matter is they have to be able to sell you upgraded stuff or they're just not going to make money. And remember the running joke is how does a billionaire become a millionaire? Invest in an airline.
But isn't that how the Indian billionaire lost all his money, though?
Isn't that what I'm saying?
Okay.
Isn't that what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay.
Right? How do you make a billionaire into a millionaire?
I heard a little bit wrong. I heard how does it? Okay, yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, the Kingfisher Indian billionaire, who's like now wanted, hides in Britain. He used to own a Formula One team, used to own an airline, completely broke, dead broke.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. $6 on AMC.
wow.
Here comes the 6. And there goes the 6, baby. On AMC, stick a little bit out here. Boom! Money. There we go. Okay, so let's take a little bit more out there. And yeah, there's really not much left. So let's see if we can get some more continuation through 6. But 6 does come into play. 605 now acting as a level. There comes 606. So every level is going to be a level here. But yeah, good trade. Happy with this one on AMC.
Yeah, I'm just reading chat's comments over here about how apparently I need AA.
You're on vacation, bro.
No, chat's just being chat. I like it. It's funny. It's hilarious. Fun banter back and forth. But yeah, monster move on AMC over there. I mean, shout out to that Barbie movie. Shout out to that whole ruling that they had. Shout out to, what's that other movie too that everyone's looking out for? Yeah, Oppenheimer, man. Did you end up watching it? I know you ended up watching it. Nice. Where'd you watch it? At the Mississauga Theater? Nah, you gotta watch it at the Mississauga. Go again, watch it at the Mississauga Theater because that one has the actual film, the proper film that you're supposed to watch it. Bro, I'm telling you, bro, I'll take you with me, okay? This weekend, This weekend, we're going, you and me, we're going on a movie date to the Mississauga theaters, and we're watching this movie on a proper theater setup because I can't wait to watch it in that theater. We gotta enjoy it. Apparently, Master Neil over here has watched it, and
Yeah.
ladies
And
and
how
gentlemen,
was it, Neil?
It's a
Opinion? Okay. Historically accurate?
top 3 Christopher Nolan.
Top 3.
What's the first? What's your first, Ramin? Nah,
Okay,
get outta here.
Interstellar
Get
beats
outta here.
anything for me.
Get outta here.
Anything.
Get outta here.
Yeah.
Get outta here.
Interstellar is by far the
Get
best
outta
movie.
here.
I gotta give you props on that. Interstellar is
Dark
nuts.
Knight.
Yeah.
Dark Knight.
No.
Dark Knight trilogy
Interstellar.
first, no matter what. Then Inception, and then Interstellar.
Bro.
That's how it goes for me.
Interstellar
That's
for me because I'm just obsessed with space.
Batman trilogy over everything. Batman trilogy over everything. Period. Batman trilogy, Inception, and then Interstellar.
Everybody has an opinion. Like
Period.
the chat's lighting up with their opinions. Of course, everybody's gonna like things that are different. That's why we're unique. All right, took some out at 6:09 on AMC. This one continuing to hold above 6. How much share, Joe? A little bit. We can enjoy a couple more outs here. Coming back down into 6 is. Let's see how it trades here. I mean, should 6 hold here? Should 6 be holding here? I mean, well, there it goes. Let's see how we
No
trade.
free shorts? Oh my God.
No free shorts around here. No, you're not going to get free shorts on a day like today, especially with Friday. No, you're definitely not going to get free shorts. 597, here we go. 6 not holding. 6 not holding. There it goes. 595. Do we get a bounce back up into 6? So, I mean, 561 is my entry. We got a lot of room to the downside, but let's see. Let's see what we get here. Do we find support in the consolidation range? Right? Are we going to find support in this 590 area here? But that's kind of a random area, right? It should be 6 to be holding the level. This 590 is just a build up into 6, I would say. So we'll see. Not going to make any rash decisions. Let's let it play out. It's still flirting with 6 and hasn't really done anything really that bad. All right, it's funny how Sharif puts his beer down and said, hold up, my beer down. This is a coffee, man. Come on. What's going on here? Hold on, hold up, AMC at 6. Yeah, you got to take profits. You never know how these ones are going to move. All of a sudden, Huadung said I'm 10 pennies from where I was earlier. And, obviously as an intraday trader, you're trying to get every penny you can. Anyway, 6 back above, so 6 holding-ish for now. Let's see. Let's see what we get. What else is moving? How is this BJDX thing doing? Okay, it's below VWAP at the moment. It kind of had its moment in the sun, broke down, straddling VWAP from the south side. VWAP at 1136. BBIG, we talked about this one earlier. Now below VWAP and not of interest to me. MKFG, this continues to look good, albeit on lower volume. 4.5 million shares. It's been moving since 11 o'clock, and it hasn't been able to muster up more than that. That's 2 hours of 20 minutes of where the breakout area is, because clearly it didn't move anything before 11 o'clock. So that's 154 high, currently trading at 151. TUP is the other one that we talked about, sideways, and has been the majority of the morning from 10 o'clock onwards, below VWAP and below 150. Of little interest to me at the moment. So those are what's moving as we have about 40 minutes left on the show. Let's see what we're talking about here in the chat. Tesla rejecting Friday's high. Says the chat, we're at 267-ish, 267.59 is the high. So we're like half a buck off the high. Tyler says Tesla does not care about a double top. Tesla does not care about your feelings. Yes, that's very true. We'll talk about Rivian quickly here. Okay, I mentioned Rivian earlier as one that had done very good volume, and now the chart looks as good as the volume that it's done. Now, it had a big boy Huadunk off that 2620 all the way down to 2474. That was ugly, and that probably turned a lot of people off, and they probably didn't touch it. But look at this. From 11 o'clock onwards, up and to the right, baby. Very nice movement, holding that 50 period here on the 1 minute chart quite nice. Very close to the day's high at 26.22. We're at 26.17 right now. So Rivian doing some good work, putting in some good work. Nick Garcia, Sharif, draw the line on the NQ5, but huge consolidation pattern on the 15. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I can see that. I can just see it on the 15, on the 5, dude. I don't even need to see it on the 15. But yeah, very, very consolidative. What else here? No, not much else. Okay. Sell Tesla. JB says coin. Let's have a look at coin. I know the boys were into that this morning. Coin, down 1 1/3. We know that.
Is it back to 100?
No, 99.50.
That's a joke, dude.
What happened?
I didn't think it would actually come back. That's insane.
I mean, I know. It's random. And it really hasn't corresponded with crypto. Crypto hasn't come back. It's below VWAP, it's straddling 29.1, down 3.25%. So coin coming back on its own merits here, it looks like, for a second. Were you trading this in the morning?
What's it? Max and I and a bunch of us, as always, we discuss some of our levels or stocks that we're staring at. And Max basically screams out, well, not screams out, he says out loud, you know, a couple stocks that were kind of A+ setups. And Coinbase 100, obviously an A+ setup.
Yeah.
It was below it to begin the day with, but it pops up and basically gives you the opportunity to short the 100 area a couple of times. And none of us were watching it. We were all watching other positions on the day, and we missed out that big move to the downside, monster move, and all of us were talking about it too. So a little upsetting over there. Let's go talk about Tesla though. Here's Tesla taking out the high of day, putting in a new high of day at 267.68. A monster move over here, man. Let's go Tesla 268 now coming in soon, hopefully. I mean, we didn't take out the high of day to not go test 268, which was Friday's high, right? So let's see that number coming in. And also new position alert. I am now short Rivian. I want to keep shorting Rivian up to 26.30, which happens to be around not Friday's high, but Thursday's high. So we're kind of hitting that what's it called, the head and shoulders, I guess, on the longer time frame right there. Bang, bang, right shoulder, left shoulder. This would be the head, left shoulder, right shoulder. Let's see if we get that resistance around this 26.20 to 26.30 for a possible drop to the downside. But look at this trend on the stock though. The channel that we've been creating so far, a beautiful channel that you don't want to be fighting. That's why my size, and including for the time of day that we are in. Why is there a comb in my hand? Including for the time of day that we are at. We should not be battling these trends. We should not be battling these levels over here. Boggy is apparently calling.
Hello?
Is that you who pressed the boggy button?
I don't have boggy on my thing. I'm not cool
Then
enough
Neil
for
pressed
that.
boggy button apparently, because I don't know what he's expecting. What are you short for, boggy?
I love when they do. You guys are so good, man. Do that again. Look at what they did. Look at what they can do. Oh my goodness. Bravo to the production team, man. Best production team.
Yeah, but then show them a Luma picture and then you'll see how bad they are.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Talk about a stock.
It's not ready yet. All right, here we go. AMC 619. Oh, baby. Money. Okay, we just took another out there at 615, and as I did that, it popped up to 619. It's at 619 again. This one is strong. It's continuing to go. Where is this going to get to? 6, it's come and gone already. All right, so let's bring in the 15. Here's the 15-minute chart on AMC. Let's talk about some levels here. All right, where are we at? Well, the 6 1/4 is going to be interesting. And despite the fact that it does wick above there a couple times, look where both these 15-minute candles print. The closing print is both at 6 1/4. So let's see if 6 1/4 is going to act as a top. Now, where did we close on Friday? Oh, this is an aftermarket move. No wonder the Friday close is so skewed at 440. This popped up on your show. So did AMC move on your show on
Yeah,
Friday?
yeah,
It did,
yeah.
eh? Oh, you got a wicked show
we
from
were
that.
we were actually interviewing Neil and having fun, and then AMC comes and takes that fun away from us. But it puts more different other extra fun in
Yeah,
the
of
market
course.
that people got to make some money in the chat. Thankfully, we did have Neil over there, so Neil was able to give in his expertise and his outlook on what exactly was happening and how to maybe put some trades off of that, so people enjoyed it. And like I said. We're getting Neil back in eventually somewhere down the road. The next free Friday that he has for us, we'll bring him back on, and another apple fritter or a Thursday. He said he likes Thursdays better because of his time schedule.
Did you get him an apple fritter?
We did get him an apple fritter.
That's what you demanded to be on the show. I was so stupid. I didn't ask anything. I should have been like,
I
yo,
gave you a Heineken.
Yeah. Ooh, I got actually 2 Heinekens.
Yeah, I gave you a Heineken. I gave
Oh,
Sean a Heineken. I tried to give him a Heineken, but he said he didn't want to drink. So hey, no peer pressure. The only peer pressure we have in this market is no peer pressure. No peer pressure.
Yeah, well, it's just
AMC,
beer,
man.
bro. Nice little buzz in the aftermarket show. We started talking some stuff. Yeah, so yeah, AMC 623 high. Proudly going to leave that alone. I've taken some out there at 619. I know Jay wants to short. He's itching to short this. Shout out to Jay. I'd be shorting AMC at 625. Honestly, not worth playing, in my humble opinion. Too much irrationality involved, so I stay clear. I think that is very sound advice. If you're not feeling it, it's likely not going to work out that well, unless you just get lucky, right? You really need to have that C word, baby. And that C word is conviction. And that's the first word that I was told here by the floor manager when I had like a conversation way over a year ago. He's like, look, man, you know, this is it's similar to a sales position. And let me make the analogy. You come in sales, you're good if you can really sell the product, and that comes off if you can believe it. If you really believe what you're selling, it seems to, make the difference. If you really believe, if you really have conviction in what you're doing, trading, I think it's may play out the same way. I think if you're going into trades hesitant and unsure and, what is this technical analysis voodoo, this is all, nonsense, you're not going to do well, right? The conviction has to be there, otherwise it's just, conviction. What I hope the SEC never does to me, says Tom Anthony. Yeah, I hope that as well. Justin Syme says discipline and conviction. Yeah, I have to agree with that 100%. Dip back into 605 on AMC. There it is, right back into 613. The strength still showing its hand here, so I'm not going to take out the last remaining portion. Let's see if this one can continue to run to the high side. Convicted, says James. No. And not the other C word there, euthanasia. Not going to say that. All right. Do not short, says Zoltan. Yeah, I don't know if it's a good idea to short at this level on AMC. Sharif, unless I missed it, are you preparing for the next Arnold Classic? No, I am not. I'm much, much, much smaller than those guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Those guys are big, bro. And they supplement themselves in a way that I do not. So, not fair game there.
Well, you don't have a little bit of AGH in your protein shakes?
Oh my God. What is that thing? Who did they put you on? Who's
Maluma.
that?
You know Maluma, the Spanish artist?
Yeah. It's hilarious.
Okay, so these guys have like pretty good Photoshop skills, right? And this
They're
is what
really
they come
good,
up
bro.
with?
Yeah, they're really good,
Bro,
man.
this is my Photoshop skills. Like, I do this type of skills. Like, you're supposed to do better than this. You can do better than this. Come on, man. That's good, though. That's
I love
good.
how they throw that in the middle, man. These guys are killing it on there with the ones and twos. Jeez Louise, I love it.
Maluma's not Spanish. What is he? Colombian? Sorry, my bad. I apologize. He's Colombian, I think. You're right.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You meant Spanish speaking. I don't think you meant Spaniard.
I don't know what I'm talking about half the time, man. I get it wrong.
Yeah.
Chat just never gives me a chance. That's what it is.
It's you just like,
Chat never lets me
that's it.
breathe.
Kevin Mendoza, so handsome. Is this Maluma Pradley ungodly concoction? I All right, guys. Let's see what else we got going on.
Prad Luma, baby.
Rivian, good short on Rivian, Pradley. Nice move back down to 26 bucks.
Rivian, yeah, I took some profits on that. We are 20 cents in the money over here. 50 period EMA, which we've been grinding for the most part of the day. So taking some lot size out there and leaving some size for a bigger move down, maybe if that comes into play. And also that double top, as someone in the chat called out. Thank you for the call out. And not only is it double top, I also like that level based on Thursday's high on Rivian. So multiple reasons to confluence coming in over here for us to take advantage of this trades. Tough chat, says Tony. That's okay. I'm used to it by now. Well, maybe I'll get used to it eventually if I'm not yet. Prad, could you please go over NIO stop loss at this time? I mean, if your stop loss is based on time,
I think at this time, like meaning like
but like,
right now.
shouldn't that be based on like your price? Where are you entered and what the levels are on that stock? If you know, if you're short at the moment, my stop would be at the high day. If you're long at the moment, my stop would be at the lower end of this range over here, around 1180. But, you know, I did not have NIO on my radar today. I was mostly looking at XPEV. I traded XPEV. That was a profitable trade for me. And then that was on the break of this level right here on the 1555 area. Took that breakout long, enjoyed that 30-cent ride to the north side. Sadly, there was a bigger move over there that I was not part of. But for NIO, wasn't on my radar. I think you could have taken it pretty much the exact same trade over here, which is the break of the 1132. If you're long at 1132, obviously, then you have nothing to really worry about. You can kind of hold it a little bit. Maybe your stop should be 1144 or even 1180 if you want to protect your profits earlier, or you can even put it at 1164 if you want to protect your profits a little bit later if you think there's a bigger potential move to the north side. But overall, we are seeing that top being put in front of 12 or above 12, sorry, 1205 being the high a day. A trader such as myself, not saying that it's a right idea, but a trader such as myself will most likely be thinking about getting short in front of 12 at the moment and giving that 5-cent, 10-cent stop above 12 for a possible ride back down to VWAP, which on NIO happens to be. You're seeing me do that on Rivian right now, right? So on NIO, VWAP happens to be right around, I'm guessing 1140, it's 1155. So 1155, and you're already seeing the stock consolidate between the 100 period and the 50 period EMA right now. So that 1180 breakout short to VWAP also looks like a pretty good setup for me. If 1180 breaks, take that breakout to the downside for a possible move to VWAP. If that move doesn't happen, then your risk is basically 1 cent. Those are all the possible trades that I would have done on it. But obviously, all of this is non-financial advice. You gotta explore your own risk parameters. I don't know where you're long. I don't know where you're short. I don't know what your trade setup is. And honestly, I can't give you opinions based on your trades because that's against our policy over here. We can only give you ideas on how we can take trades. So that's how I would have positioned myself today on NIO. And hopefully that helped.
Okay, $6 broke. If it drops anything below 590, I'm just going to be out of this. Last time it broke 6. We had a quick break and then it moved back up. This time I think it's a little different. We have, you know, a decisive break and then a decisive move back down. So I think, you know, if we get anything below 590, I think I'm going to adjust my stop from where I had it earlier, so I have to change that. So we're going to go ahead. Well, what's the shareage that we've got here? Probably we've got to figure that out first. Okay. So let's go ahead and put this in. Here we go. What's going on? All right, I'll have to do this in a second. Can I throw it back to you for a second? I'm just going to set this up.
Yeah, for sure, mate. Always here as the backup support. I got you, my friend.
Why is it not doing
Looking at the chat at the moment, what is chat talking about? BTC dancing around 29, trying to hold. I like to hear that, but don't like to see that BTS is below 30K. Right, so BTS, behind the scenes. BTC.
No, BTS, isn't that the Korean group?
Yeah, behind the scenes, yeah.
The K-pop guys?
I think it's called is it called Behind the Scenes? I don't know. I thought it was called Behind the Scenes. Okay, I'm just making stuff up over here. But no, BTS, the Korean band. K-pop band. But no, I was talking about BTC below 30K. It's very upsetting because I'm still dead broke on coin. Not Coinbase, but Bitcoin.
Yeah. Oh man, Bitcoin. What's your average? Should I ask or should no?
Over
I love
9,000. It's like 40 some odd K.
Oh well, you're gonna get back there. No problem.
Never.
You
It's
don't
like
think-
29K right now, bro.
I don't know. I think Bitcoin probably is gonna go back
Yeah, they said 100
over the years.
They said 120K by 2024.
Well, some people, yeah. Okay, I don't want to get into that, but yeah, exactly. You heard it, Fabian. Yeah, there was everybody remembers what happened in
You remember?
2021.
I remember. You remember.
And people
I
were saying
remember.
100,000 by that year. Some people were saying there were bigger predictions. I think some people were saying
remember.
200 or something like that. What are you doing, bro?
Chat gets it.
Vin, you guys are great. Great show. Thank you, Vin. Appreciate that, man. And Proudly and I, we bust our, every day doing this kind of stuff. Permission to trade. No. Okay. Not sure what that is. AMC target for myself.
Rich farms.
Let's see. I mean, the chart allows maybe for, we were talking about 6 1/4 being a level, right? And came right back into that 6 1/4, and now it's dipping down below, but it's fighting to get back above 6. So I mean, I don't have a specific level because AMC can just stop wherever. It doesn't have the same type of, I would say, technical movement that some of the big cappers have. 650 maybe. I'm thinking I see a couple of wicks there at around 8 a.m. in around that range. 850 seemed to be 650, not 850. Seemed to be a bit of a top. But that's just, that's not it's not a hard level. So I think it's just going to be more price action based. We'll see what it does. Meta doing quite well again, bouncing off that 288, coming back into 292 now. I don't know if Nicole Harris is still holding, but she is. She's about $4 in the money now, and maybe even more because it's looking to break through here. There it goes. Wow, Meta strength coming in for Meta. 292.63. Is it going to go green? It goes green if it breaks above 294 by a bit. I believe 294 and a quarter, 294.30. So about $1, about a couple of bucks from where we're at. No, sorry, not $1, a couple of bucks. What else is the chat talking about here? Netflix good long until 425.60. Let's have a look at Netflix. I haven't pulled that one up today. Netflix, here we go. What level did you say? 425.60. Okay. It's a bit of a random level. I don't know if I agree with that 425.60 level. I would say Netflix, if you wanted to take it north, there had to be some better level than just a random price action. 427.50 Friday's close is what I'd be looking at. But, Netflix right now is not really that strong. It's down 0.7%. Consolidative, not really making any higher highs or higher lows. In fact, it just broke south below view up. So I don't know if I'd be looking at Netflix for the long here. All right, back to Meta, 292.65, continuing to show its intention to touch 260. What'd you say, Neil? Tesla, 268.19, high a day. Tesla's up over 3% today. Very, very strong. It has been all day. You're not still in that short. You took profits on that short already. Yeah. And yeah, that's it. Tesla's strong. Everybody's saying great show. Thanks.
Yeah, currently mapping out levels, but I have an order out to get short on the re-entry back through 268 for Tesla, and then I'm going to throw a stop out near the high day, whatever the high day happens to be. Right now it's 23 cents, and I'm also mapping out some of the levels over here on GitLab, which is a stock that you guys have heard me talk about a lot in the past, just for any trades that could possibly show up in the future. But right now, let's come back to Tesla as we were watching the high days kind of be put in near 268. 268.30 or so. There's 100 lots on 268.30. Let's say if we can wipe past that level, 100 million shares on Tesla another day. So gotta love it, man. Gotta love seeing Tesla push 100 million shares every single day. I mean, this is not your small cap stocks moving 100 million shares a day, right? So there's tons of volume over here for us to trade on. And it's also, I mean, yeah, sadly, a lot of it do show up on dark pool gateways, but we are seeing liquid gateways being offered for us to take advantage on. I mean, look at that, 2,000 shares on a P gateway. I forget what P gateways is. I need to learn my gateways more. But now the new high day coming in at 268.34. Still lots of buying. There is a little bit of a mid-print action coming in, but we're not actually seeing aggressive buying coming in. By aggressive, I mean yellow. On my time of sales, this is different from everybody else because everyone's, their liking is based on how you set up your time of sales and so on. But for my time of sales, I want to see aggressive buying. What that means is people wiping out the levels to the north side and punching higher than the current bid, best current ask, sorry. So that's not being shown to me. Lots of mid-prints showing up. A little bit of a slowing down of the tape too. S&P 500 is rejecting the high day. NASDAQ is not really at the high day. So a lot of reasons over here that I would love for the stock to give me a nice little 268 re-entry, but we could get chopped out through near the 268 re-entry through. So you want to be a little careful, obviously. Don't get trapped into these trades by going against the momentum, obviously, you could easily get trapped up in it. The easier trade, as I have been saying multiple times throughout the day, is just to buy the longs on the dips. I got the nice short, $1.50 short, yeah, but look how much easier it probably would have been if I just bought the dips every single time. Just follow the trend because, ladies and gentlemen, the trend will forever be your friend.
Yes, I agree, absolutely. Breakdown, AMC, I'm done. Trade's over. We take the breakdown through 590. Not take the breakdown. We get out through the breakdown through 590. I actually sadly had a bit of slippage here. Yeah, about 4 pennies. Yeah, not too bad. 4 pennies. It could have been worse. 1 penny would have been ideal, but that's the end of the trade for me on AMC. Let's look now for others. Looking at Tesla, obviously very, very extended. And still printing to the high side. Definitely don't want to stand in front of that, nor do I want to punch in long at these highs either. So I think I'm just going to steer clear from that. Let's look at Rivian.
Steer clear.
Steer clear, baby. 26.22 high, 26.10 current price action. Yeah, slowing down here with a lower high. So is this the top for Rivian? I mean, is this it?
What?
What? What happened?
That's so stupid.
What do they say?
We shouldn't even read it out loud. Just move on.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know which one you're looking at, so I can't share in the humor. But anyway, 26.15, bit of the top, doesn't make a newer high above that 26.22. If we break down below 26, this will be interesting, really, for a possible short. We could take it down into something like VWAP, 25.55, 25.60-ish area. There's also Friday's close, I should say, 25.25. It's still strong, 3.25%. So if you're going to take the counter trend trade, make sure the stops are tight and the levels are good. But yeah, this one I won't be going long here because it's near high day. But if it does break below 26, I'll be interested in going short. Should have sold all of it at 620, but you still did well, says Jay Lee. Thank you. Well, the majority of it was out. We wanted to hold a piece for the dream as. Prad, you are rude, says Curtis. What did you do, Pradley?
No, it's probably because I wasn't telling you what the comment was. I'm not sure.
Okay.
So just this, either way, we'll talk about it later.
Okay, go.
Tesla over here, we're now short and trying to give it that little bit of a wiggle room for it to play around. Let's see what happens. We are short, trying to see if we can get another nice little winner going against the trend over here, but we're not getting that trend at the moment. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, where's the sellers at? Where are the sellers? You might have seen. Exactly. We might see the sellers coming in over here, hopefully very, very soon. I mean, look, there's still sellers over here on the stock. We're still seeing sellers on the stock over here. Come on, man. Where are the sellers at? I'm going to get stopped out right here. It's like a penny away from stopping me out. What? Where's my stop at? Oh, it's because it didn't really push any size above 21. That's why. So it's the second it pushes any size above 21, I get stopped out on this position, which is fine with me. But I'll probably just get back in on the break of 268 again. What? Why does it not? Oh, okay, there you go. Stop me out. There you go. I'm wondering why it's not stopping me out, and it finally did. Still people battling for these prices over here on Tesla, 268.50 now, Sean. As you come back, hopefully you get to see what's going on with this monster madman of a position. Fail being slapped indeed, because the dips are the right position to be. There you go. Some buying coming in. 268.56 new high. S&P 500 getting ready to take out the high of day. NASDAQ getting ready to push a little bit higher. Does the stock see 270?
Baby.
AMC?
Mm-hmm.
Go for
we
it.
took that one. No, Sean is pumped about AMC. But yeah, AMC coming right back into 620 was our out, and that's 619, excuse me. So that's the last of the AMC trade, the top trade. Then we got 590. What was I going to say here? There was an interesting question. Oh, Benton. You great person, you. He wants me to talk about Arsenal's preseason. Absolutely, I'll oblige to that. Well, the only preseason that matters is our loss to Manchester United. And I'm okay with that because we have a lot of new players and it's going to take a while to get them working like a well-oiled machine, which Arsenal, I think, will be this year. So the interesting look on Arsenal. Holy Rivian. What is going on?
What?
Bro, I just started talking about shorting Rivian below 26, popped up to high day, 26, 25. Rivian is moving, guys. But back to Arsenal.
It's probably moving with Tesla, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. They could absolutely be moving in sympathy. Tesla high day, by the way, 268.89, knocking on that 269 door, maybe 270 incoming by the time the big kahunas come on. So keep your eye out on Stresla, up 3 1/3 on the day, very strong. Likewise with Rivian, 3 3/4 on the day. Back to Arsenal. You guys are on the wrong screen. I know. Okay. Back to Arsenal. We spent record transfer on Declan Rice. And that wasn't just for no reason. The dude is going to be a prodigy in the midfield. He is...
A prodigy?
Prodigy.
Oh, my God.
In the midfield, I think, once he's suited properly with maybe Thomas Partey, I think they're going to be an unstoppable duo. I like Havertz as well as an attacking player. I think that was a good pickup. I wasn't a fan of Havertz at Chelsea because he was being misplayed. He was being played as a left winger attacker when he should be in the midfield, like in the number 10 or number 8-ish position, is what I would say. And then you got that new defender that we got. I always forget his name, from Ajax. Solid dude. I watched this guy's videos on YouTube. Great central defender. He's got the tall. He's got the proper physique to play in the Prem, which is obviously a very demanding league, more demanding than I would say than most other leagues. So I think we put the right pieces together. I think there is maybe a need for another holding midfielder because Thomas Partey is injury prone. We know that. He gets injured, and when he's gone...
Hala Madrid? Is that his name?
No, Thomas Partey. Hala Madrid is Go Madrid in Spanish.
Oh, okay. He's saying Hala Madrid.
Because I'm talking about Arsenal. He doesn't want to hear about Arsenal.
He's answering your question to the guy's name, the defender's name.
No, he's not.
Okay.
Anyway, so that's what I'm saying with that. I think, we could use one more defensive midfielder. I think that, again, Thomas Partey goes, we're really weak in that position. So that's what I want to see. I think it's going to be a great year in the Prem this year. I think, it's a toss-up. Chelsea hasn't bought enough players to be a threat right now. It's going to be, again, United, City, and Arsenal. I think they're going to be good. Newcastle's obviously there. They're spending, I don't think they've made the amount of pickups that I thought that they would be making, especially with all the new Saudi money. It's like all the Saudis want to send all the players back to Saudi Arabia rather than send them to the new investment they have in Newcastle, which is interesting. So we'll have to see how that whole thing plays out. But soccer is going to be intense this year. Intense.
How's Messi doing in Miami?
Did you see the Well, it's not. There's no overtime in regular soccer, but essentially there's waste of time, right?
Okay.
Where they basically, the amount of time that the ball was kicked out or
Right.
fouls, they
Right.
add at the end, okay? It's called added time. And so it's like extra. He scored in the extra, and he scored top left-hand corner on a dead ball free kick, yes. And the goalie, tried to go for it, he missed it, and it was, kind of perfect debut for him. But yeah, Messi, obviously going to be super interesting. And that's my soccer rant. Man City for the repeat, says Yannick. All right, sure.
Yannick.
Well, not our Yannick, probably a different Yannick.
Oh.
Yeah. Justin Timber, that's the name of the defender. Thank you for that.
Timberlake?
No, not Justin Timberlake. It's not even Justin Timber. It's Timber. It's not Justin Timber. I'll tell you guys in 1 second here.
Does he cry a river when he loses?
Cry me a river. Sure. If that makes you feel good. Let's see the dude's name. Hold on. Give me a second. The internet is super weak in this area, so I can't load it up that quickly, Bradley. But what do you got on deck there? What's
short
moving?
Tesla, and I'm stressless at the moment. Waiting to see what happens. 269 had about 200 lots on it on the ask on Tesla, so it tried to break through it, did not succeed to do so. So I wasn't ready to take a fill. Honestly, I'll be real with you. I wanted to take the fill on the fail back of fail through of 269 and then coming back in just like I did with 268. But 269 churned and the size was still there, and then we started pulling back away from it. So I quickly jumped in on the 90s, waiting to see over here if we can get that move to the downside. I want to catch that short. I want to be the very best. So I got to catch them all, right? So here I am throwing my Pokeball at this game, trying to see if my normal Pokeball can catch this one, or do I need to use an Ultra Ball? You know what I'm talking about?
A Pokemon?
Yeah.
I'm assuming because you said Poke, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not the food.
In
so-
Pokemon, you get different balls in Pokemon, right? You got the normal ball, which is the red and the white ball, which is used to catch lower level type Pokemons.
Okay.
But if you want to catch higher level type Pokemons, like this Tesla Short is not a small level Pokemon. It's a higher level Pokemon, right? So you need a great ball, which is a level higher and gives you a higher catch percentage chances, or an Ultra Ball, which is an even more boost on the catching percentages. So I got to use my Ultra Ball here to catch the short at the moment.
Were you?
Or Master Ball. I forgot the Master Ball.
Did you see the chat? Prodamon.
I'm a Prodamon, yeah.
Were you one of those people that was following the Pokemon around in 2016 and stuff?
Pokemon
following
Go,
off bridges and stuff?
yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, I cheated though. I stayed at home and I just GPS my way into downtown Toronto. So yeah.
Hold on, how did you GPS? So what do you mean?
You can just install emulators on your desktop, right? And install like a phone emulator. And I was playing Go by sitting at home. That way I could basically
see them
go
anywhere.
downtown Toronto and catch the Digimons not Digimon. It was the Diglets over here in downtown Toronto. And just sit at home instead. Here comes that 268 break. Retest the 268. Does it break over here? Thankfully, we don't have too much size, and if it does break, we have an order ready to get back in with more size, and we're not going to give it too much wiggle room past that 268. There's that break, putting that order back in, and it wiggled us in, and now we have that order. Gonna have to give it not too much of risk. If 269.20 goes out, I might just jump out of this one. Looks like it will take out 269.20. Yeah, iceberg? No, not an iceberg. There's a seller there. Gonna give it a couple seconds to reclaim that 269.20. It does not want to. 10 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi there. Oh, reclaimed. It went back below 269, giving liquidity a little bit of a room over here to play around. Let's see what happens. Sharif, what do you have for us?
Absolutely. I'm keeping an eye here on this market. The NQ is waking up now. It's up 1/3% after just being flat the majority of the day. 15.6 possibly incoming here as we curl back up. 15.588 is where we're currently trading at now. Also, the ES is at high of day 45.8975. Just made that new high. We're not quite there on the NQ. We're at 15.618. That's a high a day. We're at 15.587 at the moment. But yeah, definitely getting off that range that it's been in the majority of the morning. Still, there's lots of levels that we got to take for the NQ to get going here. but it looks like it's being supported by some of the big tech names. I'm seeing a curl up in NVIDIA, likewise with Microsoft, Tesla, obviously proudly mentioning that.
Boom.
Meta looking to
There
go
it
green.
goes.
It's got to take 294, pardon me.
270.
Pardon me?
It's coming 270.
270. So proudly saying 270 incoming on our friends. Tesla 269.48 is the high right now. But yeah, the futures, some of the big tech names, not all of them. It's definitely a stock picker's day, I would say, because the futures have been, well, you guys get it. 269.49 high day Tesla.
High a day Tesla is the right thing, ladies and gentlemen. 269.50 is, you're not telling me, ooh, there's some size on the bid now. Are they going to take that size out? Only 108 lots, not a lot of size, right? But there's a little bit of buyer over there. Is there enough sellers to take out that 10,800 shares? 0, 10, yeah, 10,800 shares on 269.24 over there. Let's see if they can clean that size out and wipe out all the buyers on that level. But still a lot of buyers on the stock. Holy smokes. Still a lot of buyers. So be careful. You don't want to get wiped out. That's why I'm giving the stock only like maximum 20, 30 cents of risk. So the losers are one loser, two loser. The first loser wasn't even 30 cents of risk. The second loser here was 30 cents of risk. So overall, maybe we lost 50 cents for trade over here so far. Maybe when we do catch that trade, we're looking for a bigger than a 50-cent trade, right? So we'll make it all back, and just got to be patient for it. 270 at this point. Waiting to see if we see some exhaustion past 270. S&P 500 already pulling back. NASDAQ already pulling back to the downside slightly. Not a major pullback, slight little pullback coming in on the 5-minute charts over here. If I miss this 269 short, I'll be upset. So I'm going to quickly throw another order out here, 268.9, 268.99. Bang, throw that order out. Oh, wow, what the? I messed that order up real bad. 268. Okay, almost messed that order horribly because that order went so much higher than where I wanted it to. There we go. We're back into this trade. Let's see what happens over here. Let's have some fun. High at day 269.50 at the moment. And apparently there's some seller at 269.72 with 400 lots or so. Did I see that correctly? I think I just saw a quick little flash of some size near 269.72, which is a little bit higher than today's high, obviously. But if that's the case, and if sellers are here in front of 270, that's bad news for the position right now, because that means the stock could run towards that liquidity to go test that liquidity, and B, it could also be a good thing for our trade later on, because if that size gets rejected, we could have a pullback. But you don't want to be getting into a trade expecting that size to reject. I just saw that 478 again. What's number did I see that 478 at? It just like flashes and disappears. I can't really see it properly in that quick second that it flashes on. So I want to see that size.
Yeah, AMC bouncing back up again above 6, but I don't think I'm going to get involved this time around in the trade. But I want to mention to you, I don't know if you had heard, Tesla wants to open up a gigafactory in India, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and so they actually want to build a car in India that's going to be $1 million rupees. It's about $24,000, which is crazy price for a Tesla, US dollars, obviously, right? $24,000 US dollars, and they're obviously going to do like what they do in China, which is build them there and then export them, right? Obviously, they got a very big workforce in India that they can, use, and that's what they want to do. And you remember when President Modi, is it Prime Minister Modi? Or
Prime Minister.
Prime Minister Modi, thank you. Modi was in New York was in America. He met with Elon Musk in New York, and I believe more Tesla reps, I talked about it on the morning show this morning, are meeting with more Indian officials this week to discuss that gigafactory. So keep your eye out on some possible headlines, maybe statements coming out about maybe a factory opening up there. We know that tends to be the case. We heard about the Mexico factory that way. We heard about some of the newer factories that they want to build that way. So we shall see. The Spain, I think they were looking at Valencia or Villarreal or one of these two places. Valencia, I'm pretty sure. They want to open one in Spain. That'll be their second in Europe. So we'll keep an eye out and see how Tesla's doing. We got about 20 seconds left on the show, Bradley. You got any last thoughts before we send it off to the big kahunas?
See you guys at 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
Have fun on the closing show, ladies and gentlemen.
Remember, we're earnings season now, so Bradley's show is about to get crazy. A lot of, you know how these earnings things are. You can get 15% moves.
The host is still Prad, guys, not Sharif, so it won't be that good, okay? It's still me, it's not Sharif. It won't be that good,
calm
but
down, bro.
We'll have some fun.
All right, guys, we are now overtime. We shall be back tomorrow, Prad and I, and Max and I. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brad knows at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon, turning into a positive one after that early morning dip, I guess you could call it, coming off that number that we got at 9:45. If you missed it, both PMI manufacturing, S&P